What's going on, everybody? I'm not even gonna lie, I made it like in the final 4 seconds of that countdown. Welcome in.
Welcome, everyone. I was planning on saying exactly what Eli just said. If y'all don't know this, Eli was running behind. He was in a room, in the conference room, because he's at the Spiro event, and they kicked him out of the room because they had to get everyone out of the room. He wasn't doing anything crazy or anything. That's what I thought originally, but it was just like normal, get him out of the room. And he had to drive. You had to drive back to your Airbnb, and literally, y'all, he sat down the second that I was like taking that like intro video off, so that he couldn't have better timing. So well done.
We made it. Rachel, welcome in. I didn't get to chat with you prior to going live like I normally do. So great to see you, and thanks for being on.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm excited to dive in. Rod and I got to chat for a few minutes because obviously I know bits and pieces of your story, but I refreshed myself, and I'm just excited to chat with you. So yeah, Rod, what do you want to start off with?
First of all, I was looking frantically for it like right before we went live, Rachel. But what is your mark? Where are you located again?
In Utah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should have known that. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's right.
Yep.
So, but yeah, Rachel has built a business over the last a little over a year now, right? Like a year and 3 months. You've been running the business now.
2024 okay. September.
So back up a little bit to the start. I guess we'll start with we'll eventually ask you a question. I think we've just been struggling to get there at this point. But anyway, I think if I recall correctly, you were a photographer of some kind prior.
Yeah. So I did weddings and portraits for about, I've been doing it for about 9 years up until now. So, do the math whenever I started. I still do them occasionally. It's like my creative outlet now, but it's definitely not my full-time thing. I like this a lot better, as you can imagine. I mean, it's just a joke at this point. You hear it from a lot of people. You're like, oh, you were a wedding photographer?
What do you like? I mean, I just don't, I know, I've heard from enough people, but what do you like better about this?
This is a lot more consistent. So that is why I got into it, really. That was the main draw. It's a lot less stressful. You just go into a house, you have one person that you work with, maybe two if the homeowner's there. Clients can be rough over here, but definitely not like bridezillas like they can be with the weddings. I mean, it's just weddings are long the day of, right? You get 8 to 10 hours of wedding day, and then you get home and you have to edit it. Just nights, days, hours and hours and hours of editing, and that's not the case here. So saves me a lot of time. But
what was I know, like you said, real estate helped you kind of solve some of that stuff, but how did you find out about real estate photography, and what made you think this was the niche to jump into?
So random, but I went to BNI meeting. I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what it stands for. It was like business networking.
It's like something networking something. I don't know.
Exactly. I went to a BNI meeting with one of my friends who invited me, and I was like, how would I join this as a photographer? Because no one needs, there was a lot, the people who were in that group did not need wedding photography or videography. Yeah. So I was like, how would I benefit or serve these people? And there was a realtor in the group, and then a property manager. I was like, oh, that would be interesting. And I had thought about it a couple of times before over the last years, like, oh, what if I did real estate photography? Just passing thoughts, never really looked into it. And then I went home from that meeting and I watched YouTube videos for 6 hours. And the next day I was like, hey, I'm going to start real estate photography. There were other things in my life that was kind of I need to do more than just weddings, because my husband's school, he is in flight school, and they didn't let him have a job because he had to be full-time student. So I needed to get something more consistent with work to be able to be the only income in our family at that time, and thought that this would be it. So here I am.
Yeah. So I guess walking forward from that point a little bit, I know you had a conversation. I think Rod was actually who you talked to on our team when you jumped into coaching, but what was the transition point from that to how did you find out about coaching? What made you jump into that? And I guess the real question I'm asking is, why did it become real to you this time? Was it just because, I know you thought about it in the past, was it all the YouTube videos you watched, or what changed in your mind?
So I started it right then. So that was in July of 2024, I would say. And I started it like right then. Started taking some pictures of my house, started trying to get little nuggets from all the YouTube videos I watched, yours and others, just to see if I could start it myself and really get it going. I did not want to spend too much money on it. So it took me like a month, and I got on a call with someone, not sure who it was, not Rod yet. And it was after a live video, or a live YouTube like this.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
It was like, if you have any questions, here, meet with someone. I have questions. Not about coaching. I was like, I just have questions about starting this business. So I jumped on that and I asked like 2 questions, and he was like, do you want to learn more about coaching? I was like, no, I'm good, thanks. So, and we ended
wonder who that was. I would have checked.
I think it
was it Isaac, maybe? I'm so bad at names.
Aaron. Aaron might have been.
If there's another Aaron,
there is another. It could have been Aaron Polakaitis. Yeah.
Sounds
that's amazing. You're like, I think
I'd be there, but yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Anyway,
then you tried to do it on your own, I guess, a little bit more after that. You kept starting it on your own.
Yeah. So I got like 2-3 jobs on my own, and that, it was fine. I just was trying to get it going, and it just wasn't working quite as well. So then Rod messaged me as like a follow-up, like, hey, did you get all your questions answered? Do you need any more information? And I was like, well, yes and no. He was like, we could have a quick phone call, like, no pressure. I'm not going to sell you on anything. I was sold, but not because he was salesy. And it was like kind of a wake-up call. It was more like, my husband and I talked about it for quite a few days leading up to the phone call that Rod and I had, but then also after, that if we wanted this to be a successful business right away, which we needed to in my family life, then I needed to have the structure that coaching would give me and the blueprint for this is where you start and this is where you'll be in X amount of months. So that was really helpful. And I started coaching September of 2024. So yeah, started with Notch.
I know you know, obviously like coaching is one part of it, but coaching is not the solution itself, right? It's coaching plus you having to put in the work. And I know you like flew through the initial part of the checklist.
Yeah.
You got like early paid shoots. In the notes that I have here, it said your first month you ended at 1.2K. It says month in parentheses though. So I'm not sure what that means.
Oh no, it was September. Okay. It ended up being really lucky. So yeah, so I had my coach Ariana, she told me that the goal for how fast someone had gotten through those first couple weeks of the checklist was like 11 days. And I think I got through it in like 14, like very few. I tried to get as fast as possible. I don't know how long it actually was, but very quick. It helped that I already had my equipment and had been doing some of the things ahead of time. I already had Pixel Mob, that kind of stuff. But that first month after I got through everything, my great grandpa's house was actually going up for sale. And my sweet grandpa actually made a deal with the realtor. He was like, hey, if you want to sell this house for us, then you have to use Rachel as your photographer. And I was like, you don't have to pay me. She's like, oh, I'll pay you. And it was a giant house. It was like 4,000 square feet. So that was my first house. It got me quite a bit of that money. And then
then you hit slow season. The next note I have, which is so great, it said then hits a scary slow season where 1 month was only $182. So you went back to like, you had that initial boost from that relationship and some other stuff you've done, and then you had to like really put in the work to actually get like that momentum. I think is that kind of what happened?
Between November and December, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I got zero shoots, 0 free shoots. Like no one
at that time of year.
And I think that one shoot was paid, and it was right after Christmas or something. So that was my December of 2024. It was so scary. I did have another job at that point, and so I was still able to have some income coming in on the side, but not ideal. But I was still in the thick of coaching and still doing all of my good Instagram methods and everything that's in the checklist. Yeah.
Wait, before I forget, like this is inspiring. Like what kept you pushing? Because I feel like a lot of people from our experience would hit a month like that after investing so much time and energy and money into it, and hit a month like that and get deflated and almost stop. But you didn't stop. So like, what boosted you through that? Then what happened after that? And like, what had you stay with it even when a lot of people might fizzle out at that point? That's a very deflating point in the journey that gets a lot of people. So I guess like, what was the factor that pushed you through it, I guess, besides awesome Ariana, your coach?
Yeah, awesome. We'll give her lots of credit. But so when I started coaching, we did have to take some money from savings to pay for it, right? It's a big investment. And I promised my husband that I would do everything possible to make the goal of, the 5K or whatever the guarantee is. And I was like, I can't let him down. I made him this promise. We used our hard-earned savings money for this. And
that's good motivation though. That would push me like crazy.
Yeah. So he's seen lots of tears and lots of stress but also lots of high points. But so he's a good motivator and supporter. And it was a lot of that, but then also like, I have to be successful. This has to work because I am the only one making money right now. And so there's no other option, which is nice. I mean, that's honestly why I think quitting your job and just diving on in gives
you that back against the wall.
Yeah.
Or like what Tony Robbins says it, where you drive across the island and there's the bridge that takes you across to the island. Well, you burn the bridge, you force yourself to live on the island, and you make it work. So that sounds like that worked for you. So then it all turned perfect, right? After December, right? Or what was January and February like for you after that slow month? Do you remember? It's a year ago. So
I think I looked a couple weeks ago to make my 2026 goals, but I think it started as a nice incline after that. I think it was like 1,400 in January, and
nice.
February was a little bit higher, like 24 something. By March, I was at about 4,000 and put out a application to hire my first VA. I knew going into all of this that my timeline for hiring would be a little bit more condensed, just because of like my personal life and wanting to be a mom again faster, and all of that goes into it, which I can talk about in a minute. But I knew that having that VA would be really important. My Instagram outreach tanked in January and February. Like I had no follow-ups or anything in that month.
You started getting busier, or what?
I got busier, because people, January just picks up.
Yeah, people are asking for shoots. You're doing shoots, not follow-ups,
Yeah. So I did not have time to do like back-end stuff as much. So hired my VA. She started in April, and that's been awesome. She's a rock star, which was so lucky. Could not do it without her. Then the summer went well. Summer I still had full-time weddings as well. I had a wedding every week in June, and that was my
week.
So if you can just imagine, hectic June.
June and July hits like a Mack truck with this, combined with weddings also doing that. I imagine was just 7 full days.
I mean, the good news is you got
working 8 days a week then.
Oh man, it was awesome. But
you did get paid. That's true.
You got paid and nothing else, no time for anything else.
Nope. So that was a low point in like family life, probably.
Yeah.
We also went on a cruise. Like there was a lot going on. And this was all planned before I started this business, right? Because weddings get booked out so early, so do cruises, like everything. I could just not have foreseen it. So there's nothing I could have done except
get through it.
Yeah. So.
And you kept growing. So I have on my side, it says biggest month was 11.3K in September. So you basically just kept growing throughout the year on top of doing all those weddings, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So September was my best. I hired. So I moved straight from launch into forward.
Yeah.
About in June, I think, actually. And yeah, I hired my first photographer in September. I knew that I was I started the hiring process in September. I knew that I was going to hit that. And my goal with my coach, Carly, was 10K. That's when we decided that I could hire. And hired my first photographer in October. After that high month, it was about 11,500. So that was awesome.
Yeah.
Crazy to think that I even got there. So
yeah. No, that's a very, just on my end, like, I mean, I did so much stuff wrong and you obviously didn't. But my first 10K month was like multiple years into the business, So it's just cool to see what you did in that short of a period of time. Like really, I'm just working on the right stuff, makes a big difference. And then the cool thing is, like, first of all, Carly's awesome. So you had her in your corner, which is amazing. And then you guys were able to strategize. So how did that first hire go? That's always like a challenging one.
Great question, because she quit. So, I thought she was going to be awesome, and she was super sweet. She just decided at our 30-day check-in that it just wasn't right for her, which was actually good because I think I probably would have had to fire her. So she made that decision, and it worked out really well. The timing was perfect. There were just some things going on in my personal life. I don't think I need to share them here, but the timing was amazing and definitely inspired, and it was great that she was here when she was here. But
gotcha. So it was good for that. And then, I mean, I guess going into slower season anyway, it's probably nicer not to have the weight of that.
Well, then I hired right away again. So
oh, did you? Okay. So how was it slow season?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, how was slow season last year? I guess we're just coming out of it now, so you're still kind of in it, but we're moving in the right direction.
So based on last year, that Thanksgiving, Christmas break, I knew that was going to be tough. And I put out the application for my next photographer the Monday before Thanksgiving. So kind of weird. But I thought that maybe that would be good because I could make my own hours, go into some model homes and do a lot of training in between there and not have to worry about sitting on my hands to figure out my work. Yeah, so it worked out. And she my next photographer, her name's Riley, she ended up having other jobs that she was in the process of quitting as well. And so she could only work 1 day a week. And so that was perfect.
Just a little extra support for you, basically, which is super nice.
Yeah. And then after Christmas, it's been crazy. I am projected so far with booked shoots to be at 12K this month. So
oh my gosh, in January, that's
crazy.
Yeah.
You're probably going to hit, I mean, I don't want to tell you what you're going to hit this year, but I would guess you're going to do a 25K month.
Oh, you should see my projections. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. That's super exciting.
Mm-hmm. Huh. So crazy. I ended up barely hitting 6 figures in 2025. I just snuck right over it. It was 100,800 or something like that.
That's their first real full year.
That's their first full year. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. So we made it. I definitely feel like I came from my promise to my husband to stick it out.
Yeah, no, for real. Now he can go do his flight stuff and pay you back,
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, what are your plans for this year? What do you want to, I mean, you don't have to share specifics if you don't want to, but what are you wanting to make happen? What makes you excited about the future of this business, that kind of thing?
Yeah. So one of the big things that has always been one of my goals is to have it be a little bit more self-sustaining eventually, as when that timing happens, and that'll happen this year, but so that I can take a step back half-time or even full-time and be a mom again. I have a lot of mom guilt. It's just, I did not expect to have to be the full-time working parent. And that was never something growing up that I expected either. And it's fine that it happened. I've come from an entrepreneurial family, and this started my other photography business. So this is not the first time I've done this. But I want to have more time for my son. He's 2.5. And I'm young, so hopefully our family grows as well. But yes, I want more time for my son, and my family is my why. I talked about that at REPP conference as well. My family's my why. They're why I do everything. And so getting back to being a mom part-time or even full-time is going to happen this year. I'm going to make it happen. So my next process is I am hiring another VA pretty soon in the next couple weeks. I want to hire another photographer before busy season of the summer, and we'll see how the summer goes. Maybe there's another photographer who will be added on even in the fall, and I want to be totally out. And by totally out, I mean take that chunk of time that I need, or however long I need, in early fall. So yeah, that's my goal.
Awesome. The nice thing too about where you're at is, I mean, it's a fact that it just takes work. Like you're away when you're first building your business. That's just what it takes. But you're moving into a time where, maybe you're still involved in the business pretty significantly, but at least it transitions to like, you're at home, you're like maybe waiting for a call or something. So I know that still takes effort and attention, but it's nice because you're not like at shoots, which you're just fully out during that time, so I'm excited to see that for you, because you're just moving into that like fun stage where it's scaling, you just hire people, and I think you'll do well with that too, because I mean, you're just like you're an easy person to talk to, and I think you will be that just like goes a long way when you manage a team too, because you're not like some people I can just tell when someone's not going to be a good manager. They're like kind of rough, demanding, like it just doesn't work very well, and so I think that will naturally lend itself, which is cool. What do you see? Like you just get a couple photographers and kind of let the business do its thing then, or like do you have goals of scaling it past then? Or I guess that's to be determined probably, but
yeah, we'll see. I think it'd be fun to keep it at like 3 photographers and me. Yep. We'll see if that happens. I think that's a sweet spot for where I see our growth happening this year. I don't think it needs to be more than that. I love all my clients. I love being involved with them. I love doing the shoots. It would be different if I had come from a different background and not photography. I want to hold the camera. I want to do that sometimes, but I also love going to events, which is so scary. I'm actually so scared, but when I get there, I'm good at it.
You're just talking about like a brokerage presentation or like some real estate event?
Yeah, no, I'm like, I can't go to parties and just like go talk to people.
No, I can't. That's like devastatingly hard for me too.
Yeah. Brokerage presentations where I have a time slot and then I have to I have to do it. Those are perfect. Like I'll definitely do more of those. But me, open invite, going to an event, not my favorite thing.
I can feel that. I agree with you on that.
If I'm like taking pictures at the event, then I have like a buffer, like my camera's like my
it's like you have a mission to you're not like, hi, I don't like this type of conversation. So you want to do more of those is kind of your plan.
Just more of the client experience type of thing. Shoot occasionally. But just be on the client facing side, but not as a full-time photographer. So
So I mean, you grew definitely quicker than average, right? And so I think there's obviously something to be learned there for people, or learn there from people listening. What do you think you did well? I mean, besides the work, I mean, you're just dedicated to it. You put in the work. You didn't like, some people get kind of caught doing other stuff and they're like, oh, I'm going to try it this way. Like you just did the work. But what else do you think went well in your favor?
One thing that I would say is so important is if you are going to pay for coaching, if you're going to pay to have, or anything, like if you just have someone else who you have asked to give you feedback on your business, they don't have that personal stake in it. And so they can see it with a lot wider view. And that's what I think my coaches have done really well with. And so going into it, I knew that I would have to kind of humble myself. Like, they know best. They've either done this before, or they can see things that I can't because I'm so like focused and my heart is in it. And so just listening to what they tell me to do and doing it, that is something that I don't know if it was ever like taught ever in any of like the courses, but that was something that was like, I have to do that. If they ever tell me to do anything, I'm going to do it because they know best. They can see the bigger picture when I sometimes can't. So that I think helped a lot.
It's hard. That is a skill. Like, just doing it is a skill, because I think sometimes it's like that's the value of a coach in a lot of ways, right? Is telling you to do something and giving you reasons why they suggest it that you wouldn't have normally done. Because it's like, well, if you would have normally done it, what do you need the help for? But it's hard because it doesn't feel like the right thing sometimes. Makes it complicated. When it comes to, obviously, the reason you have the business you have is because clients like working with you, right? So they're using you over and over and they're referring you. Do you feel like you do anything special on that side of things, or like, why do clients keep coming back?
That's a good question. I hope, this industry is this is how you do it. This is how it looks.
Yeah.
There's no creativity involved in the outputs. And so I have tried to make the client experience what sets me apart. Whether that's just being like very personable and I call it friendly professionalism. It's intimidating to have someone in your house, right? Or that you don't know. And so I just try and be that calming presence and make it not stressful. Try and just have it be, I don't know. I can't think of less stressful, and just be like very personable there. I'm not intimidating at all. Neither is my photographer. So just in that way, making it really easy on their clients. I think that is one of the most important ways we get our stick with our clients, is because we make their clients feel special. And I try and make my clients feel special as well, the realtors that I'm working with, but ultimately they care most about their homeowners and their clients. And so honoring that goes a long way, in my opinion.
Really, yeah, it does go a long way. And you said this, I just want to bring it up again. It's like, it's kind of a weird thing to have somebody in your house taking photos of it. And it's most people's first time. And so it's easy as a real estate photographer to be like, oh, it's my job. I do it every day. Right. And it's like, well, this person is like, they don't know if they're supposed to follow and help you. Are they supposed to leave? Like, it's kind of this awkwardness. So if you can create, like you said, that calm, it goes a long way. And then you said this as well. It's like the real estate agent they want to make sure that they keep that seller happy. And they don't want to lose a deal. They want a deal to go smoothly. They want to, keep their reputation where it is and get referrals themselves. So if they see you, as you do well, like treating their clients well, it's like so peaceful for them too. So they can be like, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about Rachel. She's great. And then the cool thing is, and like all three of us know this being in the business, but like it is the best thing ever when a real estate agent doesn't feel the need to show up to shoots anymore.
Oh yeah.
It's like the best day ever, right? And then you win that by them trusting you. Like, they're usually not going to do that the first time. And so it kind of goes in your favor on both sides.
Yeah. I have a couple of clients who just like to show up because we like to chat.
Yeah.
So there's both sides of it. But, it's definitely like a good, like, it feels good when they're like, hey, I trust you. I'm not going to show up this time. I know that you'll do a good job. I'm like, okay, thank you. Yeah, it does feel good.
What made you, this is a slight change of topic, but like, what made you feel like this business was real? Because that's a lot of things. People are like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't just think about real estate photography one day. Like, my mom was an agent for 6 months. That's how I found it. Like, you went to a BNI thing. Like, all of us like have this weird story of how we found it. But you like went all in on something without fully knowing if it's going to work. So like, what made you think it was going to work?
First of all, everyone I've talked to who's like, what do you do for work? I'm like, oh, I have a real estate photography business. They're like, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, I do it all the time. Like, it's fine. No one thinks about this until you're in it.
Great. I mean, that's a nice thing.
Yeah. It was honestly calls like this just seeing other people doing it, real people, and just following their stories, I think was really helpful. Like I said, YouTube University, I did so much research to be able to do it myself, or to be able to see that like coaching was a real thing. And just the wins that people post in the community,
It's
Facebook,
crazy.
or in our coaching circle, it helps motivate me as well, just to see that people are doing it. It's working for them, and they're putting in the work to make it work, and that's what I can do too.
Yeah, no, that's really, that's something that I like wish I would have had more of when I was starting, because there was a lot of times like I literally the first few years I didn't think of this as a real business. It was just my thing that I was going to do while I was like finishing high school, going to college, and I just think it would have served me to know that people were building. It's so interesting. So I'm in Ohio right now. I just spaced on the city completely. I don't know much about Ohio. I'm in Ohio. It's all the same to me. Anyway, I'm at Spiro's conference right now, and I'm just thinking back to when I was first starting. Todd was like 10 years into his business already, and doing like more revenue at that point than I would have ever thought is possible. And so it would have just been cool for me to see that Todd was doing that, because I think it would have changed my perspective. So like I'm a big fan of those wins, because I just think they matter. They motivate me. Like I see that, I'm just like super cool to see. So that was cool that you brought that up. I always try to like share some of my story, but it's not like the volume of them in circle, obviously. Yeah. And I think that kind of along that topic, there are things that work and don't work, right? But like, I think also how you think something is going to work plays out to whether you're going to be able to make it work a lot. And it's not like some mysterious thing. It's just like, well, if you don't believe something's going to work, you're not going to put in the type of effort required to make it work. And I think you've done a great job of that.
Thank you.
What were some of the harder things? Not to end on the harder things note, but like, what were some of the harder things building the business that maybe people should like be aware of, or just not freak out when they see them?
There's a huge go phase, and I came from wedding photography and always editing all night, every night, having that be just something that I did while we would watch TV, that always had my computer on me, that kind of thing. I didn't realize that growing the business would be the same thing for a little bit as well, where especially before I had my VA, getting everything done, all of the checklist items, while also doing the shoots and having another part-time job, it took up so much of my life. But I knew it was temporary, and it was just a phase to get through, until I hired my VA and got to give her like half of my tasks that were taking up all of my time.
That feels good.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, right, because they just dropped off, gave her tasks to like help me build more, because I wasn't doing them anymore. Or yeah, just knowing that, and then setting boundaries once like you are further along, to not hurt relationships. That's a hard part about owning a business. There's that jokes like, I quit my 9 to 5 to work 24/7. That doesn't have to be the case. It might be the case for a little bit, especially in that grow, go phase. But I'm at least to the point where I can be like to my husband, like, do we want to hang out, or do we want to do our separate things? Because we also, like to do our separate things. And it's not I'm so sorry I can't hang out, I have to work. Yeah. So I'm there, and it feels good. And I'm making more and more of those boundaries as I go to, help my family life even more. But that's what it is right now. So
it's good. It's basically a privilege that you earned. You did all that. And I think the nice thing is it's almost, you're not doing it for the business, right? You're doing it because the business bought you something that you want, which is to have that, time with your family and that flexibility. But it's almost nice because as your business starts to grow, like putting those boundaries can actually make your business better as well, which is kind of like a nice side project, because it's so easy to just sort of like, I call it lazy work, but it's like you could have done it in an hour, but you drug it out over 5 hours because you didn't have like that intense deadline or whatever. And so for me, that's been a big one too, is like applying sort of those constraints or boundaries or whatever you want to call them, like kind of makes the business better too. And then you get to enjoy it instead of just like this.
Yeah.
You said quit your 9 to 5 to work the 5 to 9 or whatever like the quote is. And it's like people also like want to build a business to not have to work for a boss, but then they become like the worst boss of all time to themselves, you know? And that's like a real challenge not to do.
Yeah. Like I would never work for myself. Why would I do this to myself if I would never be my boss?
Yeah. And like if you had someone working for you, you'd never make them work like you expect yourself to work too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, any final questions you have, Rod? Anything you've been like hijacked?
No, I guess I just kind of listening and absorbing your story. I mean, it's quite admirable what you've done and inspirational what you've done. If you think about it, I mean, you went from, wedding photography, portrait photography for 8 years, saw this, randomly in the B&I group, at a point where your husband's in school, you had to make the money. You got a son, and you got to make it happen. Pressure's on. So you jumped into, a business, which is admirable to jump into that. It takes a lot of courage to jump into the business and then say, okay, let me also in this time where money's tight and I got to make it, let me invest and take money out of savings to jump into coaching. Just met these people, but let's go for it. That takes a lot of courage too. Not a lot of people do it. We talked to a lot of people all day who want to do that, but struggle with that type of movement. That's a big movement right there to that kind of action to take. And then to have a $1,200 a month and then to have a $182 a month in Christmas time during the holidays, after you just spend all that money and promised your husband you're going to follow everything and it was all going to be fine. Pressure's on.
It was a good Christmas,
It did. Merry Christmas to you. And then $1,400 in January and then $25 you said in February and just Nike swooped right up. And it's just like that's hard to do what you did. That's really hard. And I've been around people trying to build businesses forever now, and it's like not a lot can push through that phase and come out like you have. So I think it's just incredible what you've done while also being a mom, a wife, dealing with the mom guilt, like you said, now being able to get to a point where you're buying back that time, and I know he's only 2.5, but I, imagine when he hears this story later in his life, he's gonna be really proud of what you did in them. Really mattered. And like, that's like, I bet I have a 2.5-year-old girl. She's out there right now. I hear she's screaming and yelling. She's doing it. They like to toddler at this age, aren't they? Like they're doing, but, I think it's just really cool just to take the moment and admire what you've done. And it's inspired a lot. I see Kevin Salgado commenting in here and Jerry commenting in here too. And you inspired a lot at the REPP conference too as well. So thank you for that. And I think it's just amazing what you've done. And I just wanted to kind of say that. I don't know, there was a name I used to call it, but there's a moment I feel like when everyone builds this business from the ground up and it just kind of, you're so busy and the hustle and the go, and then you start doing 5-10 grand a month. And then there's that moment where you just kind of realize, holy crap, like I've built this from the ground up. And there's it's like a very deep, proud moment. Has that happened? Has you hit that moment yet where you just kind of stop to realize like, holy crap, I've done something that a lot of people can't do? Like, did that moment kind of hit you where it, like that pride kind of not just the money and but just the fact that you did it?
Yeah. It's hit me a couple times. It hit me after I hired my first photographer and I got to tell my family that I was a boss. That was cool. It hit me when I was at REPP conference and I was like, all of these people, like I'm up there with all of the rest of these guys. That was cool. It hit me this month. I was like, it's January, but I'm still doing really well. Like I think it's going to keep hitting me.
Yeah. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so crazy how much can happen in a year, like really a year, right? I mean, it's like 1 year since your first like real month started happening in January and maybe, a year and 4 months total. It's just, and
now starting to begin the process of, getting your time back.
Yeah.
And have 2 or 3 photographers and work at home, go shoot when you want to. Time with your boy and your husband, like, oh, that's amazing. This business really is pretty cool, isn't it? We're biased, but it's pretty damn cool, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
It's not bad.
Was it all easy though? Was it easy to get to where you're at right now?
Not a day worth of work.
But was it worth it?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Well, Rachel, speaking of time, I don't want to take too much more of yours, but
yeah, we went way past the 30 minutes with you. I'm sorry, but your story is quite amazing. So I had to hear it all.
I'm a anyway, so it's fine. I probably made it.
Well, have a great evening, and thank you so much. Thanks for being a part of REPP 2025 as well and being on here. We appreciate you, and always here if you need anything.
Yeah.
Appreciate you speaking on stage at the next conference too as well. I'm sure you will. I imagine you will.
I'm there. Yeah.
The spot is yours.
Perfect.
Have a good evening. See you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Bye.
During COVID, it was bad for me. I got super bored. I started building drones. So I started building racing drones and flying them around. Like, I don't know if you ever heard of freestyle FPV. It's where you wear a set of goggles. Crazy. Yeah, so I got super into that, and I had so much fun doing it during COVID. Out, no one's around, just like flying a drone around, diving Beacon Rock. We live in the Columbia River Gorge, just having tons of fun with that. And I'm sitting there thinking one day, like, I need to make money doing this somehow because this is like way too much fun. So, anyways, I had a buddy who kind of put me on the idea of doing real estate media. And then when I started messing around with drones, I'm like, you know what? We're going to try this out. So I tried it. I dabbled in it for about four or so years on and off, but I didn't know the client acquisition side. Yeah. I knew how to get the media done for the most part. I just didn't understand how to get clients, how to keep them, and how to build like the structures and systems in place to kind of automate the majority of the work. And so, I don't know how far you want me to keep going, but when I stumbled across the coaching course, we're in a big transition in life, moving from Montana back to the Pacific Northwest, and I had basically started dabbling in it in this rural community, and it just took off. Everyone in the it's a small town of like 7,000 people, but every home that was getting sold, people were starting to like, hey, we should have this guy come out because we don't have any other options, right? So it was like I was the only one, but it really started like picking up. And then when we moved, I said, you know what? I think I got to go all in with this and just really give it a shot and try coaching. I had never even thought of coaching, and I think I stumbled across it listening to Todd Kivimaki on Spiro's podcast, just about how important coaching was. It was some random podcast I was listening to, and anyways, looked into it. I was skeptical at first, I'll be honest.
You spoke to Aaron Polakaitis on our team. Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course. He
remembers you to this day. He like loves seeing your wins. Like he's back there like rooting for everyone secretly.
Oh yeah, he's a hype boy for sure. No, he's awesome. I had a good chat with him, and I think honestly, I got a really good vibe from him. And I was like, okay, this is clearly like, this guy's legit. This is who he is. He's not trying to like pull the cover on me on anything. Cause I'm kind of that kind of person. Like, I understand people have to make their money, but I'm not just going to get snaked into something that's not worth it. And, but Aaron was super chill. So I had that initial conversation with him, and it just kind of stayed in the back of my mind while we moved. And then I decided to jump on board and just go all in. And it's been crazy. Crazy awesome.
It's a good word to describe it. So, coaching aside, obviously, like, we can show you the things to do, but it's on you to do it, and you've done it well. I think you put your own twist on things too, maybe with calls. I could be wrong on that, but I'd love to talk about what you did during coaching that grew your business. Like, what did that roadmap and kind of growth process look like?
And even like in that too, like maybe what was the difference in what you were maybe trying before that didn't work with client acquisition, and like what?
Yeah, like what did it for you?
Like what like really hit, like made it hit as well. Not to throw two questions out.
No, you're fine. I think a big part of it, honestly, was we were in a situation financially as a family where it was I had to make it work. Yeah. It wasn't an option at this point. It was like something has to. Yeah, I was backed against the wall. I had debt to dig out of. We had friends that had helped us move across the country. I mean, it was bad, frankly. And so when we got to that situation, I just poured everything into it. And I think the things that honestly helped me the most were just getting the systems in place.
Yep.
Just having, because I'm not a very organized person, kind of a little scatterbrained, never
What are you
really lived
talking
by
about? Your house behind you looks so organized.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, virtually staged, No. Anyways, yeah, it's been a wild ride, but I think honestly just help getting the systems and a little bit more structure in my life helped. And then once I started getting out and making connections and just being myself, and the work started speaking for itself, and like, it's funny, I made that all caps call them, right? But I've been so busy, I'm actually trying to find time to do that for myself.
Yeah.
So it's like this weird back and forth for me lately where I hired my first photographer in June, and it's getting to the point where she's about to start shooting for herself. Um, and it's just getting that time back to call, get on the phone, be yourself, and you're not selling anything really. I mean, you are, but you're not. You're trying to help people push their business forward, and they're legally required to have media. So it's throw some free shoots their way. I know people kind of poo-poo on that idea that you're devaluing yourself, and honestly, the people who think like that aren't making it. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. So
So
on that, man, there's like a million things I want to ask. I got to organize myself first.
I
Before
know. I don't even know. Like, I
No,
don't
this
even
has
know if
been
I
great so
answered
far.
your question.
You did wonderfully. I think it was great. It was great.
Well, if you want to narrow me in on something, feel free.
I mean, what I'd love to know is, so you got the system set up, and once that was in place, what did you do to get clients? Like, what was the method that you found to be the best for your skill set, and what worked for you?
So the Instagram method is obviously, it was helpful.
Yeah.
I got to a point where I was frankly spending too much time on Instagram. My brain just like, I could not handle it. I just hit a wall. I think I got Instagram jailed once, and I'm like, you know what? I need to step it back because I was going like too hard on it. And what happened with that was I'm like, I need to try more than just this avenue, right? I need to open and see kind of like you're saying, what works for you. And not to say that the Instagram method isn't great. It is. I've had much business come from it.
Yeah.
But for me, what worked was getting on the phone and just being who I am, just being down to earth. And if they don't need someone or don't want someone, just move on to the next. Don't let it dust your feet off, so to speak, and just keep going, and don't give up. Don't let it affect your morale.
Yeah.
So making calls, I think, was the best for me. And then having coffee meetings, getting in front of people, getting to know them, just being a person and honest and upfront with where you're at in your business and what your goals are, sharing that, it just gets people open and talking. And then you make a relationship that builds into a client that's providing a big percentage of your monthly income. So
Yeah.
Did you have a sales background? Just kind of quick curiosity. Any sales capacity, anything sales related that you've done in the past, or is that like the first time, like, calling to in the sales
no,
kind of way?
I will say, like, I don't want to get like preach or anything. I do have a faith where we talk about our beliefs to others, and I think that probably has a help. Just being comfortable about being who you are and talking about it.
Yeah.
But I will say that anyone who has never done it, the worst part is just dialing the number. Like,
How
once
true
you
is that?
get through, like, I mean, your first couple they're going to be brutal. Okay, let's be honest. Like, everyone's first couple calls, but then when you hit that person that listens, that hears you, is like, man, I've been there. And then you have this connection, and then the call hangs up. You have such a good feeling after that call that's like, dude, I can do this. Like, this is working. And I would just, for anyone who's trying outbound via calls, just put in the time and effort and keep trying.
Yeah.
Like, just don't give up. Keep trying. It might take you a little bit to find your niche and how to be comfortable talking to people, but you'll get there. Just be yourself. You don't have to fake anything.
It's really good advice, especially, I mean, you know, the don't fake it. Absolutely. And then the you're going to be scared thing. I think a lot of people,
Yeah.
I mean, they call and then they're like, man, I was really scared. It must not be for me. And it's like, no, everybody feels like that, you know?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety, and I don't know how many times like I'll be getting on or off the phone. I'm like, man, I need to take my medicine, dude. That was intense. Like it was it gets your adrenaline going, it gets your heart pumping, but it's good for you. A little bit of cardio
Yeah.
on the phone. But honestly, if you can work through those feelings, I mean, I know that if someone does sign up for coaching, they get kind of paired with a coach, but Dave Franklin has been an amazing coach. I, at first, I'll be honest, did not click with him.
Yeah.
But then once I understood what he was trying to get me to accomplish and just trusted the process and listened to him, then I'm like, dang, this guy knows what he's talking about. Like, he just would always talk about getting over that hump of fear and just sticking to a program. And that honestly took me from 5K to 12, I think, in the next month when I started applying what he said.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah. I wanted to talk.
Shout out Dave.
Yeah. Shout out.
Yeah,
Always,
for
always
real.
take a good
The
Dave.
true OG right there.
That's right.
So the way I look at it too is, the Instagram method is kind of like farming. It's a good idea to put in the work and you'll reap the rewards later. But I think, we've been pushing a lot of people in coaching to get on the phone as well. We call it the outbound method. You can call it whatever you want. If you say cold calling, it's more scary. So outbound hides it a little better. But
right.
And
if that's what it takes to get you to try it, I mean, hey.
Yeah. It's part of the coaching, you got to ease them into it. But I think it's such a good avenue because one, it forces you to do something you're afraid of, which is, where growth comes from. But two, it's like hunting. You get instant results. You either get a yes or a no. I mean, sometimes they don't answer a lot of the time, right? But it's like you can, and I think there's a huge amount, like you said, after you get off a call, you feel good. You get this like surge of motivation from a yes on a call that you don't get any other way. And I think that can contribute to growth in a lot of other things, whether it's more calls, or doing others. So you just get excited about your business,
And I think that's why it's so important to have multiple ways of getting to people, because the Instagram method is kind of a slow burn.
Yep.
It's over time, it starts building up more and more people. Like right now, I've been posting so many videos and working with some higher tier agents that I'm getting people that I have sent like 6 messages to, and I'm done sending messages to them, who are now following me, reaching out and saying, hey man, I need you to come do a video because I saw you did one for such and such agent. And I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, like, bro, I hit you up like
you could have had me all along.
Trying. Yeah, I've been trying, but when it starts snowballing with Instagram is kind of what I'm getting at. With cold calling, or excuse me, with outbound, right? I count myself, but with outbound, it honestly is, you do get an answer quicker, which can help with your motivation. So if that's what you need, do it.
Nice sometimes to just know that they don't want it versus not ever getting a response, right? It's kind of that
exactly control. Yeah, that's true. So for my brain, I think that was best. If I can just talk to somebody, like, tell me no, okay, fine, I'll go somewhere else.
It's a really interesting perspective. I'm glad you brought that up. That's a really interesting way to like look at it.
Yeah, it's either a slow burn or an in-your-face answer. And you're gonna have people that are like, bro, you are telemarketing. Like, they'll call you out and try to say you're selling. I'm like, I mean, you can say that, dude, but I'm literally just offering you something free. This is what I do. You get a bad one here and there, but honestly, the majority of people, especially real estate agents, they understand the grind. I don't know how many times it was terrifying to do outbound, but then once I got talking to them, I'm like, hey, I just moved here from out of state, trying to make connections. They're like, dude, I get it. I understand what that feels like. And if you can just kind of be vulnerable a little bit, not too much, don't get weird, but but if you can be just a human and open up to a stranger and just tell them, like, look, this is weird for me. My heart's racing right now, but I got to do this for my family. I just want to real quick give you a rundown of what I'm doing. And you can get a little bit more communication that way.
Yeah, their guard drops because, like you said, I mean, the vast majority, especially the successful realtors, they've literally cold called, they've door knocked, they've done those things. They understand, how important it was for their business. They also understand how much it sucks to do it.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think that from like a sales advice perspective, I don't think there's any better advice than what you said about being vulnerable and just connecting human to human. I think a lot of people, they try to over script because that helps them feel prepared. But then, the second they pick up the phone, hey, my name's Eli, and they know you're selling. And so it's like,
even the tone of voice.
Yeah.
Just
exactly.
you entering that tone of voice made me get like cringy.
Yeah. I want to get off the phone. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. And that's why
I've always had bullet points on my sticky notes. I'll put like a sticky note on my monitor, and I'll put like 1 or 2 bullet points that I want to mention, but I'm not stuck to a script, because if I'm sitting there reading word for word a script, it's just you're not there anymore. Transcripting doesn't work.
No, and they can tell. We've seen, it's actually kind of maybe funny is not the right word, but sometimes the more cold calls someone does, the worse they get, because they start getting the script in their head. And
that's true too.
You know what I mean? Like, and the tone changes and they're ready to, and it's like, I think there's something. So if you're sitting in the audience listening and you've never made a call before, this is, sure, it's a skill you develop and there are things you will get better at, but you're also going to start super nervous and you're going to start tripping over your words, and it's probably going to work well. As long as you remember like why you're calling and what your goal is, Do
you want to talk about the tactic that you teach? I don't know how much
go for
you want to give here.
No,
the old man technique.
Yeah.
That dude, the confused old man. And I remember tell people that, like, what are you talking about, dude? Confused old man? Because it sounds weird.
Yeah, it does.
But it works. Like my turnaround on confused old man was like 80%. I'm not even joking. I mean, I guess I'm just really confused. So when I try it, it just worked a little better, because I'm just like, I'm always confused. But no, I'm just being awkward, pausing strangely, and being like, I honestly don't even know if you're the person that I should be talking to about this. And then pause, and they're just sitting there thinking like, what is this guy? What is going on here? And it doesn't sound like a sales call at all.
Yeah.
And then you say, look, I moved here. Stuff has been tough. I do real estate media, and I'm trying to make some connections and offer a free shoot. Is that something you'd be interested in? Like, and even like stumbling through that, because you're going to.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Might as well embrace it. Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of times, like, I had one guy who he literally stopped me. He goes, you know what? When I listen to sales calls, typically I hang up within a few seconds. And I could tell that you weren't like everybody else, like immediately.
Wow.
That you were genuine and you were just honestly trying to help me. And that's why I continued to listen. And that's why we're going to do that shoot next week. So I got some pretty nice, honest feedback about the confused old man technique. Now I'll tell you, don't overplay that, because if I hear all of you guys start using that, and then it doesn't work for me anymore, that's gonna be bad. But it is a cool technique that it does help, and I honestly think you don't even have to pretend to be confused. You can just stumble, like you're saying, just stumble through it a little bit, be natural, be nervous. It's okay.
Yeah.
So.
And I can't take credit for that. That's from Jeremy Miner. So if anybody wants to look it up, and I think he has a training on YouTube about it. If you type in Jeremy Miner, confused old man,
it's really funny.
Yeah, it's
he'll use the example of door to door. He'll put a vest on. He'll go and have a clipboard, and he'll go to the house like, hey, are you the homeowner? And like look around at the house and just act confused out in the front of someone's house, and they're like, yeah, I am the homeowner. I don't. It's just like,
is there bees somewhere? Well, like, what do you?
So many, bees. It works in so many scenarios, from what you'll see. So
well, and I think one thing I want to highlight though is the tactics and the things you can do absolutely work. I think a big part of why it worked for you, Sam, and for a lot of other people is you genuinely were trying to make this happen for yourself, for your
I
family.
thought you were going to say you genuinely were confused.
Yeah, no, I was.
So I think it is important. Like, you can't fake this. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
you can use the tactic to drop their sales guard a little bit. But I think there's an element of it too, where we talk about this a lot on the lives and in coaching. It's like the more genuine you can actually be with someone and vulnerable, like you said, that's what actually gets them to take you up on it. Right. Maybe the tactic gets them to not hang up immediately, but the connection is what actually makes the deal. And so, for everybody listening, don't be somebody you're not. Really,
because if they do take you up on it, they're going to meet you.
Yeah.
Then you got to keep the charade going.
Right. If you started with a British accent, I mean, you gotta keep going with a British accent. So it's that kind of thing where I think this might be a little bit more broader of a statement, but if you are doing this to provide and legitimately take care of your family, and that's your goal, that helps a ton.
Yeah.
If it's your goal to get into real estate media to make millions of dollars and like go all in and just make a bunch of money, I mean, sure, that you might be able to get that working, but I think for me what worked is like I'm just honestly telling you exactly the situation. Chasing money, it's like cheese, man, and there's always more cheese. And it's a never ending chase and you will never be happy. But if you set your mindset on like, why am I doing this? What is the reason for me to do this grind and to make this happen? And you can put like real meaning to that, it changes everything.
Yeah. Well, you also achieve something too that's more meaningful, which is great. And also, I think you need when you first start, you like, and this, Sam, but more for the audience, like you have all this excitement about it. Like you're like, oh, it's good. And then you run into some hard stuff about it. Like things get real and it's tough. And so I think if you have a stronger reason you're doing it too, it kind of carries you through that. So I guess, on that vein, you hired your first photographer in June, I think you said. What is your goal with the business? Like, I mean, you've grown quickly in a short period of time, and so it's funny to say like, what's your long-term goal? But really what I mean is like next year and the year after, whether you call that long-term or not, like, what do you want to see happen with the business, or what's kind of your desire?
Yeah. So my desire is honestly to get back to having more time with my family. I think that's everyone's desire. I'm not trying to be the guy that works 80 hours a week until he's 65, retires, and then like dies of a heart attack before he gets to spend any of the money he saved. That's honestly the way this world is kind of set up. So my goal, and it sounds like I've had her for a while before getting her out shooting. She went on like a 20-day vacation. I got to talk to her about that. But anyway, so my goal is to get her trained, get her going on herself, maybe have one more person across the state line, because where we're at, there's a bunch of traffic if you start going back and forth. So maybe get one more person on the other side of the river and then kind of see where things go. Because honestly, like I said, my goal is to just provide for my family, get my debt done, paid off, start being able to put something into savings, and enjoy life. Like I'd like to get more of me out of the equation. Not to the point where I'm not disconnected from my clients that I've made and the relationships I've built, but enough to where I can say, look, this is my team now. I got, we're 3 photographers, for example, and maybe next year or something like that. And being able to say, Emma takes care of X clients, whoever the next person's name takes care of X clients, and help manage them. Like I'm starting to get into that role, and it's really bizarre, I'll be honest. Like, trying to make that shift from I'm doing everything to like going hands off. I'm about to really start hitting that, and it's terrifying, but that's what I'm really working on. But yeah, I'd like to be able to work a couple days a week, do the admin stuff in the office, spend time with my wife. That's what I'm kind of chasing.
Love it. Yeah, I was smiling because I was listening to you talk about the I would say it's almost more scary than making cold calls is sending, the client you worked so hard to get, a
Dude.
photographer you hired. You're like, please don't mess it up,
Yeah, especially because I got some feedback initially, because there are other companies in my area who, like, no communication would just send someone.
Yeah.
And they don't even know them. And I told a couple people, like, look, when I transition this, you are going to 100% be in control of that decision. If you want me, you're going to have me. It's fine.
Mhm.
And I'll keep that going for a while. But it's like, there's going to be a few clients I know that just, they connected with me and they want me. But I've had to reiterate and tell my clientele that the magic does not happen here.
Mhm.
The magic happens with coordinating everything at home, on the computer, on the phone. All of that is this business. And I tell them this. I tell them I could teach you in 1 month how to do everything I do on
Yeah.
site. It's not the on site stuff that's difficult.
Mhm.
So I think that kind of almost training your clients a little bit with that mentality has helped. And that's kind of what the situation that I'm in, and moving forward, I foresee it being there for a little bit longer until we kind of get more comfortable with that. So
The nice part too is they, assuming you hire the right people who fit what you're looking for in your company and kind of, match the culture you want to build, your clients build those same relationships with your photographers. And it's funny to see that because, for example, it kind of comes full circle. Like at Norman and Young, there are clients. I mean, a majority of our clients at this point, I've never shot for.
right.
I guarantee you a big portion of them would be irritated if I showed up. They're like, you know what I mean? And so it's just this funny transition that occurs. And I think if it does happen incorrectly, it's just because you hire someone that's not, a people person, not going to develop relationships in the same way. But if you do that, it's amazing because then they want that person more than they want you. And that's like a very rewarding thing.
Well, I'm leaning into that because the person that I did hire, I can already tell you, is way nicer and way more patient than I am. And I've been telling my agents that, like, you say you like me, but you haven't even met Emma yet. She is like the sweetest thing, and she will 110 take care of you.
Yeah.
And so I think I did find the first good hire, and just hype her up a little bit, throw her to the wolves. That's what my method's going to be, and see what happens. She'll be okay though. She's tough.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, it's so funny too because usually it happens faster. I mean, you already said this, so I don't want to reiterate too much. But you said the magic is not anything to do with you. It's like the process that you set up, and they just don't believe you until they see it. And then they go to one shoot and they're like, "Wow, I liked Emma. I think you said her name was. I like Emma better." And and on top of all that, maybe in the future there's more availability with Emma or whatever it looks like. So there's like more reason, which is
right.
Cool. So,
yeah, because my goal is to have, I guess that kind of pertains to the goal of the next year or two. In my market, there's a big issue with basically being booked out too long and not having any availability. Whereas I'm still growing and have time slots where I can still fit people in. And I've been trying to make that a point where one of my core business models for this is going to try to never have a slot we couldn't fit you in. And that's kind of like one of the mental focuses that I'm trying with my business, because an auto HDR has helped tremendously with that. So yeah, just, I don't even know where I'm going with that.
No,
but,
I mean,
it's just,
I just want to echo that too from, our perspective. We see a lot of different businesses. We obviously have a lot of data from Norman and Young over the years. And across the board, there isn't a bigger thing that causes clients to go to another photographer than very poor availability. Especially if you start getting booked up more than a week out, you lose clients who love you and don't want to leave, but they also need money because they need to get a house listed. And, there's another photographer that can do it. And so, for those in the audience that have a full-time job and you're like, wait a second, I'm not going to be able to do it. that's exactly right. Like you're going to lose clients from the start because you have poor availability, but you don't need every client when you're getting started, right? You need the ones who are willing to wait for you.
Right.
And then once you start getting in a position like Sam, where he has, he's full time doing this, starting to build a team, then you work to capture that other market share. And I think that's exactly what you're saying too, is like you have photographers in your market, Sam, that are booked up. So you're getting a lot of clients from it. And so I think it's important to play like the strength you have right now
Mm-hmm.
to your advantage.
And be adaptable too. Like that might change.
Yeah.
But that's the strength that we're going after right now, is just being ready to
take anything. Yeah.
You know, cameras in the car, hop in and let's go. I could be there in an hour. So that kind of stuff.
I think from like a like being a or hiring a vendor perspective too. I mean, I almost always hire the first person that says yes, and then I'll develop a longer term relationship, right? So like I have a guy that when we moved into the house, we had a bunch of extra boxes, and I called him. He's like the first one to text me back about taking the trash. And like every time I have a bulk trash, I call him. Like I don't even call and so it's really, that's how you win a lot of business.
Well, and agents are primarily communicators.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're literally handling like, 10, 15, 20 different communications for maybe one house. And that just is exponential, the amount of people, till they get a team, and then it just shifts a little bit, but they're primarily a communicator. So if you focus on being a communicator, they will immediately link with you. If you reply quickly, if you answer questions fast, that's like, it's huge.
I've never thought about it in that way. And how true is that too? Because from their perspective, if they're trying to link, the title company with all this stuff, it's like, you don't want someone that delays, because that just makes your job annoying.
Trigger for them almost.
Yeah, if punctuality is an issue for you, work on that first. I'm not even joking. It is like the most important thing and you're going to be glued to your phone for a while when you get things going. You'll have to set your boundaries and whatnot. But like, be ready to text them back, be answering your emails. As an admin, you have to be on that. Otherwise, like you said, they're just going to go to someone else who replies. So communication is huge.
Agreed. Well, Sam, thank you for being on here. We went a couple minutes over, so sorry about that, but I appreciate everything you shared. A lot of nuggets in there, honestly. So we'll recap, but thank you for your time, and looking forward to continuing to watch you grow.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. It's
glad you randomly commented last week, so we can
no problem.
We'll do it again.
Thanks for coming on here.
We're at. We'll see where we're at in 6 months and have you on again.
And I want to tell you guys, I really appreciate it. All the I know that I'm paying for coaching, but the camaraderie, having the resources that I need, I mean, it changed my life. So thank you guys for all your hard work too. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, man.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah.
See you later.
You guys have a good one.
We'll see you in the Wins channel. Welcome
in, everybody. Welcome to another Q&A that I'm excited for, frankly. You can see by the headline. We have Tana here today. Tana grew an amazing real estate media business, and excited to interview her. But before we jump into that, we need to get some comments going on. And so share your win if you had something good happen in your real estate media business this week. I'm going to just jump into it and just take Tana's win from her and just say something that I think is really cool. It says how she grew to 8K month in under 7 months, but I think you actually had an 11K month in November, Tana. That was around a Black Friday credit sale. So I just love to jump into it with that. That was, so November, what number month was that in business roughly for you?
So November was 5. It might have been, I think it was 5. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not to stalk your timeline or anything, but we've been watching your results. So
you guys didn't tell me I needed to have dates and stats.
Dates, numbers, metrics.
Everything is ready to go. No, but talk a little bit about how you did that, because that's just a really cool intro story. I know that's not the baseline revenue that you get every month. I mean, it will be very soon here, but what was that? What happened?
So Derek and I, my husband and we went to the REPP conference and met some super amazing people, talented people, everybody talking and kind of bouncing ideas off each other. And kind of in that moment, lots of conversation circling around the fact that like November and December is slow season. And like, oh my gosh, like that's where we're ending our program and we're in slow season. And how are we going to meet our guarantee? Yeah. And not that the number was the end goal for me, but it was in the back of my head and it was kind of looming there. And I really walked away and said, we're going to make it. Like, we're going to make the guarantee. And I just had this idea. I was like, okay, I've run businesses before and we've had Black Friday sales. Let's have a Black Friday bundle where we are not somebody who's going to offer sales all the time, but let's go ahead and offer up a deal to our realtors and put it out there on social. And so we had varying levels from, if you wanted to go in small, where it was like a $350 package, it got you an extra $50 credit, all the way up to if you did a 5K spend, then you got $17.50 in credit. Yeah. And I put the big number out there just to say, hey, and it's there. We'll see what happens, you know. And we had a few takers on the big number, and then we had some on the other side of that. And it was like winning the lottery almost a little bit. I was just like, oh, wow. Like, first of all, awesome numbers, but more, it was just that stamp of approval from those agents to say, yeah, I'm committed to you. We're committed to you for 2026 and beyond. And it was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. Like you said, I think that's the biggest thing. Obviously, the money is great, but it's like them showing that they're willing to pay ahead of time is huge. So what was your like biggest month before that? Because that was like, I mean, going back, that was maybe your fourth or your fifth month, depending on how we calculate. What did like your first, second, and third month look like?
So, I mean, we started with the real slow trickle. I mean, I think we had hit maybe 3K at that point.
Okay.
Right. And I didn't think going into November and December, because I knew, first of all, we were at the conference. Second of all, for December, we were going to take time off for the holidays. And I just knew, I was like, to get to 5K, like for November and December, I don't feel like we're going to get there, and that's okay. We'd been keeping up on everything, so I felt like if we needed to push things along, we would. But yeah, I mean, we kind of grown from like, I think it was like 1 to like 2.5 to 3.
Yeah.
And then I think
normal ramp up, but then just like going into slow season, it's like, how do I fix that basically?
Exactly. So it's one of those that one of the big things I took away from the conference was I felt like in that moment I was so caught on numbers and not appreciating where we had come in that time and kind of that gap in the gain, right, that Todd talked about. And at that moment, when we put that deal live, I just kind of left it there and said, hey, no matter what happens with this deal, with us wrapping up at the end of the year, I just feel like I can look at how far we came from the beginning of this, even just looking over my Monday to Friday, the wins and everything, to be like, dang, we did that. That's pretty awesome. I'm really proud of us, you know? So no matter what, that's where I was at with it. And I wanted our kids to see that too, they're teenagers, and to see that we could, you know, that I could start all over in a career and really get out there and educate myself and put myself out there and be uncomfortable in the moment, but be hungry and ready to grow. And I think it was a big family win for us all. So.
Yeah, I can imagine. They're in, you know, that age, obviously, where it's like the world's starting to get more real too. And so them seeing you do that and then do well too. I mean, I'm sure it's not been all, you know, we'll get into some of the things that have been harder, but it's like, I think that's a really cool message to share. And it's like, I mean, you got the business to the point where it's making great money really fast too. I mean, obviously we all have bigger goals, right? Like you were saying, it's always something we can chase, but I think that's really cool. What,
real quick, you explained, like, I feel like my favorite moment in entrepreneurship where there's and it can be spread out over time, but there's an initial moment where it kind of hits you on what you've built and just the pride of what you've built beyond the money, but just to grow something from the ground up to where you are now. It's like, I wish there was a name for it. I think I called it a Mack truck moment a long time ago. Did you like a Mack truck one day? I remember when I went through that moment, it was like, that's how it felt. It just kind of hits you really hard, but other people, it might be over time or whatever. But explain that a little bit more as far as what you said, as far as like the pride of what you've built. If you can, like, was that a moment that hit you kind of randomly, and do you remember that moment, or was it just kind of over time you just kind of sunk in?
Sure. I would say a moment that stands out in my mind actually kind of centers again back around our teenagers. It's sometimes hard to get praise from our teens and have them like actually see what we're doing and, you know, have more than a meh kind of reaction. So to have our son and daughter actually both independently come to me and be like, wow, like, Mom, I just watched, this friend sent me a video you guys just did on this house.
Ooh, nice.
Like, that's really awesome.
Yep.
That's really cool. My son coming up and just hugging me. And like today, when I told him I was going to be on with you guys, he's like, he went instantly as we're driving to school and he's like checking out. I was like, okay, got to see the YouTube, got to see the stats and all that. And he's like, you're going to be on this? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, all right, cool.
That's
good
so
job, Mom. So
Yeah.
That's
I have
amazing.
made it. That's
awesome.
all that matters.
That is hard too. Like I just remember thinking, I was like, you know, you kind of think you know better than your parents at that stage, but you clearly don't too. And so the fact they're like admitting that, it's amazing. That's awesome. Huh. Yeah. What, I mean, I know, you know, I would imagine that is part of what made you take the leap to start this business. But I guess, you know, start from the beginning. Like what led you to real estate media? What made you want to jump into it? That sort of thing.
Sure. So I knew I had a career in weddings and special events. And I knew that the company that I worked for, which was originally a family business, had been involved in it since I too was a teenager on some level, and it had been my true career. I knew that it was getting to a point where that company was going to be sold, and I knew I did not want to continue with the company that was buying it. And I was lucky that I had enough time to know that was coming and start to think about, okay, what does that mean for me? What does that mean for our family? And I feel thankful that because our kids are the age they are, I knew that I had the flexibility time-wise to kind of put mom hat to the side a little bit and step more into building something not only for myself but for the family. And you know, I had a friend. I was kind of like, what am I going to do? You know, we all go online and start searching, you know, looking and trying to flip over every stone. And I had this friend that was like, okay, this is going to be weird, but like go on TikTok and just like go just look at stuff and see what the algorithm sends your way. And I'm like, I'm not a TikTok person. I'm not going to do that. And she's like, just do it. Just do it for a couple days. You don't have to post anything. You gotta just go do it. And everything started popping up was like very much theater, because my kids are really big into theater. Yeah. And then real estate media, and boom, there comes Eli. So started watching, and it was one of those that it wasn't like a slow aha. It was a pretty instantaneous, like light bulb.
Really?
Wait a second. Yeah. Because of the background in events, because here in Austin, we have actually been involved on like photo booth marketing and event activations for like South by Southwest and other things that kind of shut down during COVID. I didn't have photographer experience like you would say like a wedding photographer would or anything like that. But when it came to like you giving your gear list, like we had pretty much everything. And I know that's really unusual for a lot of people that are starting this. But, you know, aside from the drone and the drone license and all that, I was like, okay, we could do this. We could like actually do this and very quickly. And that's what I needed to be able to get going quickly. And I was just like, I went to Derek and I'm like, okay, this is what I want to do. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't, what do you think? It was like, no, like this is what I'm going to do. And hold on, be ready. And I think with Derek, I'm really lucky that he is my go-to guy for like when I need something, he's like, I'm on it. Like, hey babe, I need a website. I'm on it. Hey, I need you to go get your drone license and learn how to do this and watch these tutorials. On it. Okay, I need you to help me figure out like how we're going to do video and how we're going to scale this. Okay, I'm on it. So even though he has his own job and whatever, he's been able to step in and help me a little bit. And he's always my go-to guy. So I'm lucky.
And he's out. I think you said he was out shooting houses right now.
He's literally doing that currently in this moment.
He is, yes. And same thing. Yeah, he's out. I was like, I need you to go do this. He said, I'm on it. So he's out there doing it.
So what do you, I mean, I know, you're the one that started the business. What do you kind of do? What does each of you do in the business, or how do you break down kind of that side of things?
Sure. We're really in the growth side of it right now too. So what we have been doing is not what we're going to be continuing to do. Initially, we were doing a lot of shoots together here and there. And I would do, like when we would do video, a lot of those shoots would be together where he'd be doing a lot of the filming. I'd be working with the agent and kind of working together. We have in the events industry, that's how we met. So we've always kind of worked parallel, not necessarily overlapping, but like we each know our own lanes. And now, like he's always been, when we'd be bringing stuff back, he was like my QC guy. He was the one doing all of the like edits, tweaks, touches, getting it all going. And now we have 2 VAs. Shout out to Jazz and Dave. They are crushing it. So we love them. So now we can go out and do more and connect with more agents while they are handling a lot of that behind the scenes stuff that we need to keep growing. So
yeah.
Very
nice. So what did that look like when I know you said you found it on TikTok, you decided real estate media, we worked with you, of course, in launch coaching, and then now in Ford, you're with David, who's awesome. But I guess a couple of questions, and I don't mean this to be a coaching pitch at all. Just curious, you're obviously a very capable person. Like, what made you jump into coaching versus just start trying on your own?
Good question. So I definitely am somebody who considers myself like a lifelong entrepreneur. And Derek and I both have had other businesses that are side hustle or us doing things that circle around all different kind of event universes, right? And I've told coaches this before, that like Rayana was my first coach. And I told her, every other business or venture we've had, we've not been able to grow beyond just us. Like we have been too locked in on wearing all the hats and doing all the things and having let me just do it, because to explain it to somebody else just takes too long. And I'm just going to lock in and I'll just get it done. It's just easier that way. And this time I knew, like when I watched some of your videos and everything, I knew instantly like what I had been doing was not the way forward. That to make it to that next level and to do what I wanted to do with this, I needed to listen, like take that part of my brain, put it aside, and be willing to hand pieces over to other people and trust in the process of coaching and learning and tutorials and asking questions. I'm somebody who is always like, I'll just figure it out. But that's the great thing about REPP is not only is there AI Eli and everything that you guys provide, but even just the students themselves. So many friends that I've made and conversations that have been had in circle and out of circle about like, hey, have you run into this? Or like, hey, what are your settings for this? Or how do I fix this? How do I do this? And it's really cool. I've never had a business where you have competition or friends or whatever that you could lean on and learn from and grow quickly. So
very interesting. Yeah, that aspect of it is something that I don't think a lot of people consider at the start, which is it's not something you realize how important it is until you have it, I think. At least that's how it was for me, just kind of building a network like that. What so you hired 2 VAs. I know you said it was going to be something that you thought was going to challenge you to do that, to sort of delegate. How's that been? Having a team now.
Sure. So we actually we did have one other VA. We actually took on our first VA when we came to the REPP conference.
Yep.
Like her week 1 was us being at the conference, and I was just like, whoa, okay, here we go. Let's see how it goes. And it was going well, but it was part-time for her and she was working for another rep company. And so then after the holidays, like she's like, hey, can we, hop on a Zoom? And I was like, oh no. Like I could sense the breakup feel, and I took like a day or two to like, be sad about it and like lick my wounds, and have that breakup heal. And it's totally like she's sweet, everything's great. But I knew instantly it was like, okay, well, I gotta like get back on this immediately. And instead of just having one VA now for like Instagram and social, we are drowning in QC and all of our editing final touches. So we're going to break out and have two. And so we brought on two and it's been amazing. We're now like a month in with both of them. And they, again, like David says, like aces in their places. He was the one that was like, go with that. Like, do not give one person too much to do because they too will drown. So you have to divide and conquer. And in doing that, like we have everything on Slack. We have everything really dialed in. Our former VA gave us SOPs to roll over to the new person. Like, I mean, so we really have worked through a lot of those baby growing pains, I would say, on round one to really know on round two, like, okay, how can we improve this and how can we go even faster and further with these teammates? So.
And what is your because obviously you're building a great foundation. VAs are kind of like the first hires that you bring in. You're starting to delegate stuff and have SOPs. But like, what does the vision for the future of the business look like? Where are you trying to take things?
Sure. So we actually, as of yesterday, chatted with Allie, and we're going forward with Rep Talent to hire on our first photographer. So our goal being, we knew going into this year that we wanted to get 2026 started. We knew we were looking to start the hiring process February, March, have them totally trained up, ready to go, hopefully by the end of April. So we wouldn't be behind, because everybody that I've talked to, everybody's like, oh man, I waited too long. I waited too long. I wish I had listened to Eli. I wish I had started sooner. So I was like, all right, Derek, like 7K to 10K, like that's where we need to be. And then we hit 7 and I'm like, and we're going. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yes, we're doing it. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yes. And so we are moving forward on that side. Ideally, I would definitely love to bring on a few more photographers. So we don't have to be the ones out shooting all the time. We can be the ones kind of running things. But I will admit, I love going out and shooting. Like I do. Yeah. It is. It is very fun. I like not only meeting all the agents and building relationships, but I really like getting to have that creative side and, get to see beautiful homes and meet with people who are stagers and other vendors and connect and kind of just get to know our community more and be more active in the different areas around us. So.
It really is a fun business. I think, I'm sure every business has its pros and cons, but like I look at a lot of other businesses and I'm like, I would want to get myself out of doing that so fast, which is almost a good thing for scale, right? Because you're just like you're not thinking like I like this, but at the same time, it's like you want to be in a business you like, And so I think that's why a lot of people stay too long solo, because it's not a terrible thing. It's like you can make good money when you're solo, It's like you're doing stuff that's fun, but scale's also fun, of course, and building a team. I think that's something you're already talking about enjoying. I think you'll really enjoy that when you start to get a team of photographers and stuff like that. And I think the other fun part is about the timing. It's so funny because I think no matter when you do it, it always feels like it was too late, especially this time of year. Because like we're in February, and we're going. It's like March, April, May, and then you spent a lot of time during October, November, December planning the seeds that are going to grow in the next couple months. So I think you're going to definitely hire more than one photographer this year by necessity, which is always fun to watch just based upon your ramp rate, So is the goal, like, do you want to is this a business you want to build up so it kind of, runs without you eventually? Are you wanting to get your kids involved? Like, where do you see that going?
Absolutely would love to take a page from like Colleen's book. And I think I told you before we started that Derek and I, we were very blessed to have lived in Italy for a year. And so when Colleen was talking all about stepping away from the business and getting to go to Italy for a month, I was like, oh, girl, you're speaking my love language. Like, I hear you. Absolutely would love to be to a point where we can have a team that is running things and handling everything, and we can step back and go do and enjoy the end of our kids' teen years before they leave us and move on to their own career paths. I do think that our kids are creative, and our son particularly might have some interest in the business, but coming from a family business, I also know the importance of letting them kind of go out and figure out their own path. Whether that ends up coming back around to us in some way, that would be cool. But again, I've already got their stamp of approval that I'm doing all right in the mom book. And even if they, you know, fly the nest and go do something else creative, I'll be there to cheer them on. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. What I guess I'm thinking about someone that's watching this that is newer to the business, maybe hasn't even started yet. You were recently started, you have momentum, so I think you could speak to that better than Rod and I can. Like, what's some advice you have for someone who's wanting to start this business?
Sure. I would say for anybody who's looking to get started, obviously starting with you guys, going into coaching and really following the steps and not getting caught on, I think a lot of people will in the beginning get hung up on one thing. It's like, oh, I have to, build out my Spiro. I have to build out the website. I have to, things that look really big in the beginning because you're this close to it that when you get a couple months down the road, you're going to start to be like, that wasn't that bad. You're okay. You're doing good. Just keep working it, keep going, and allow yourself to stumble. Like, nobody's perfect. And, just know that you're going to look back at 6 months to where you were at month 1 and have accomplished so much. And I think having all of the tracking and the reporting and everything that you guys have really helps you to have these like snapshots of the journey along the process, whereas with other businesses, you don't. You're going to forget all of the wins, you're going to forget all the good stuff, and all you might look back on is the struggles. And by having these events, I would say, and this connection and community, you're going to look back instead on like moments where you connected with people, weekly calls you had, your coaches, funny stories that you guys shared, and things like that. So I would just say, don't get caught in the weeds. Like, yeah, there's scary moments, but there's a lot of really fun and amazing people in this industry. And that is going to be one of the best takeaways that's unexpected that you'll really enjoy.
I'm smiling because I pulled up, it's one of my all-time favorites. I'm going to screen share here. Rod, can you see this? Yeah. I can get on the screen. This is so funny. I don't know if you saw this video, Tana, in the course. I put it in there. It's somewhere. But basically what you described is the most common thing. And I think it's hilarious because like you go through this with everything you start, right? So it's like if you look down here, when you know nothing about real estate media, your confidence is really low, right? And then I always say this can happen big picture or small, right? It's like people start watching Eli videos on TikTok or they watch some of Camilla's, right? On YouTube, and then they go up, oh, real estate media is easy, right? And they're like, okay, and then they jump into coaching somewhere in here, or maybe they even fall down here first, and then they're like, wait, I have to do this stuff, and then your confidence just gets destroyed. You come back down to the valley of despair is I think the only way to put it, right? And then this is what you're talking about. If you just keep going through it, you move up this slope to where it's like, okay, I'm getting my feet underneath me. And it's funny because I think this chart happens big picture for your business as a whole, but it also happens every day with new stuff you have to do. That's like, oh, I got to shoot a real estate video. That's going to be easy. I watched a video. I get to the house. I forget my settings and it's way harder than I thought. And the gimbal won't balance. And then you're like, this is terrible. And then you move back up. And so I just had to pull that up because I love that chart, and I think it speaks to what you were saying pretty well. So
Absolutely. I think it can be a daily example of the industry as well as like monthly and further out. I was shooting a house the other day by myself, and it was it was the nicest house I had shot by myself, and everything is going so good, and I was so excited, and I'm like wrapping up, and I'm like, okay, I just got to go finish up outside, and I was like so excited in the moment. I hadn't realized my battery was like about to die. And so I'm just about ready to like take my last couple shots in the backyard, and the battery's dead. And I like the screen goes black, and I like had a moment of panic. Like, what did I touch? What did I do? Oh no. And then I had to just stop and be like, okay, it's got to just be the battery. So I went and got another battery, put it in the camera, and the screen stayed black. And I'm like, what did I do? Like, I was ready to call Derek and be like, hey, tech support, what did I do? What did I do? I literally had put the battery back in, and it had not fully clicked on the bottom. So I took everything apart, flipped it over, closed it, flipped, and it turned on, and it was like, oh. But I will tell you, in that moment, I had a little bit of a panic and saying, oh, what have I done? You know, I'm going to have to like, I'm working ahead and saying like, well, I'm gonna have to come back, and I'm gonna have to shoot outside again. And I just have to like tell this agent, like, I didn't feel good about it. So I might swing back by and get a couple more shots outside. Yeah. And, you know, I'm already like that far ahead when I just needed to like take a second, take a breath, and everything will be okay.
It is interesting too, because it's like, I mean, we all try so hard to build our business that I think any issue that comes up feels like a big deal, because it you know, you spend all this time trying to have things be right, and it's like, I got this far and then it messed up. You know, and then it's funny because I feel like that doesn't, experience makes those things happen less, but I don't know. I think you just get better at handling them, really, is what it is. I think I actually was the worst photographer at the end of when I was shooting, like right before I really leaned into building a team, because I was just, there's so much going on. Like I was forgetting SD cards and batteries were dead and crashing drones. And I'm like, Eli, you got to get it together here. So anyway, this is a hard pivot to an almost completely different topic, but well, kind of. I always try to balance out, you know, I don't want to contribute to that Dunning-Kruger curve more than I ought to, and make people feel like this is going to be the easiest business ever, because I don't think that prepares them to put in the work. So what are some of the things that you found challenging, I guess, or what's something that was challenging and how did you overcome it?
Oh, good question. Obviously, there's lots that you could say is challenging at different moments. And my answer definitely is going to be far different than what Derek's would be. But for me, I would say, you know, aside from just learning, like all the different steps I needed to follow in the process on site and retaining that, because I'm to that age where like I've got so many things going on with kids and family and this, that, and the other, that in one ear and out the other. Like I need to be able to like rewatch things, all the videos. I even have like a folder on my phone that's like my little cheat sheet for like settings and things like that, should I happen to forget. So I would say in the beginning, like actually learning the process and getting everything set up and going through it, and then trusting myself and being comfortable with that. As far as coaching side of things and actually within REPP, I would say really allowing myself to, you know, be vulnerable and like honest with my coach about like, maybe I'm struggling, I'm having a hard day or a hard week, and it may have nothing to do with real estate or a client or a customer. I never had coaching before, and during that time we had the flooding in Austin, with everything with Camp Mystic. I lost my grandmother and had to travel for her funeral, and had different family things come up that I obviously, when I started coaching, did not anticipate any of those coming up. And I would say having Rayana and having the team to know, like, okay, like there are ways to work around these moments, and you need to be there for your family or for your community. And you can still keep growing and still keep working, just in a different way than maybe you thought. And had I not had the team and the coaching, I would have stopped, honestly. I would have stopped where I was at and been like, I will pick this up when I get back. All right, 100% full stop. And then when getting that momentum going again, you almost lose that. And not to say I wasn't given the permission to stop or do things, but instead it was like, yes, go be with your family, go do what you need to do, but just know that, you have all these people and all this process and team in place, that you're not alone. And so if you have forgotten something or if you stumble back, we're here to help, and that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think it's how, I mean, life's always that way too. And so I think it is easy to prepare for something and then everything changes and you're like, what the heck? And it throws you off course. So I'm glad you brought that up too, because just from my perspective, seeing students go through the program and people we work with, I think those are the biggest hurdles to overcome, is the stuff you just didn't anticipate having to deal with. That's just part of it, and I think one of the things we try to do is, I think it's important in a sense to like separate business and personal, but I think it's more just about integration, right? It's like your life is always going to play a big role in your business, and you're creating the business to allow you to do things in your life, right? At least that's the way I think about my business, right? It's like, I love the business and I love the people I get to work with, but there's an element of it too that's like, what is this business for? It's to help me do the things that are important to me. And so I think that's both the challenge with owning a business as well as the upside that you get from it, is you get more flexibility than a lot of people have in other careers and jobs they work. And so I think that's pretty cool.
I appreciate you sharing that too as well. I mean, that when people see the titles of these, how Tana got to $8,000 in 7 months, it's easy to be like, oh, it must have been easy, but to have gone what you've gone through and to stay positive and to be able to channel that in a positive direction versus the other way, which can so easily happen, is quite a powerful thing. So I think that's even for me, it's like, you see results like that and you think, okay, it was just one of those things that just kind of smooth, but like to face the challenges like you have and to still get there, that's quite an incredible feat that you've obviously accomplished, you and Derek. So yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I think a lot of people, Raphael commented too in the comments too, so that was very encouraging. I think a lot of people can, sometimes it's, you mentioned like you were glad that you were in coaching at that point, but having Rayon at that point, I wouldn't want anyone else at that point. She can help anyone through anything, I feel like, from what we see. So, but sometimes it could be the reasons not to do something, but it's all the more reason to, if that makes sense. So sometimes it can be like, okay, if I go through those things, being in coaching might not be a good idea. No, it's like, that's what you need to do. You need people around you to help you, because when those things happen, as life likes to do, it's nice to have that support. So I'm happy to hear that you leaned in on that in that coaching. It's just nice to hear that it's provided more than just the guarantee and people hitting the guarantee, that it actually was helpful through other moments like that. It's really encouraging to hear, and really going to glaze and really compliment Rayana on our wins tomorrow. She's not safe from a ferocious compliment from us for what she's helped you through. So I really appreciate you sharing that, Tana, actually.
Thank you. Yeah, I did let her know I was going to be on. So I told her, and I told David, I was like, hey, here's the link. Go check it out. So yes. So they've both been hitting me up today. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Shout out to everybody.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Well, thank you for your time today.
It's been 40 minutes. What the
I know
I thought that was like, I thought I was going to see 17. My guess was 4:17 was what time it is. 4:30 died. That's okay. We kept you over. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. For everything, for being willing to share. And Rayana said, and she would not mind me passing this on, I am sure, but she said I asked for some thoughts on what made you successful, so I could ask good questions. And she said at the end, she really is just a model rep student. And I was like, okay, I got to pass that on. So I appreciate you for, trusting us with coaching, and it's just, I mean, we like when people get results, obviously that's what we're here for. And so when someone just really dives in and does things, it's cool to see. So I appreciate you for being here and for that. And have a great evening, and tell Derek we said hi.
All right, will do. Thank you guys. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
See you later. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We have a really good one for you today. I'm sure we kind of gave it away by the title and thumbnail a little bit, but excited you're here. And Rylan, thank you for being here as well, the star of the show today.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. I the other day, which I guess you didn't see like the background of this, but I asked in our coaches chat who would be really good to have on the live, and there was a somewhat unanimous consent on your name. So I wanted to bring you in here. I know you've grown really quickly. So yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, just dive into the last 5 months, what things have looked like, where your business is at, and wherever you want to take that, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So like started totally from scratch. I mean, I've done a little bit of photography growing up, but nothing major. And I've just always wanted to own my own business. Like I've been in the service industry for 10 years. Serving and bartending, but I took a little 2-year hiatus and worked for like a mom and pop medical equipment company, and the pop took me under his wing and like really just like became my first business mentor. And he's the reason why I dropped out of college, and he's the reason why I started like pursuing sales, because he was like, look, you can either trade your time for money, trade your skills for money in sales where it's not directly correlated to time, or you can trade other people's time for money and in ownership. And he was like, he really explained to me that like my dad was a lawyer. And he was like, look, even though your dad was the highest paid sort of profession that you have as an example to look at, if he didn't go to work, there would come a day where he didn't get paid. Like he was trading his time for money. And, so that really sparked my interest into like business ownership. And so I tried to like parlay the skill set there into selling medical equipment, and that was tough. And then so I ended up getting my real estate license in the state of Texas, and did not like real estate. I did it for like all of 2 months, but I really started to like be interested about the industry. Like I would love to invest one day. And so I wanted to know a lot of real estate agents. I was like, well, what can I do that's like sort of adjacent? And I was getting really interested in drone stuff like that, because I was in Texas, and there's a lot of like lot listings and just open land that they need drone footage for and stuff. So I started like going down that rabbit hole, and eventually I found the YouTube real estate photography world, and then sort of quickly was able to sift through everybody to find Eli as being like the person who's really trying to teach the business side of it. Because back then it was like there was this conversation of like, should you go flambient and try to be the most premier photographer in the scene? And you were like, no, there's this thing called HDR. That's what you do, because that's what you can teach other people, and that's what you can scale, and that's what you can do, in a half hour, as opposed to taking, a lot longer for a shoot. And that's when I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. And so I'd been kind of sold on the program since then, and just waiting to make it happen ever since.
Okay.
And so, yeah, me and my wife had a baby and decided we were going to move to New England, where she's from. And so I had a new marriage, new baby, new city. I was like, let's just start a business too. So,
It's added into the mixture there,
Oh yeah, you got to dive right in.
Yeah.
And it's been a blast. It's been great. So the beginning of the 5 months was pretty different than what it feels like today. Like the things that I thought were going to make the company are not necessarily what's been my differentiating factor now that I look back on it.
What do you think has been? What's allowed you to grow? I mean, you are definitely above average within our coaching community that is already above average. So you're moving quickly. What do you think's done that for you?
In the beginning, like I really thought like the whole model of per photo cost instead of the square footage formula and stuff, I thought that was like cool. I thought like everybody's just going to go for me because of that.
Yeah.
And like in the first 3 phone calls that I made, like that sort of spiel didn't really land with anybody. But I did realize a little bit further along that like what you do that for is so that there's full transparency, and you can sort of disqualify people who don't like you because of the price. Like, so the people that you're having conversations with are more qualified because you're transparent with everything. And that really, because like in the serving bartending world, especially like more upscale restaurants, like when somebody walks in the door, it's not, oh, hey, here's a menu. Do you think you'd like to come sit down and have it? And then like, come check out the table. Maybe once you see the table, like you'll like that. No, when they walk in the door, you're like, how many people? Come to the table. Here's your menu. And then the only thing you can do to differentiate, because they're buying dinner at that point, the only thing you can do to add to your paycheck that week is to upsell. And so I saw that really quickly as being like, yeah, I have a free shoot offer, but that doesn't mean it has to be free. And so I quickly just started working out the script of how do I get people to add on more than just the 40 photo service that I offered for free. And I really think it was the offer that helped propel me, because now, I mean, I still do a free shoot, but for the entire month of June, only one of them was actually $0.
Wow, that's a huge ratio. I mean, people try to upsell for sure, and that's a great way to do it, but you're doing it really well. What is kind of your process for that?
So, and this is evolved over time, but my free shoot is 40 photo service. If you add on a floor plan for $75, I'll throw in drone photos for free. I think my editing cost to that comes out to like $52.80, and for $75, I mean, I'm,
you're in the greenish. Yeah.
$23 greenish. Yeah. Which is covering the $5 a gallon gas that it takes to get there. Yeah. And then as an added layer, I'll do your first premium video for 50% off, which I charge $600. And so that brings me to a total of $375 for like $128 all in editing costs. Okay. And so when it's framed that way, it's because in the beginning I was like, it's a free 40 photos service, but it's actually a discount in my system, and you can apply it to any package you want. Well, most people just went with the free.
Yeah.
But when I was like, no, it only covers this, but you could add this, or you could add this. I have some people go middle layer, but I have enough people going for the 50% off premium video, because they get a full package for $375. They're getting drone photos, floor plan, photos, interior, exterior, and they're getting a premium video with all the bells and whistles. And I include agent on camera. I don't add any friction to that process. And so I really think that has set me up for success, because the more premium videos I do, the more I am qualified as a videographer. And so for the very first agent who accepted my 50% off premium video, because I didn't really have any examples to show her, she was just like, you know what, we vibe. Let's just go for it. I gave her 5. I was like, I'll do your first 5 for free. That way I can mess up all I want, and you'll still come back because we've got another one tomorrow, that kind of thing. And I actually did her 5th shoot on Monday this week, and so she's over to the fully paid.
She better use you for the 6th one. That's all.
Yeah, right. But it was great because the first one, like, her face was blurry. Like, I was in the 13 millimeter lens on my iPhone, and I was like far away from her, and she's like, I'm blurry. She's like, this is literally one of the reasons why I left my old guy. It was like he didn't want to be creative and flexible with like the direction of the videos, and then also like I wasn't crisp and clear on the camera. And so I was like, so sorry, I didn't charge her for that video. I was like, let's just get to the next one. And so on the next one, she didn't like her audio, and she said she sounded chipmunky, but she's still, she's paying for photos at that point, so she's still paying me like $600 for the shoot. And I can go buy a better mic. And so that's what I did, and sort of just stepped it up in quality. And now that the quality she knew what she wanted, now that her quality is up to par for her standards, so too is my quality for every other shoot that I do. And so that was my way to, because I'm shooting on an iPhone 14. Like I'm on a older model Hohem gimbal. It is the budget kit. I was doing a DJI Mic Mini. It is the most budget of a kit I could get. And so I really needed just like some baller videos as examples to show people, especially when I whip out the iPhone on site, they're not going to be like, hey, hold on, I'm paying how much for this? And so, but I never made it a point to speak upon. I was just like, oh, here we go. Let's jump right in. And really having some cool videos to show off made it so that I've never once been questioned on like why I use the equipment that I use.
You talked a lot about what you do once you get a client, and I could see why that's working well. I mean, you're well spoken, and you're creative. You're trying to put a deal together. You're like, do this, and you get this kind of thing. What's been actually big picture, what's your growth path been? Because you started at 0 like 5 months ago, basically, or maybe 6 months now. Like, what's kind of the trajectory been?
I actually should have had this ready.
No, you're good. Let's see together quickly.
So for obviously for the month of February, I got my first actual shoot within that first month.
Okay.
Let's see. So sorry. So for the month of February, I did my first 2 like fully free shoots, and then for the month of March, my revenue was $1,200.
Okay, so 0 to 1,200.
I really quickly, and it was wild. Like my first day shooting, I had 3 shoots, and then I had another one the next day, and then nothing for a month.
Yeah, and you start like going, all right, this is
And I was like, oh, we're taking off. But I'm in Seacoast, Maine, and so we had to wait for all the snow to melt, and there wasn't a bunch of listings anyway. But I was getting my Instagram method felt extremely potent compared to other people, or compared to like the numbers that I've seen. And so there was a lot of engagement with it. A lot of people responding, and they're like, look, I just need a listing. And I was like, hear that? I'm here for you whenever you want. And then I just kept, engaging on their posts throughout.
So that's what you were doing at that point, was a lot of Instagram method, or what was kind of the
all Instagram? Yeah. I've done some cold calling, but like any substantial connection that I've made has started on Instagram. Okay. And there was a meeting that I showed up on, like an agent's story popped up, and he was like, it was a town that was like an hour away from me, but he was like, come by if you're a small business owner. Like, you don't have to be a real estate professional, but we're talking sales training here. And he's got like 6,000 followers. He's like really, sort of plugged into like the town that he's in. And I texted my wife, like, I'm going. I'm just going to go to this thing. And I sat in the back of the room, and, I didn't like, hey guys, I do, photography, come check me out. I was just there to learn. And like, I asked some questions and tried to be like sort of additive to the experience, and then shook a couple hands and left. And then maybe 3 weeks later, he messaged me and was like, hey, would you want to come do the training this time? I was like, I'm brand new, but yeah, I'll come do a training for you guys on how to shoot a video that I've not done.
Yeah.
And so me and ChatGPT sat down and figured it out. And going from there, he posted me on his story about like the hook master teaching us how to, how to shoot a video. And I had some materials up on the screen that I got chat to label with like my branding and everything. And so I tried to be as like ready to go as I could. And there was like a sort of big fish in the room, an agent who is in charge of her entire company, and she's in charge of 38. And so I was like, the whole time I'm like, I want you, Lisa. Like I'm going in for you. And I ended up not landing her, but that turned into me getting like, I did get like 5 agents out of the room over the course of the last 2 months.
Yeah.
And one of them was, I don't know why, but she has 100,000 followers, 116,000 followers on her. And so she just like happened to be in the room, and then she's a newer agent, and she's like, I'm her videographer now. Like that was cool. And so doing things like that, like really helped me to like establish like just a bit of,
You're just, like, hunting for the opportunities too. I think it's easy to, especially when you're like first doing the Instagram method, you're kind of looking at it as like very transactional. You're like, I got to get these numbers at these rates, but it's like, it's not obviously the Instagram method is like what gets a lot of action going, but the real upside is like what happens after that first shoot and who they know and who they refer you to. And it seems like you've done a great job of like taking advantage of that. So you had that second month, there's like 1,200. Has it been pretty linear up to like your 11K month, or, you know, was it flat? Talk through that. Cause a lot of people suffer the first 2 months.
So second month was 1,200. Third month was 1,200. Fourth month was 8,000.
Wow. Okay. So big increase randomly. Yeah. Or not randomly, but you know.
Right. But it felt like it because I was sitting there like spinning my wheels, just still steady pushing into Instagram. And, it, like I mentioned, like we had a ton of snow, like it was a worse winter here. I'm from the South. I don't know that. I don't know anything about that. And everybody's like, yeah, just like waiting on listings to come through. And like people don't want to sell their houses. People don't want to move in the winter. Half of them are in Florida anyway. And so I just had to be patient. And it turned out that like once the snow melted, the news story was like, well, we really want it to bloom. Like, you know, now it's like March is like muddy and gross. And like, we really want like, so there was always this reason why it was like about to happen. And finally it was like within the first week of May, I had like $3,000 ordered.
Wow.
Which was awesome. And then the rest of the month was like, because that's when I hit my guarantee at 5K on I think the 14th or the 15th of the month, which was like, holy cow. And then the whole time in the back of my mind, I'm worried it's just going to fall off again. It's gone. It's like, I got to get it while it's hot. And that luckily that didn't happen. And so it's really crazy how productive the agents that I make connections with have been, because like I've had agents give me 5 and 6 and 7 shoots in the month. When obviously they had nothing the month before. And so everybody, like they were telling the truth. They were just waiting on things to shake out on their end. And there was always that kind of thing in the back of my mind, like, well, you know, we do the free shoot and then what? Like,
then what?
Do they use me again? But and honestly, like having them add on more items than just the free shoot. Because like if you do a video for somebody, y'all, it's a much more like intimate situation. If they're on camera and y'all are like right in front of each other and you got to like coach them through stuff, like
it positions you in a really good way. Not this weird like power dynamic, but it's like they trust you in a different way because they're like vulnerable on camera.
Right. And I kind of know that from like being a server and a bartender is like people, I have to approach people like trepidatiously sometimes. And I know how to like handle myself in that moment to like help them feel like they're the one making the decision, but like, this is really like the direction, you know, you should probably go in kind of thing. And so I feel like, you know, I've been honing the craft for a long time. I just didn't know what for. And so now that I found myself in that moment of like to coach somebody on camera or to try to feel like an authority on the subject, not over them, but like on the topic at hand of like recording a video. You obviously build a dynamic much faster than shaking hands at the beginning, doing 40 photos, and shaking hands and leaving.
Yeah, you have time to, it's like, because that's the purpose of the free shoot, right? Is not to give them a free product. It's like to show them the relational side of working with you and like the service side. And so do you, like one thing you probably heard us say this before, but at Norman and Young specifically, we look for people with service experience serving and bartending. And so do you find yourself using those skills a lot, and like, or is it just kind of subconscious for you at this point? I'm thinking from someone who doesn't come from that background right now that like really wants to do well in this business. And it's maybe like, well, I don't have that. Like, what does that mean to you? I guess, what are some of the customer service things that you think help set you apart?
The answer is always yes, but like, what is the question? That sort of mentality. Like I am not arguing with anybody on site. And so for that reason too, like I always try to schedule, I have my buffer time a little padded, even with just photos. And I try to be really efficient with photos. That way, no matter how stacked my schedule is, I've always got time to like rub elbows and like, crack a little joke or talk about something. And I've told agents while I'm doing it, like, they're like, I can shut up if you want to like keep doing your thing. I was like, I have enough time for you. If I don't have time to chit chat, I'm not doing my job right. So I want to have fun. And so just really, conversing, but like as I'm speaking, I mean, I do that when I'm serving and bartending too. As I'm speaking, like, we're having a pleasant conversation, but also like I'm mentioning things that I want to mention, and I'm like touching on things that I want to touch on, and really just trying to have it known what what my direction is and what my purpose is and what my mission is. So it's, and then to the customer servicing is like whatever they want. Like a lot of times they're beholden to the lister, the property owner too. And so they're not necessarily asking for things all the time because they need them. It's because they're forced to. And so working with them and just just trying to figure those sorts of problems out. Or, and like just making sure you can show the property in the best light. So yeah, because I have told that to an agent before. It's like the reason why I really enjoy the photography side of things is because I love houses and I love real estate. And now I get to see them for everything they're good about, not all their flaws and all their faults. Which is like sometimes what it felt like being an agent with like trying to speak to somebody about buying a property. All they're looking for is the things that are wrong with it. And all I'm trying to show off is all the things that are right. And so it's a cool, mentality shift is like, how cool is this place? Even though it's a 2-bed, 1-bath, and we've seen 1,000 of them.
Yeah. What, speaking of mentality, I guess you don't seem to talk like this affected you that much. And maybe it didn't. Maybe it did. And that's why I want to dig in a little bit. Like the month before you kind of had that breakout month, were you diligent with continuing to do the work, or were you kind of like, is this business going to work? Or what was like your headspace kind of that month before?
So money became tight and I was like, it was stressful for sure. But I bumped up. I went from 10 DMs a day to 15.
Okay, so you just went action when it happened.
Yeah, that's that moment right there. I think is a crusher of a lot of people in this business. Is everyone's situation is different, but it's the first 2 or 3 months is the it's gonna test you phase. It seems, right. And like that 4th month hits, but the people that trust it stay positive and actually keep working on the things and crank it up a notch versus like kind of pause. Like you cranked it up to 15. It's like those are the ones that allow the 4th month to hit like a Mack truck, like it did for you. So it's like instead of like kind of like backing away, you cranked it up once you started feeling that way. I think that's the key thing that you did that allowed you to kind of push through that test you phase.
Did you know it was going to work, or like what
blind trust? Or I know you spoke to Nicole on our team, when you originally jumped into coaching. So was it actually just convince you or something?
I forget his name, but I had spoken to a guy first because
Derek. Derek.
Okay. Yeah. I talked to Derek because me and my wife were originally planning to move to Portland. Like she was like plane tickets booked and like,
oh wow,
apartment was loaded up and like I helped her move her stuff out. We were just dating at the time and she was going to go up there and I was going to follow her. And so I talked to Derek about launching the business in Portland, but I had just seen it over and over and over again. And not only that is like, I knew the numbers. I'm very like numbers oriented. And I knew the numbers of like, generally speaking, every 10 DMs, like you're going to get one person that takes you up on it. And it just takes time for that data to mature. And so I did trust in that. Like there was I guess a bit of a blind trust in that, but not so blind because, you see Kevin and Colleen and Justin and all the people who have just done this. Yeah. And they weren't, they weren't specialists before. They didn't have a particular background that I didn't like. So I
didn't borrowed the belief from somebody else, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard
I would say so. And then also knowing those numbers of like, it's going to take time for people to come back. But when I was doing those DMs, like I was getting response.
Yeah.
And like, I remember the first week of putting out DMs, like I was already, of my first 25, because you do 5, I had gotten 3 back.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh wait, I'm over that number already. Like if it takes 30 to get 3, like I'm already doing better. So I had just distilled confidence into that moment, because that, like, I just had a feeling, I guess is the best way. Like I just
like
knew
little tastes, like you were seeing things that everybody was saying happen. So you're like, okay, if these are happening and these are precursors, then I can make sense of believing that this is going to happen eventually.
Right. And the proof is, it's all laid out in front of us in all the lives that have gone before. And so,
and you mentioned about the, taking a little bit for the data to mature. That's something you mentioned too. So you just had that trust and you were just filling your pipeline, as it's said in sales and marketing. So it's just like the agent's not going to immediately come back with, yes, sure. And like sometimes it happens, but it's when they get that next listing, so it seems like you were patient in that, healthy way where you knew, okay, mathematically, if I continue, it's going to hit. I just got to let the hit happen. And it did, combined with upselling every time on free to get some more upsells in. Like that combo is going to be a quick, get quick results. Makes sense.
I did start with a book, like a sales book, before I even knew that there was like some course material that you should read this or read that. And this was something that when I had gotten my real estate license, that the agent in charge like asked me to read, and I was Jeb Blunt, Fanatical Prospecting.
Okay.
And in that he talks about, you fill the pipeline up because things have to move down the pipeline for them to come back out. And if you're not constantly putting into it, you can't constantly take out of it. And so he just really talks about like how to set aside time and, time blocking, and block an hour of time and like do the things that you need to do. And so, and to that, like the Instagram method is boring. As you've said on a lot of the calls. And so my reason too for bumping from 10 to 15 was like, cause some days I would get caught up in things, and I've got a baby, and there's the full-time job on the other hand. And so there were some weeks where I would only get 3 days of doing DMs out. And I was like, well, if I go up to 15 and I only do 3 days at 15, well, that's 45. And if I can get to 5 days, well, that's 75. And so, even if I slow down, quote unquote, I'm still keeping the pace that I, to be expected, to try to get that sort of 5 per week over time. I didn't realize that the agents that I would get would be so busy these last couple of months. Because like I would have definitely had to do a lot more to be at this level if the agents I weren't talking to weren't doing so much. But a part of that is that sort of pre-qualification with like having your prices up front and getting them into premium videos. And if somebody's willing to, take the $375 full package, then they're probably going to be somebody that does a lot of videos in the future. And so that's just higher AOV. And my AOV is good. Like for the month of May, it was 458 or something, including free shoots. Because of so many videos.
Yeah.
And the videos, like that has helped me a ton. But again, like I said, like I had to position myself to be able to get more videos, to be able to do more videos. Like if
that's such a good trust in you in the process too. Another good example of that, is that, you were willing to give her 5 free ones to get good at it because you knew it'd pay off. And now you do it half off. They're like, sure, let's do it. They get a great video. And then they're like, dang, that's good. I want to get that each time. And now they're paying it full price each time.
And
after
other
that,
agents
you give them a taste. That's why your AOV, I was wondering earlier, I was like, I bet his AOV probably jumped up from that, just from being able to upsell video and then getting a video every single time after that when you wow them on video. So you invested into yourself like that in that way where it was like, all right, I'll do 5 free for her, but I'm going to get good at it. And now that kid, getting good is paying off. So that's a cool example. That's why I love the half off upsell. Like right when you get the free shoot done, it's like, hey, also we do this too as well. Like right then and there, get it while it's going.
And I did that for another agent, I noticed an agent, like, she uses me every, other listing, but she still uses her other videographer for the other ones.
They'll slip up one of these days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be ready. But as soon as I noticed that, I called her and I was like, hey, I didn't love the last video I did for you. To say, like, thank you for everything. I just want to do your next one for 50% off. Same thing. I was like, I just want her next one too, because she's booking photos and she's going to do a floor plan and she's going to do drone, because we're in, Seacoast, New England. And so on one side of you, there's mountains, and the other side, there's an ocean. Everywhere you go.
I have drone photos going in those.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing too, is like, you don't have to do all this over DM. Like, they're on site. And so when I get on site, I'm like, hey, you don't want drone here? Like, I just saw the mountain as I was driving right there. And they're like, yeah, I do. You know what? Yeah. Then I'll be like, you know what? Pay for a floor plan. I'll throw it in for free.
Yeah.
And then I'm doing them a favor when they already said yes. And it's
seeing more media. They know more to order next time. You're doing the exact right. I mean, that's why you're getting the kind of results you have. But it's like,
that's the point of the free shoot in the first place, is to get a taste of working with you, and then you're supposed to be creative to give them a taste of the other stuff too, so they can start to want those. And
free is the front door of freedom.
The right things. That's very nice.
Wait, you got to say that quote again. Rod talked over you. That was gold.
Free is the front door to freedom. You can go through the back door, but you got to hop the fence and dodge the Doberman and traverse the garden and find the key into the rock, or you could just knock on the front door. And so, and it's my perspective. Like, I know people stop doing the free shoot at some point. And like, if I were to stop doing the free shoot, I wouldn't even do a discount. I would just do full paid. Like, I would just be like, hey, I'm here. I think it's Justin who does Freaks. I think that's sort of his mentality on things, and Connor Dunaway, like that's how they like it. And so that's probably the route I would go. But I was talking to my father-in-law, who owned a lot of like hotels back in the day, and just he knows business a little bit. And he was like, when are you going to stop doing the free first shoot? And I was like, well, first of all, they're rarely free now.
Yeah.
But second of all, like, as soon as Netflix stops giving you the first month.
Yeah. It's very
That's
true.
when I'll decide that I've tapped out on like the value of free. Obviously, it's a lot easier for them to fulfill a free month than it is for me to go do a free shoot. But
it's a math problem, though. I mean, it's so interesting you say that, because I think that's a rarer mentality, especially as a business gets more successful, like yours is starting to become, because people go, it's so funny, and they'll genuinely mean this. I'll get on a call, be on a coaching call, whatever, and they're like, yeah, just like been doing 20K for the past few months. I'm not growing as fast as I used to. And I'm like, well, what are you doing to get clients? And they're like, well, I switched to 50% off. I'm like, do you hear what you just said?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand you don't want to do free, and they feel like they've graduated. And it's like, sure, you don't have to, but like, if you have a lead magnet that is literally printing you money, might as well keep printing. Is my take. I mean, we offer free at Norman and Young. It's not like we're using Rep Engine right now and giving away free shoots because we know the math behind it.
And if it's a lead magnet, it better be magnetic. Like, there's no sense in doing something that isn't like attractive as heck. And like, there are companies who run 50% discounts year round on 100% of their products all the time. And so we are so desensitized to discounts.
Yeah.
But everybody perks up when they hear free, because there's a lot of free stuff out there. And like that's still true. And so it's just a different kind of concept. And I have heard you speak on sometimes the free shoot doesn't work so well once you get to that like 30K, because your photographers are not as, in tune to the things that you would do to convert those shoots into recurring. And so I have a plan for that. That's going to be my highest tier of, like, once they certify for drone and then for video, they'll get another pay increase to do free shoots.
Free. Yeah. I mean, it's totally doable. That's just like the trend that we hear, is people be like, it stopped working. And like, well, yeah, because your photographers aren't doing the exact process you are. So you just have to fix that, because like the strategy didn't, it's not like, it's so funny, because I've been, we've been teaching people for a while, since 2019. And it's like, you see these people that come in, and 2 years later, they're like, it just doesn't work like it used to. And I'm over here like, I see people every day where it's working like it used to. It's just like, what changed on your end, And I think that's why, I mean, I don't want to like project anything, but like, you're going to get to 50K very fast with a lot of the mentalities you have, and then, well beyond. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. I guess quick final question, more on the audience side of things. I know you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you started watching my content a couple of years ago, and then just the life change stuff you had going on made you jump in. Is that kind of what made you like get started?
Yeah. I mean, it was like Christmas of 2024. My mom and sister asked me what I wanted, and I was like, gear. Like, I want a camera bag and a tripod. And so like, I was already like set on it then. I just knew I needed more money to get started, to be able to buy the equipment. And so like I had the camera selected in my cart forever, and was just like, oh, I need to buy this camera. I need to buy this camera. And it's just kind of funny how like having a baby
makes you like, yeah, understood.
You can figure stuff out. And I was serving at a nice restaurant in Austin, Ember. Go check it out. It's great. But I had a father at one of my tables give me $1,000 tip. And then the next week I had another dad and daughter that were on a daddy-daughter date give me a $3,000 tip.
Oh.
Like, because I had a baby due in a month, and he's like, you're a server and you're like good at your job, and like, here, I got you.
Wow.
And so like things really started falling into place. And so it's so weird how it all happened. I had parlayed that into like we needed to save for the baby anyway. And so a lot of that went into savings, and I took $1,000 and I was like, I'm just going to try to get something started that I can do to get the amount of money that I need to buy all the equipment and get started with the program. And so I was going around from business to business trying to sell like a direct mail marketing campaign, because I could pitch it for nothing and like get a bunch of people to sign on and then pay for the print. And so that was what I thought. I was like, man, because the numbers on that were cool. I was like, I can make like 10 grand off of this if I get 16 people to share a card together, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I got 0 people to sign up, and I got T-boned in the rain by a drunk driver on Cinco de Mayo. And that actually ended up as like a lawsuit situation.
Yeah.
And the payout from that is what bought my gear. And so, whereas I started that to be able to buy all the equipment, it led to me buying all the equipment, but like, 20 chiropractor visits and physical therapy and neck injections and everything later. But it's the way that life goes. Like you've said it before, and I read about it in all the business books that I read while I'm on the road. That's another thing. Like, you're in the car all the time, like get an Audible account. Like you have so much opportunity to learn. And I realized that, oh, sorry, I lost my place there for a second. Wait, where was I? Oh, I blanked.
No, you were kind of like, it all is weaving together. You got that. I think that's the point you're going towards.
You can't get lucky if you're not doing things. Like the frequency with which you are putting your best foot forward is, the amount of impact you'll have with getting something quote unquote lucky to happen. And the more times that you try at things, the more chances you have to like get lucky at one thing.
You're increasing the surface area of luck, or whatever that saying is. I like that one. It's like the harder you work, the luckier you get.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
And so like that was all 2020, like hindsight being what it is. It in the moment, it definitely felt like true despair. And like I was like in and out of a restaurant, and then I had to go back into it. And I was like, just like so done with that service industry, and was just like ready to be done with it. But, my family needed to eat, and my wife had hyperemesis. Like, she was nauseated the entire pregnancy. And then she had to stop working after like 3 months because she just like kept going in and kept leaving. And so there was, I had to, do a lot of things and keep putting my foot forward and sort of disregarding despair. Because there was more important things at stake. And that kind of thing is what, you know, put me in front of really awesome dads who like threw me a couple $1,000s just for having a baby in a month kind of thing. Like it just, the way that life happens only happens if you're willing to like let it happen to you. And yeah, getting yourself out there is the only minimum to like getting lucky, I think.
I can't add anything to that. That was very well said. And
So you're saying it was super easy to achieve that 11 grand month?
Super. I mean,
so we were just handed that 11 grand.
No work, sit back.
Yeah, no, it's like, that's just like a great story of, I know it sounds corny, but I always think everyone is writing their own story and you get to choose how you write it. And it's like, you just chose to just keep writing it and keep going on it until what you wanted happened. And when you know something's going to happen and you have that opportunity mindset, it's just easier to notice those things happening more. Like someone randomly now gives you that, like you put those cards out and then it can happen. So like, it's just, you know, how everyone says that mindset wise, like, you know, you but it's just fun to see it actually unfold with people like you've done, where you really like tackled this with a really good mindset, which is not so easy to do in the beginning stages of doing this when all the challenges hit. So I think that's a good for either people, you know, considering jumping into this, or people who are in that first 2 or 3 month, you know, zone, to just go, okay, they're just not handed this. They got to actually work for it. So I appreciate you sharing that, because it's a good reminder that it's going to be tough. It's just lean in on it, because there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And very cool.
Well, and that was not to, you know, too heavy of a plug for coaching, but that was why coaching.
You can, please do.
Yeah, coaching. But like the mindset is everything, and like you can't pull yourself out of a bad mindset. There's a Yiddish saying is like your nose and your mouth are right next to each other, but it sometimes takes someone else to tell you your breath stinks.
Yeah.
And it's like you can't pull yourself out of things sometimes. I have an awesome wife who I'm like, I want to shoot for the stars, and she's like, okay, but we're taking the stairs. And then that layered with my coach. If there is ever a point where like you have to be up against the hard part, like it's a whole lot easier to have a coach be like, yeah, you're at the pivotal moment. So, you know, this is the moment that you need to keep pushing through for something to turn over. And without having that, it's like, you just got to hope and pray. And it's, you know, there are people with the faith that have done that for thousands of years. That's how business was born. But like to not have to do that on your own is worth every penny. I couldn't imagine. So,
well, thank you for saying that. And I always think about it like the whole goal is just to like increase the odds of what we want to happen. And it's like, why do you do that? And you stack a bunch of things, like you said, right? You have the coach you can talk to. It's not just that. It's like you said a lot of things too. You're using your time while you're in the car listening to audiobooks. Like you're just soaking in info, and you're putting people around you that would make it the least likely scenario where you don't get what you're trying to get. And I think like that's the best we can all do. It doesn't mean it's a guarantee for everybody. It just means that like we can stack things that make it easier, and we can stack things that make it harder. So
Karen's your coach, right?
Yeah, Karen.
Yeah, she was shouting out when you hit 10 grand. She's always I think I saw her post that you hit a 10 grand month recently. So I was like, okay, Karen must be his coach.
Yeah. She's very master of mindset. I always call her.
She really is. She's so awesome. Good. Yeah. Well, thank you. I know we kept you a little longer than planned, but I really appreciate the time, Rylan, and I'm excited. Let us know. I mean, obviously we'll be front and center for it, but I'd love to have you back on when you hit 50. I have a feeling it's not going to be that long. So
that's the goal. That's the direction I want to go. And I want to scale. I want to have a team. I want to encompass New England. Like I want to, you know, spread my reach, and like the structure where I can just hire a photographer who lives an hour away and double my reach, like is awesome. So that's where I'm headed. And thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And I always watch these lives like I'm going to be on there one day. So it's very cool to be on there one day. Yeah.
Well, we got to one up and get you on twice, you know?
That's right. That's right. Exceeding expectations.
Yes. Thanks, Rylan. See you later.
Yeah. See you. Thank you.
Welcome in, everybody. Why is it still playing? Do you hear the music double, Rod? That was weird.
I do not. It's in your head, sir.
Oh, it is, I guess.
It is in your head.
Well, hello, everybody. First of all, Ken and Alicia, welcome in. Guys, appreciate you being here. Excited for today.
Hey. Yes, thank you for having us.
Everybody
I'm
missed it,
excited.
but we got to have some fun technical difficulties behind the scenes. But we
Which
solved
is
it.
StreamYard's fault.
It is.
If I may.
It's like a test, I
Blame it
think,
on-
is what we do. It's
yeah.
like how fast we can get all the tech issues solved. So anyway,
That's right.
welcome in to everybody in the audience. Per the usual, well, we're going to jump into it pretty quickly here with Ken and Alicia, but if you could comment a win or something good that happened in your business over the last week, we always like to start with those. And as fluffy as it may seem, it's building a business is hard, and there are times where it's especially hard. And I think for a lot of people, myself included, seeing other people achieving what we were currently struggling with or like far past that made a big difference. And kind of, at least I can speak for myself on this, helped me push through when things were tough. So if you're having a good week or a win, share it in the comments. And I guess let's jump in, straight to y'all's background a little bit. And like, how did you get started in real estate media? Go back to day one, I guess. We'll start from there.
Yeah. So it all started, I guess, with seeing your lovely face on Instagram, right?
He's
I
everywhere.
think that he is everywhere. I think that's how all of us got started. But 2023 in February, we launched our business officially. But we came across Eli's videos more like December the year before, kind of went through the course, bought the online rep course, and went through that all as fast as possible. And yeah, February 2023 is when we launched officially our business.
And we'll get into what's happened since then, because the title gives away a little bit of it. What about real estate media made you want to pursue it? There's a lot of different business you can start, obviously. What do you think it was about real estate media?
It really spoke to me. I love photography in general, but like the real estate media niche, it just seemed like a underserved niche on its own, right? And it just really appealed to me to just be out there networking, meeting new people, starting a new business and building new skills. I had no idea about real estate media until we came across you. I didn't even know it was a niche, right? I just kind of took pictures.
Yeah.
I think it was cool too to come across something that we found that we could do together. We like to work together, we like to be together, so it was like, oh, we could do, if we both kind of tag team this, we could do this together.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the things I wanted to talk about, actually, because I think it's fairly common to see couples get to work together, and I think that's awesome. It's sometimes works really well, it sometimes doesn't work very well. I think the people that it works well for, generally, it seems they have pretty good ideas of what each the other one is good at, and they kind of split the roles. Is that true with you guys? Do you both kind of work in the same things, or what have you found to be successful in that area?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say at first it was kind of hard to figure out where I fit in best, and I think that a lot of people can relate to, like, I don't know, especially wives. You're kind of like a supportive role. And, that's where I was just like, I just wanted to do whatever I could to support him. So at first it was kind of hard because he kind of handled everything at once, all on his own.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can do more. I can do more. So I was just going with him to appointments and kind of just chatting with realtors. And that actually, I think, was kind of our like secret weapon at first, is we had somebody to kind of talk with the realtors, do the extra things, and make them feel like super taken care of. And so then when it was time he was overloaded, it was kind of like, okay, is Alicia going to be a photographer, or is Alicia going to be an admin? I have background in admin, so I kind of just felt like that was more what I was leaning towards. And then we felt like that was a way to like keep us the face of the business. So like Ken could go out there and do shoots, and then I would be the one always corresponding. So all the realtors that had already met me, like, going from Ken to Alicia was a little bit easier than going from Ken to some totally different person. So yeah, I think that it was just kind of like figuring out where I fit in and just trying things out. And yeah, and now I feel like I've found my spot, and it came pretty naturally, and we're rocking it.
She stole my line too, because I literally tell everybody that she's my secret weapon, right? Like without her, like before when we were slow, she is actually what helped to make us look good, you know, straightening
Yeah.
the chairs, making the blinds perfect, talking to the client, or whether it's a seller or a realtor or anything like that. And now she's just taken over the whole admin side of everything. So, you know, it's kind of divide and conquer at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, and it probably just felt so different from, you know, like a lot of the other photographers that real estate agents are used to working with. It's very focused on the photography, which is fine. There's not a lot of that other side of it, the service side. And so you guys probably
Sure.
took it, you know, even like then there's how we teach photographers, and then there's you two both going to a shoot, which is like going to be greater than one person can ever do, right? So at the start, I bet that got a lot of momentum because you're able to just focus
Yeah.
on, you know, both sides of the business and get both done well. The kind of the problem too is with sometimes with, and I'm sure you guys can speak to this, when you're first learning real estate photography, it's like learning to drive, and you'll just be so focused on like the speed limit or the blinker that you just blow a red light, right? And I think it's a lot of times like that when you're first shooting, you're just so focused on the camera that you miss things. And a lot of times for me, it was missing that sort of soft skills side of things, like talking to the agent, just making sure they had a good experience.
Mm-hmm.
I guess kind of along those lines, question for you, or sorry, go for it, Ken. I think yours.
I got a curious question.
Oh.
Kind of, I guess, backtracking a little bit before I go
Yeah.
too far. But I'm just kind of curious, when y'all jumped into real estate media, was there any like concerns or challenges with that jump? Because we talked to a lot of people here who are considering it, but might have different reasons why it could feel like maybe it's not a good idea, or maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I shouldn't jump in and go all in. Was it just like you just knew from the start, you saw Eli's face on Instagram and you're like, I trust that guy. Whatever he's doing, I'm doing it. Sometimes people say that, and that's okay. Right. Sometimes it's like, you know, no, there's some worries, there's some fears. Is it going to work for me? Like, speak to some of that stuff that, or was it fully all in? Like, what was that like?
I mean, there are always like fears and concerns, but I'm kind of a risk taker, you know, so it really was like a calculated risk. And with the sales background and knowing like how to talk to people and build relationships, I was like, man, I feel like we can do this, you know, not because, you know, Eli makes it look so easy, because there's a lot of work that goes into it, and there's a lot of like just pounding the pavement and no's and not being answered, you know, to get to like where we're at right now. But you know, we went 100%. Like, we looked at each other. I showed her, you know, Eli's like first free intro to the rep course. I was like, babe, like, you got to check this out. This like speaks to me. I really think we could kill it at this. And she was like, yeah, like, let's go, after watching it. So
well, that was easy.
Yeah. No, seriously, I thought I was gonna have to sell her on it. And like, that's what's so
you had a whole pitch and everything. You had slides.
100%. I think I even said that.
Well, I think because he had me watch Eli's thing, that was, you know,
smart move.
He was the pitch, right?
Smart.
Yeah, that's smart. Good job.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, for me, I think like, oh, go ahead.
No,
you
please,
go ahead. You
go for it. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, for me, I think that what sold me on it was like the systems, and, you know, like, this is gonna work because of this, this, and this. And, you know, it was just kind of like, it just made sense. And and it was less risky than other things that we've done. So we're like, okay, you know, and also he's a creative, you know, and this would be a job that he could do, that he could be creative in and be happy, you know?
And I never knew I was a creative, like, for real.
Oh, really?
This is just learning something about myself. I would never be like a self-proclaimed creative. I always aspire to be creative, you know what I mean? But, you know, this has really allowed me to like really get strict, to follow the rules, and then know when to break the rules. And, you know, like, it's kind of opened my mindset on that quite a bit.
Do you enjoy the shooting still? Or are you ready to be done with it, or where are you at on that side of things?
Okay, I love the shooting still, but you know, if we want to talk about wins, we just took our first vacation. Literally got back at 2 a.m. this morning.
Y'all seem well rested for that. Well done.
Well, we were in Florida. Can you tell the tan? You know?
I mean, you got a good gold going on. Come on now.
Thank you, thank you. But like our new photographer who is 30 days in, and he like killed it. He was able to do everything for us, photos, drone, video, like everything we threw at him, and he was busy. Like it's the first time ever we like had been gone, not stressed out about anything, like
That's
making
crazy.
watching the payments come in, you know, and like everything's like, ooh, it feels good. Now, granted, I'm still getting used to like paying those hours, but that'll come
Yeah.
with time, you know.
You just got to make sure the payments come in are bigger than the payments going out. You know?
Exactly. You
the
know,
only
we're
secret.
good. We're good. So to answer the question, you know, I do love shooting, but I love the business side of it too. Like I can't wait to like step out of it, have my 3 photographers solid, and then really just kind of go hard with business development, building relationships, and seeing how big we can blow this up.
It is a lot of
Nice.
fun, and those like first few times, like the first vacation where you're still operating when you're gone, is pretty cool.
That's such a cool point
Yeah.
that you bring up too for people, because a lot of people we talk to are creatives, and it's like obviously you get that outlet with the media side, but just adding that like you said, following what works, but knowing when to break the rules, you know, knowing when to get creative and use that within the business. And there's so much creativity that can be had within the business too. So what are some like what are some of those rules you've broken? I'm actually kind of curious now, I guess. Like when you said I kind of break the thing and get creative, like what are some creative angles you've taken in the business that worked well that others could maybe benefit trying in theirs?
So, well, I know the number one rule I break of Eli's is not to show the under the counters when you take pictures. You know,
That's okay. We won't tell
Cabinets.
nobody.
or the under the cabinets, not counters, right? So I have like this happy medium of a little bit of counter and maybe, you know, but um, I think for me, like when we started, the video was like a struggle. So I really was like trying to follow all the rules on video, and like it just didn't click for me. So I really just kind of made that my mountain, and
Mhm.
once we kind of like I just kind of started breaking all the rules, and you know I followed Kevin actually before I even knew he was a coach,
Yeah.
and saw kind of what he was doing with video and working around, and you know realized like videos don't have to be slow and boring, they can be
Yeah.
like fast and cinematic. And now we're coming back to like slow and cinematic, but like it's just the way the trends are going, you know. um but yeah, I think, you know, for us, like what we see is there's a lot of ego in photography, and I think one of the rules that we broke as photographers is just being like super humble,
Yeah.
and wanting like, I guess you can't say you're super humble and sound humble,
Yeah, that's
but
okay.
it's super, you know, but anyways, you know, but
The
like
most
we
humble.
try and be humble with our clients for sure, and like serve them as best as we possibly can,
Yeah.
which is, you know, what you teach anyways.
If we're gonna break anything, that's a good one to break right there.
Yeah.
As far as you know, but that's true. Like we'll see a lot that you know they won't. We had one person say they refuse to touch toilet seats, or we refuse, you know, to put it down or something. And you know, although there's situations where maybe they can't or something, maybe there's something going on, but it's a lot of times where people won't do something out of that kind of ego, like, oh, I don't do that, I do
Yeah.
this. But the ones that are willing to, like Eli's story, where he painted that shed with that agent that one time because they needed a shed painted and they were shocked, and he's still working with that person 12 years later to this day at
Yeah.
Norman and Young. So it's like that's a big deal that y'all do that, because I feel like that's why you've gotten to the success you've gotten to too. So nice.
That's how you keep a customer for life, you know, like we're all people, and we all, you know, like to work with people we like to work with. And like if you look at the people as like people like, I just love to work with this person regardless, it's not about the money, you
Yeah.
know, it ends up like showing up anyway.
Yeah. It's just a more fun way to do business, I think, too. I mean, it's like if you're going to spend most of your time awake working, you might as well do it with people you like and not have it
That's
be.
right.
I think a lot of people have this like give and take feeling of business where it's like I got to push back on my clients. And I know there's some of that you have to be, you know, cautious not to get truly taken advantage of. But I think the line of where that actually is a lot further out than people think. And I think what's happened with the photography community, my take on why there's a lot of ego in the community is, you know, ego just comes back to fear, right? And a lot of photographers are scared about how the industry's been changing over the last 30 or 40 years, depending on how long they've been doing it, right? Not real estate photography industry, just like photography in general. I mean, it used to be much more licensing based, and people just get worried. And so they go, I got to really cling on to like what I think is the thing that sets me apart. And they miss diagnose it and they think it's the photography side. And it's like, it's really the customer service. And so they get this sort of, oh, the industry is being taken advantage of. People don't want to pay what they used to. And they feel the need to kind of pull that back by saying, that's not my job. I'm not going to clean the house. I'm not going to do this other stuff. And it's like, if you just reframe that. And that's the same. I mean, not to take away from you guys saying it, but like that is the core of everybody that's been on here that's been successful. They say that at one point or another because that's how important it is. Something you mentioned earlier that I wanted to ask a question about is you mentioned that it's a lot of work to get the business started and you just sort of have to, grind and do the acquisition and stuff like that. Can you talk a little bit about what that was like what you did? And then, I guess how you stayed motivated to do it.
Yeah. So it was rough getting started. So we launched in February and offered free shoots to every realtor over and over. We were doing the Instagram method. I was cold calling, and like we do live in a smaller area, I think we have 90,000 people in our main city and then expanded across. So at first I was like, well, maybe our area is too small. And that was a limiting thought, right? But it really was just pushing through, trusting the process, the great thing about the REPP community, shout out REPP community, even just the Facebook group, is there's people in there that have done it already. And, if you just follow in their footsteps, you can, you're guaranteed success. Maybe the path, it might be different, it might take a couple of different twists and turns, but eventually you'll get there. So we just stayed true, put our nose to the grind and just kept on going, kept on trusting. And I think it was May we got our first free shoot.
Wow. So you stayed at it for a while before you. Yeah.
Yeah, we had all your stock pictures. You know how you said to do that. So we did that. And I think what we realized was it was kind of a loyalty issue and a fear issue. There was one particular photographer that was kind of doing everybody's, but the first photographer that booked with us in May left him and told us why. And so we kind of had a little insight to kind of just make sure that we were working on that. He had forgot a bathroom and he was he was giving her some gruff about going out and retaking the bathroom.
Yeah, that ego again.
Yeah, every time extra for it.
Yeah, and so stuff like that, we're like, well, yeah, we absolutely are not going to do that. If we forget something, it's on us. And I would say you and the community teach that as well. Is just bend over backwards sometimes, and it comes through. So I think once we broke through the loyalty thing with people,
word did spread like wildfire. So we did our freebie for her. I think that was the only free shoot we did before enlisting an engine. She paid us for 2 shoots after that, and then we started getting phone calls. We got a small brokerage deal, and everything kind of started snowballing. And like you say, in those slow times, the effort that you put in always show up in the busy times. And we started to see that, and we've had 3 different suddenlies where all of a sudden we're doing more than we were expecting. And it's such a great feeling. And then all of a sudden things start to taper off, and it's well, what's been happening? Well, you got too busy to be doing business development, right?
Well, I would say too, something that for people who are just starting out and are slower right now, something that he did during that time that I think really put us way past all of our competition was he built up at the time it was HD Photo Hub, but he built up our HD Photo Hub. We had all the systems in place to be able to handle the volume when it came. And so we were ready for it, and we were able to, once we did start getting our suddenlies, it was okay, we're ready for this. We have everything in place. So, and taking care of all that in the slow time kept us motivated to, we're one day we're gonna need these systems in place.
So you knew it was coming so much that you built it accordingly to handle it. So that's well done on that. That's the way to do it. So,
and
that's awesome.
So you, I think I heard this right. So February or March is when you first started reaching out. Is that what you had said, roughly?
February 1st. Yeah.
February 1st. Okay.
Yeah.
So you 3 months until you got your first shoot.
Yeah.
And at this point, you're in the course we used to have, right? Or you're in coaching at this
Yep.
point. You're in
No,
the course.
no. It was the online course that you
How
used to
did
have.
you? So part of the reason that we stopped selling that course and we switched to coaching, I guess, is you guys probably caught the very end of the course, like the
I think we
last
did.
month.
We
Yeah,
were
I
the
think
last.
we were the
probably.
Yeah,
last
I think
ones.
so. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. And the reason, like transparently, the reason we switched to coaching was because that happened to so many people in the course where they just didn't have someone to hold them accountable or someone to like, because every business is a little different, right? And so why'd you guys not? I mean, 3 months of not seeing a single shoot is a long time. And that's not saying you guys did stuff wrong. It's just like, how did you not quit? I know you said it was you saw people doing it, but that's like a long time.
I don't know what that word means.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, like we had a goal in mind, and like we knew what we could build. We knew what you had done.
Yeah.
We trusted it. Like we
trusted it,
completely
yeah.
trusted the process, and we're like, well, it's gonna come. It's gonna come. We were seeing, even though we weren't getting shoots, we were seeing the relationships start to
Yeah.
happen, and the words start getting out. People starting to like our posts, and I would just start out with just putting like personal stuff on our Instagram, letting people get to know us and our faces and stuff like that. Yeah.
And so that was 2023 again is when you started. So
Correct. Yeah.
what year are we in? 2020.
That's
That's 3 years ago.
2026.
That's 3 years.
Correct.
Dang,
Yeah.
I was thinking
Correct.
2 in my head. But I'm like, wait, it is 2026. So that was
It
3
does
years
feel
ago.
like, yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
then I guess moving forward a little bit, because we haven't really gone through, and I know it's so funny because people ask me timeline all the time, and I have no idea when anything happened in my business. So don't feel the need to get this like perfectly down. But you started getting shoots, you got some momentum. Were you working another job at this point, or like what? Like, I guess talk through the growth story from that first shoot to where you are now, just from a high level.
Yeah, so just ending through a sales position that I had already had previously. The business was kind of going out of business, so I like had seen the writing on the wall in that. And it was just, it like sometimes timing, like if you pay attention to what like the universe or whatever God is trying to tell you, like you kind of can respond, right? And like luckily we had that last of that 2023 to like had some supplemental income to make up for it, but it wasn't much. Like we went into debt, like we were living on credit cards. Like it was tough until 2024 was our very first kind of like suddenly in like the February rush. But 2023 was definitely tough. But again, like you know, watching it happen, and I think shout out Colleen and Tim at Three Palms, but they started like a year I think before, maybe two before we did, and they were like we saw them and what they were doing, and we were like, okay, we're going to be like the West Coast Three Palms, like we know what we have personally and what we can do, and we just we knew like that if we kept up and did what we were supposed to do, kept grinding, then it would happen.
Yeah. That's a rare, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I think that belief is rarely held by people. Like that, well, and this is part of like what we consider our job, right? So like when someone's first working with us in coaching, they're going probably to get to a time where maybe they don't try to quit, but they're like not as motivated. You guys did that on your own, which is pretty impressive for a longer period than most people do. And I feel like that theme has kind of been what you said a lot. Is that just you naturally, like you two are like that, or it's just interesting? We don't hear that a lot.
I think so. I mean, I'm a big mindset person, like I spent my 20s kind of, not being like on the wrong path, but just kind of not being on the right path, partying, hanging out, whatever. But like 28, 29 came, and I like knew, I was like, okay, time to settle down, married, have kids, like can't do this forever. And like the right things came into my life at the right time. I discovered like Jim Rohn, Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy, like the old school like foundational mindset guys, and just really dived into that. And that's what helped me become successful in the sales job that I did previously, was just becoming like, like really good at, really good at sales, very consultative type of sales, though, is the approach I took, not like a hard closer or anything like that. So, and then like moving on, like her and I have done 75 hard, if you know what
Yeah.
that is, like
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
real like, mindset, grit, determination thing. So, and I don't think it doesn't come naturally. Like we built this into ourselves over the
Yeah.
last like 10 years. So it's become a way of life and who we are now. And now, like, like when you see things happen so many times, you can like see history repeat itself, and like you just do ABC, right? So yeah, I don't know.
That was a great, I mean, it was a really good answer because it was like, it is you, but you built that version of you that was able to do that.
A skill set learned, essentially.
100%.
Well, I think probably, I've obviously learned a lot from the three you mentioned, and it's something I've spent a lot of time on. And I find myself kind of self-coaching, right? It's like, oh, this
right.
is what I should, and that allows you to sort of push through those because you have mental frameworks that don't lead you astray. And I think a lot of people have mental frameworks that are just like immediately deceive them. And it's not, it's just how we are. And so if you have like a counter to that, it's like, oh, this is normal. Oh, cool. Let's keep going,
Well, and when you achieve a certain level of self-discipline, where like you say you're going to do something, you do it, you don't compromise, and like we all know like what those levels of compromise are. But for me, that's one word that like I try to get out of my dictionary as well. Like, if you don't compromise on things, especially like, because like I can, sleep in a little bit today, which we did because we got home at 2
you were
a.m.
up till 2 a.m.
Like
you earned it.
But that being said, but like when you should and shouldn't compromise. So like if you can look at yourself in the mirror and know like you did good today, then that's how you build that.
When it compounds too, because you just start tolerating less, which is,
That's right.
that's the point you're making. And this is not normally something we talk about, but for someone that feels like they struggle with that, how was your experience with 75 hard? Do you recommend it to people? I think the reason
what
I'm
the
asking
heck
that,
is that, by the way?
yeah,
What,
Rod,
what
you
is
should
this,
do it.
is
You
this
should
code or something?
No, it's Andy Frisella is the one who came up with it, right?
Oh, is it the 75 days
That's
of
right.
like intense working out? Yeah, that
It
sounds.
is. Yeah. It's like a
scary.
mindset thing. So, you have to choose a diet. You have to quit drinking. If you drink a gallon of water, read 10 pages of a book, a nonfiction book a day.
So it's more than
and
just
then
exercise full.
twice a day.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
work
full
out
everything.
2 times a day.
You have to do one inside workout and one outside workout, I think, too, as part of it.
And if day 14 you don't do it, you don't do it on day 14, you restart. So it's consecutive, dude. That's like, that sounds fun.
And like we tried.
Fun is not the right word.
Right.
Yeah, maybe not that word.
No, I was like, I'm never
Worth
doing
it.
that again.
Worth it, I guess.
I
should
could say I did it. I did it.
I think the worst part was the 20 pounds I gained afterwards because we ended like right in the holidays.
Yeah.
Straight into it.
I do think, and I bring that up, like that topic, because I think so much of building a successful business is building the person that can build a successful business. And I think,
that's right.
Yeah, just like an opportunity to talk about that. What's been the hardest thing about the business so far for you guys?
Besides that first 3 months of pure testing you on it. I'm sure that was tough.
That was really tough.
I think that was really the beginning was the hardest part. That was the hardest part, like getting past 2023. I put in my goal, like my dream was to hit 15K. That's the most I'd ever made before. Like I had like had 10, 11, $12,000 checks in sales, but like I was like, well, I've never made 15K before. Like, let's see, if we can hit that. And we went from like we did 5,000 or 6,000 bucks our whole 2023 like total. And then we went into 2024 and then started doing like 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 12,000, and then 18, that like we went right past our $15,000 goal. And like for me, like once that pressure was alleviated of not having to grind to like pay bills and keep the lights on at home, that's when it like really became fun for me. And like I'm the type of guy, like I get fueled by the wins. So like once the wind started coming in, it was like a nonstop flow of like constant like sustenance, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
it's something I try to repeat a lot, which is like you don't need motivation once it's working. It's like the
that's
motivation is the
right.
starting period, really. What point did you get into coaching specifically, and why did you get into coaching? You had the course, you know, and for people that just joined, we used to have a sort of a self-study course. We now just offer coaching. Why jump into that?
So we got to the point where I was overwhelmed, and it was like August or July or August of last year. And like I had already known I wanted to do coaching. It was like in the back of my head. And I was just like, I didn't want to make any wrong mistakes. I knew
Mhm.
that, you know, the rep course had done me right up to that point. The Facebook group is always great. Like you guys are so like free with information and everything like that as well. But I just knew the value of that one-on-one mentorship would like help
Mm.
take us to the next level.
Yeah.
So I hadn't told her about it for the longest time. And then I told her about it, and like it was instantly like, let's make the phone call, you know. So
Mm.
we made the call in August, and it was like literally our first coaching call helped us work through so many different things. The cost acronym is like help save our business. You can't see it, but it's up here on our whiteboard, always like telling us like where we're at like right now. But that's how like I was able to figure out how to delegate everything to
Mm.
Alicia. And the decision around that was just not wanting to make any wrong moves, and knowing that like having the community and the guidance to be able to like ask the right questions to you know help us keep going the right way.
It just, yeah, it just felt like it was like the next step, you
Yeah,
know, like
100%.
we're like, okay, I think we've gotten this business to like as far as we can get it on our own. And now it's like, you know, time to, what's the next step to grow our business? And so,
Yeah.
And who did you work with on our team as a coach?
We
John,
got to shout out
John,
everybody.
John.
John Jeffries.
Shout out
John
John.
Jeffries. What a
Yeah.
powerful name he's got. You know what I'm saying? John
Yes.
Jeffries.
Yep.
And he's such a stud, you know. I mean,
He
he
is.
has a great business himself, but he's
And the
like,
most humble, the thing I love about John is he's just
he's
not
a
a,
ninja.
He
He's
genuine.
a ninja.
Yeah.
That's what we call him.
Yeah.
Seriously.
very humble, just a great guy.
He
We've
lives
known
an
John.
hour from me, and he'll do every now and then. He'll photograph a car show
Yeah.
here in
Yeah.
Pensacola, where I live, and like it's just always so cool to see him in his element. Like he's so good at what he does. So, and also
Yeah,
speaking
he
of
is.
people y'all have talked to, Aaron Polakaitis was in the comments earlier and said
I
wanted
was
to
just
give you
gonna
a shout out.
Aaron P.
He
Yes.
talks y'all up
Hi,
all the
Aaron.
time in our chats that we have, and just so excited to see what y'all have done. So like he is one
We
of those
love
people
Aaron
behind
so
the scenes
much.
that's rooting for y'all every day. So you know,
Thanks, Aaron.
he is
Thank you.
Yes.
we had to give a Polakaitis shout out up in here too.
I would have butchered his last name.
You know what? I had to practice it for a while, you know, but I got it now.
Aaron P, you know?
Aaron P.
Aaron
yeah.
P. That's right.
And what as we're kind of wrapping up on time here, but I have to, of course, get this one in. What's the future look like for the business? I mean, you mentioned 3 photographers. Is that kind of where you want to get it, or is that the next step, or what's the next couple of years look like?
That's like next step. My goal is to be like 3 photographers strong by July-ish.
Oh, so that's like a near-term goal. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
I think so. Yeah, because I want to. I know it's hefty. I know.
No,
but
I mean,
it's
with busy
hefty, but you
season,
guys-
it ain't crazy.
yeah,
At your rate.
I think we can. You know, if we can fill that, that'll put us, you know, towards that 7-figure role. You know, that's kind of one of my goals. Last year at the REPP conference, we got the 6-figure award. You know, I don't think we're going to get the 7-figure one this year, but next
There's still
year
time.
will be our year for sure. Yeah. You know, but we just want to keep growing this thing as big as we can take it. You know, it's something that we built together, and it's alive right now, and it's just kind of like growing on its own.
Was
guys are on
that something you
the
planned for the whole time? Like, was that the plan the whole time to build it to 7, or was it like being at the event, seeing other people doing it, and going, "Dang"? So it kind of got it. It kind of was incremental inspiration to the next step, almost.
That's right.
That's really cool.
Just seeing that was so possible. I didn't even have a VA when we went to the conference in November, and I was like, I saw Colleen's her speech and all that, and everybody there had a VA, and I'm just like, over here like editing pictures and doing all this stuff, and I'm like, what is this? And then they all had photographers, and I'm like, okay, we're behind. Like, but just to see that, it makes it so much, it feels so much more attainable to see all these people doing these things and being like, well, this is the next step, this is what we're supposed to do next.
It takes the fear out of it for sure.
I mean, selfishly, I like hearing you guys say that, because that's literally why we do the conference. It's I mean, as you saw, it's like 90% people that are in coaching, and we straight up just lose money doing it. And my hope is that when we do it, everybody gets excited about it, and then they grow businesses, which helps us because we have engine and coaching and all that stuff. So it's not like a purely selfless play, but the whole thing with that is belief. And you mentioned that at the start being important. And I know for me, I didn't have a lot of that belief, because it wasn't that communities didn't exist. I mean, I think we have a community that's special compared to the others out there, but of course I would say that, right? I was just not smart enough to go find those communities. And so I for so long thought of this as like it just didn't feel like a real business. It was like this cool kind of side hustle hobby thing. And I just think if I would have known and seen people on a stage like that, I'd been like, all right, Eli, like, what are you doing?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so true.
It's very inspiring.
Yeah. Well, thank you both so much for being on here. I appreciate it. And time always flies by so quickly. So thank you. And excited to see you keep going. When you hit 7 figures, of course, we'll have to have you back on. So, try to do the next
picture
days if you can.
Yeah, you only have till November. Come on.
I know, right?
Yeah, let's go.
But no, I have no doubt you will step foot on that stage and receive that. Absolutely. It seems like you're quite a reverse engineer. Y'all look at what you want and you just go, what it take to get there, and you don't stop until it's in your hands. And that's the common denominator that we've seen in all the people we've interviewed, is just that belief, that hustle. And it's a rare thing. And it's just awesome to work with people like y'all, especially I see y'all active in the community here, but in Circle and on our Facebook group too. And it's super appreciative too, because that ripples through the community, and the community that has helped y'all help within it too. And just super appreciative of that too. So thank y'all for being on this.
Yeah. I started watching these YouTube lives, and now to be here is just so surreal. So like, we appreciate it.
Yeah,
like,
thank you guys.
Thank you guys for everything. Thank you, Eli and Aaron, and like it's special to us. So we love it.
I bet you envisioned it too when you saw these. You're like, I'll be on that stuff. I'll be on that one day. Probably, right? You do that with everything, don't you?
He does.
It's a good habit, I think. So that's really cool. Well, here we are. So thank y'all.
Thank you both. Yeah, have a great evening, and appreciate everything.
We'll see you out the next event.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Welcome in, everybody. What's going on? Rod, Darlene.
Hello.
Here. Hello.
How are you?
Good to see you guys.
You're always in the comments on these, and now you're in one.
On the other side.
Come full circle now.
I know. That's how it goes. That's the flow.
Right.
That's the flow.
Right.
Sometimes being in the comments is nice. You can sit back, relax, kind of watch the show. You don't have to be the show, So.
Now you are the show. So here we go.
I know. I feel it. But it's
welcome in, everybody. We're we'll of course jump into Darlene's story in a moment, along with some of the things she's learned in building a 6-figure plus real estate media business. But before then, we have to start with some wins. So drop your wins in the chat if you had something good happen in your business this week, big or small. Share it. We got a good group in here already, so that's always fun. For everybody new, I mean, it may seem kind of like a fluffy thing to do to start with wins, but I think especially in the first stages of your business, it's takes a lot of work, right? Like you have to put in work that you don't see the reward for right away. And, then again, at other times in your business, you have that same thing too, where it's kind of like, so just seeing some wins, I think, is something that always helped me when I was growing my business, seeing other people doing well in theirs. So we always like to start with that. And, so with that being said, we will wait until we get some wins in the chat, unless you have anything you want to start with, Rod, before then.
No, I like that. I like to gatekeep the rest of this live by
until we get the wins.
You'll have to post wins, and then we shall continue. Oh, we got wins. Okay, we shall continue now.
This is not a win, but it's something. Fired our second client. You don't call and cuss out our staff for 10 minutes and get to come back. Yeah, I mean, on a serious note,
that is in the employee handbook.
It is, yeah. I do think that's one of the things that going from like a solo operator to building a team, you really have to start making your clients always have to stay the top priority, but you also really have to get good at like protecting your team and helping it be a great place for them to work. So,
look, Darlene.
Oh,
Hi, Mom.
hi, Mom. Well, there she is. There she is. That's my daughter, Cassandra. Her and her husband started their business a few months ago in a different state.
Yeah, it's very
whole
cool.
story in itself that we're definitely
We'll
going to
bring
want
that
to
up
dive
later
into
on.
that later too. Look at this one: 2 employees shooting solo and hitting second record months back to back. Corey,
congrats.
well done.
Yeah.
Had to shoot Monday that I didn't think was going to get because of scheduling for Wednesday originally. Hey, you got it though. There we go. Dave, what'd you do? Replace Data SC2 with an Instant 360 X5 that actually works. It actually works with everything. Okay, that's good to know.
There's a story there, I'm sure. I don't know what it is, but Win went from 1 shoot this week to 5 in a matter of 24 hours. That's always nice. Sometimes it's like, it's so funny. Even when your business grows, it doesn't matter if you're doing, I mean, the more your business grows, when you start getting like 40, 50, 60K months, you just have more consistently booked out weeks. But even at that point, sometimes you'll start a week and there's just not much on the calendar. And then like 12 hours passes and you're like, oh shoot, I think we need to hire some more people. It's so funny how last minute real estate agents are. And that's part of the business, right? I kind of like it. You know, it's not like, oh, I'm going to have a bad week. You have no idea. It's going to pack up in there. So,
all right, let's get to a few more wins and we're going to dive into
Eli, we made our
we got to let everyone take a moment to gather in, you know, and
get
around
this is a great
before we
one
get into
here,
the
too.
good stuff, you know.
We made our first 8K month, our 5th month with Rep, 100K a year run rate. That's awesome.
Wow, very nice.
1 mil. Oh, I unclicked at the same time. First of all, hello, sir. Good to see you. But second of all, share your win. 1 million in sales in the last 4 years. Congrats. First 2 shoots in March and got paid.
Very nice.
Speaking of getting paid, I feel like that's a good transition into Darlene.
Yes.
Darlene, if you don't mind, I guess just walk us a little bit through your background, wherever you want to start with the story, and like, how did you get involved with real estate media?
Okay. Yeah, I've been a photographer for a long time, 35 years. And I started in the wedding business and kind of was getting out of the wedding business and then wasn't really shooting too much, doing little things here on the side, raising 3 kids, all of that kind of thing. And I always had the real estate media in the back of my mind, whereas a lot of people don't think of it. I did. And I just didn't know much about it and thought, oh, I did a few houses here and there. I could tell you stories about that using a wide angle for one of my shoots, just strictly a wide angle. Thought it was artistic and all of that kind of thing. And so anyways, did that for a long time. And then back in 2020, that's when I found you all. We were all, the world kind of shut down and we found you all on YouTube and started following the plan and listening to all the, it was more of a class back then.
Yeah, it was more of just a course. You just got videos to watch, no coaching.
Yeah. And I was living in a different state. I was living in Arizona, then moved back to California. And then that's where I think coaching came in. And that's when I joined coaching back in 2024 now, I want to say 2024. And that's when I really feel like the business really started, into the real estate media. Things started to kick in, started to find out more like the correct lenses to use, things like that. And that's basically about it. And now here I am a little bit. So is that about a year and a half into the business?
Yeah. I mean, great progress you made. You've hit I think 11K was your peak so far. And obviously you're going into the good season. So I imagine that will go up. I guess this is going like way back, but you shot a lot of weddings, right? You were shooting like pretty consistent volume.
I used to shoot about 30 to 40 weddings a year.
Okay. I saw the 40 number and I was starting to do the calculation. I was like, that's a lot of weddings.
And in Illinois, that's even a lot of weddings because they have like a slow season. There's about 3 months there and get like barely any weddings because it's just the weather's so bad, So that's like in a 9-month period. And so it was like it was every weekend. It was like on Saturdays. Yeah, that was my Saturdays, sometimes Fridays, Sundays. And but it was fun. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I started it back in my 20s, right out of college, and went to school for photography and just kind of fell in the wedding business and did that for a long time. And then mixed it up with other little sports, did a little other things, in photography. And like I said, I was kind of looking, I kind of like manifested you guys. I don't know. And thought,
you said you were always interested in real estate a little bit. Where did that come from? It just made sense, or like, how did that even happen?
You know what? I think I would just talk to friends. I remember I did a few friends' homes. I just thought it would be a cool thing. I just didn't really know that there was a business in it.
Yeah.
I knew that was a type of photography and something I could do, on the side, and I did get hired to do a few homes, but didn't really put it into, mixed it with everything else. And so it was slowly in the back of my mind. And then I really did. I found you guys during that quiet time. And then I thought, this is exactly what I wanted to do, so just the right way to do it. And
yeah. I mean, it is something a lot of photographers do, is sort of like another thing they shoot, but it's a different animal when you work at it fully.
Totally.
So this is more personal curiosity, but you obviously shot a lot of weddings. Now you're an experienced real estate photographer. You built a great business. What's kind of like, not asking you to say real estate's better than weddings, but just curious.
I'm like, that's where you're going with this, right?
No, well, it is. I mean, for then it was great for me. It is. That's true.
Glad to hear that.
It was great for me then. I enjoyed the weddings. I wasn't a big go-outer, so that was a good go-outer thing on Saturdays, and did my weddings, but put my business into it. And so I enjoyed that. It was very social, and it was very, but for now, that was something I didn't want to do anymore. I was once in a while doing friends' weddings or friends' kids.
Just a lot of work, or like what's
a lot of work. It's a lot. I felt it was a lot of work. And then even when you went digital, I was back in the film days. So I used to bring my 10, 12 rolls of film with me. And,
you're what they call a real photographer, actually.
Gosh. I mean, I remember the dark room and all that. So that was okay though. And, I shot for some studios and things like that. And they did the editing work. But then when I would do my own, and then once we went digital, it turned into a 40-hour work week to do one wedding, and my daughter in here will agree too, because she did a little bit of stuff like that too. The editing parts were off, so it was
more work once. Wait, say that part again. Explain to me what you mean by that, because you were outsourcing it before, and then you had to do your own processing after. What made it more?
No, we strictly edited our own weddings. I mean, I would create albums, so I do one wedding on the weekend, and that rest of that week was for that one wedding, and I'd work editing. It would just take a long time, and things just took longer then too. And so it's a lot of wedding photography. It's a fun business, but it's a lot of work and a lot more hours.
Interesting. You don't see that really. You don't see that side of it. You're just like, oh, they show up and shoot the wedding. But even now, it's like shoots prior to the wedding. I forget what they call the various things. It's just all this stuff, and then it's thousands of photos. I feel like a lot of times.
Oh, crazy. It is.
Oh, yeah, like so many.
So yeah, I mean, we'd start at the beginning of the day. They call it like a pre-wedding photos before the ceremony, and then there you are leaving at midnight. And it was a long day, and then you had the rest of the week to go and edit photos and all.
Exciting.
I'm sure it's a little bit of a different story now, but it's still a lot of work. Yeah.
So I guess, moving over to the real estate side of things, what was something that we get a good amount of people who are photographers of some type that are working to transition to real estate. Was there anything that doing weddings in the past messed you up with, or like made you approach this side of the industry differently because of, that you can think of?
I guess I don't want to say I dealt with people that were difficult, but I think that's what I was trying to get out of, is really having all the photo shoots and a lot of moving parts in wedding. And then I took a break from it for years, but I just wanted to keep my hand into photography. And I felt like this was a great pace for me. I enjoy the whole process of it. I just wasn't sure of how to do it exactly and make it a business. But then now I feel like that's what I'm learning and growing. And I think that's about it. So I didn't really have any bad sides of the wedding. It was just a time change for me, flow of my life, wanting to keep myself into photography and still be working, and just a better balance for me.
Yeah, it's a little more like bite-sized too, because they're small jobs. The turnaround time is quick. And so one thing that I always like is, I don't like when big projects are hanging over my head.
Yeah.
So it's like with real estate, you're kind of done at the end of the day. I mean, you got to deliver the next day, but it's these like short cycles, which I think appeal to me. And I can imagine, coming from a wedding, that's like the longest cycle of photography you can have. I mean, it's booked out months, and there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
So I know you started before this, but you joined coaching and you really gave it a go starting about a year and a half ago. You obviously smashed the 10K a month mark. What are some things you think did well that allowed you to make that happen? And you're in a smaller area too. Not that makes it harder or easier. There's, strengths and pros and cons, so to speak. But what do you think you did well?
Consistently keeping up with reaching out to clients. I feel like, and I continue to do that too. And I feel like it's such a key. Yeah, and just keeping that schedule, keeping the daily. I got to do this part of the day because I notice when I fall off, or my VAs now are helping me, so that's good. They're very consistent. I have, do this. We post Instagram 4 or 5 times a day. 2 does 2 posts, 2 does the other, day, night. That's probably my biggest thing is the reach out and consistency, and keep looking for new people in real estate.
Yeah. It's so simple, but it's hard for people to do. And I understand that because it's hard for me to do. What do you think? I mean, I'm sure there was a period where you weren't seeing a lot of results yet from that outreach. So I guess what kept you continuing? What kept you consistent, you think, is just the way you are?
I think not, well, maybe a little bit, but I do think seeing other people that have done it already and then seeing that they are succeeding. I mean, I can definitely see if I didn't have anybody around me that it would be harder, because I did have that for a short time, that I wasn't, having the people around me, but having people, so that you see, it's a little slower this month. I understand, or maybe the reason why, and other people have other experiences. And like you guys brought to me too, you were showing me that sometimes it's an up and a down and an up and a down. And so then I think that keeps you going. That really keeps you going. Because there was a time where I was by myself, and then it started out, I want to say even too, when I came back to California, I was back here about a year, went through some more life changes, and then got started after a year. And for a while there, I was at maybe getting like a short amount of, or small amount of clients. And I think I was even consistent with reach outs, but then I just needed a little something more. And I needed to, that's why I came in coaching. And honestly, I went from 15 to 150 within a couple months, clients, and then just kept keeping up with them.
Wait, how much again? What was it? What was that? What were those numbers again?
I came into coaching with just 15, 20 clients. And then I think with the more things that I was learning, just to keep more consistent, keep on top of different things. I have you guys know, I have a Monday board that we keep. It keeps you motivated, because it keeps you like, you have to reach out to them. Yeah. And it's just setting that time aside each day. And it kind of just grew.
What are the different ways you do for outreach?
I am mostly all Instagram. I try the cold calling a little bit here and there, but
it's not the most fun.
It is not the most fun. It is. It is not.
If Instagram works, it works.
Instagram. I'm almost all Instagram. That's why I said I try now to post more, and I listen to all my other mindset business people. Bring up a couple, Alex or Mosey.
Enough to keep you going,
Yeah, that about the reach out. So then you just keep going and keep doing that, and
Was it pretty?
We'll get you doing cold calls here soon. You'll be like, Wolf of Wall Street style. You'll have headsets.
I don't know if that's
two agents at one time, flipping your phone like this to talk to the other.
I don't even like the phone. That's the thing. It's not even more about the not liking to talk to people. I just don't even like the phone. I'm like, I can't hear you.
I'm gonna call you randomly now. You
Rod's gonna call me. I'm good.
Did you grow pretty consistently, or was it really slow and then it picked up, or what did that look like?
Mine's consistent. I feel like I'm like the consistent Jane of anything, and it may not be monthly consistent, but like I think we were talking about before, it might be 3-month consistent, and then 3-month consistent, and then 3. And never a big drop where I went like,
just like the stair steps, like little. It's not like you jumped up to the top of the building, you just next stair, and then you're here.
Yeah, I see some of those that have really did those huge jumps, and I kept waiting for it, and I just kept going. I'm just going to be thankful for that, stairway up.
I mean, because you're getting where those people, it's like sometimes they go 3 or 4 months, nothing, and then really high up, and then other people it's more of stairs. For my business, it was more like yours. It was stair stepping up, which I think is easier mentally, at least for me, because I like to see progress. I mean, who doesn't, right? But
and that might be just something we bring forward. We're like those kind of people. Sometimes sometimes you like the big jumps. I don't know. I don't like the big jumps.
So it's less stressful when it's just like, all right, here we go. Next month's 1,000 more. Next month's 1,000 more. Then it's same. Then 1,000. It's kind of nice. What
did that help you eliminate burnout? per se, doing it consistently like you've done over the year, a little over a year you've done it. So that probably helped you eliminate the burnout, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Rod. Yeah, I really feel that. Yeah, I don't feel like I've yet felt burnout.
You're like, bring it on more.
Yeah, bring on more, and didn't.
Well, the reason I ask is I have our notes from our first call when we first talked about coaching.
Oh, no way. You always have it, bud.
July 23rd, 2024 was our first conversation about it. And it's like, with it being a big decision, I don't think you jumped in that day or anything, which is, it's common for people to need to marinate a little bit on a big decision like coaching. So, but that was cool because in your notes, you had a goal of hitting a 10 grand month. So here you are, you already hit 11 last November, but now you're hitting,
I think I even hit it 12. Yeah, and I hit it 12.
Oh, did you? Yeah, you gotta update that thumbnail.
So I think it's cool that I see your goal of that, and then that you hit it. So I think it's just like very clear that you hit the equation that works, which is that you had a vision, you had what you had in mind, and you believed it was possible. You're around a community where you see it's possible. Then you just combine staying consistent mathematically at a point that eliminated the burnout, which didn't create you to like say, okay, get it out of here. And you just stayed with it. And here you are hitting the goal that you said in that first call that we had back in July 2024. Now you've hit that, which I think is super, super cool. So
good.
Well done.
I'm glad you wrote that down. I just wrote it down because that date. That's great.
I don't know if y'all can even see this.
Well, not to immediately go away from this goal that's been achieved to the next one.
See that? The 10K?
Oh, yeah, you wrote it down.
Is it backwards?
Rio Grande, California. Oh, okay, that's where I used to live.
I probably didn't spell it right. None of that was probably spelled right. So California, maybe. But
that's okay. Yeah. Rod spelled the town I'm in now.
I don't even know how to say it. I don't even remember how to say it, but I know it's cool sounding.
What I know you just hit this goal, and I think you're getting to celebrate that a little bit. You were telling us, here as soon as you're done with the live, actually, but. You just hired some people. What's next? Like, I know you had the 10K goal then. You beat that. What does that look like for the future for you?
Yeah, I did make some hires, so now I got to keep them busy. And I again just felt it was like the timing, and I think it just feels like it's going to bring on some business. Yeah, my team. Like I said, they're not knocking down my door, going, I want some hours, but they're into it. They're excited, and so what's next? I'm just gonna keep going up. I'm gonna keep just doing the little baby steps up. I know I have a 3K week next week, so that sounds pretty good. That could be a possible 15K for next month.
Yeah.
That's about. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna continue my slow, steady up, and if I get a burst, I get a burst. I might. I have 2 hires now, and we're gonna expand the area a little bit because I am kind of secluded in this area. Yeah. So I mean, not far. I hear that's maybe not a great thing if you go too far out too quick, but like now I go about 45 minutes each way, and now I got my 2 people. I'm going an hour. I get a little hour out. Hour 15.
Do you remember when we first spoke? Speaking of that, do you remember when we first spoke that day on July 23rd? It was that crisp Tuesday morning. The air was about 23% humidity. You remember the day. But you had I think there was a concern about an electric vehicle you had that can only drive a certain amount, and that was like your concern about jumping in at the time. Like, do you still have the vehicle?
No, actually,
you upgraded?
I do have it. I do still have it. We use it as just around town.
A little burner vehicle. Okay.
But no, I bought a Fiat Spider recently, so that's another win. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a pretty cute little roadster. Yes,
because I remember us doing the math of like, okay, how far can you get to a shoot? And then I remember being like, okay, I think it's okay. And it looks like it ended up being okay until you got the Fiat. Would you say you got?
Yeah, I got a Fiat Spider. It's a little,
there you go.
Roadster. It's a gas car. It's a gas car. And though, I used that car for 3 years, and it only got a very low range. And I'd go charge the car in between shoots and go to the next spot and charge the car. I was determined. I actually probably used it 2 years because I've had it 3. But I did it, and then I broke down and said I need something that goes a little further. And
you start getting
made it work. It's awesome that you made it work, because I remember that was like the big thing we were like kind of like worried about before you jumped in was like, can we get to the shoots and back? And you made it happen, which is really cool to hear. So,
did you want a team from the start, or is this just you've mentioned a couple times like the little steps forward? What did you think about that?
I did want a team. I mean, I remember that was one of the coolest things is when somebody had said, I wish I remember, that you're able to offer somebody jobs. And I thought, that's cool. You know, so now I have 2 VAs, just starting 2 photographers, but I just created 4 jobs. So that's kind of fun. So yeah.
It becomes, I mean, obviously you want to,
That is
continue to make money for yourself, but it does become fun. Like, and having a team is fun. I mean, there's people you get to know and work with, and being a real estate photographer solo can be a little boring, after a certain point too, because like you have your clients, but you don't really have anybody like on the same team. Right. So I think having a, it makes it a lot
I feel like you're nice to your team too. Is that true or false?
Yeah.
No, I am terrible.
I feel like you'd be a good boss. Come on. I feel like you're awesome boss.
Aw, thanks.
It's fun when you're a great boss, right? So
I'm going to make an observation that I want to ask you about. And sometimes sometimes it's just the way someone is, but like you have a very non-dramatic way of talking and approaching your business. And it seems like a lot of people kind of seem frantic when they're building their business, and it's like it's chaotic all the time. And you're just really calm. So again, maybe that's just the way you are, but like, does your business feel calm a lot of times? Or I guess talk through that.
Yeah, it really does. I'm very calm. I'm thinking things are going to be harder than they are, or things are hard, difficult. You got to work, but I think, pretty calm business. I don't feel like I'm frenzied. I feel like I, again, kept my, appointments. I'd be like, okay, 3 a day, keep, I don't know, again, a flow. And and I think that's kind of part of this too. It feels right. It feels like that's where I should be. And like I said, now at the point where I'm sharing, some of the work with hires and take myself out of that position a little bit. And it just seems like a flow. That's all. It's going to be my word.
You're doing things at the right moments, which is obviously back in coaching, not to sit here and shout out coaching, but part of that is to make sure you make those incremental moves before things get too busy. Common thing we'll see as a business is so frantically busy that they need a lot of help with hiring because they're so busy. They need that help. But so that's why you want to start that process right before it gets too busy. So like you being at 11 grand a month, and now hiring and bringing in photographers, another month goes by, then you'll probably get so busy where that would have felt kind of burnouty and frantic, but you're beating that burnout by doing the right things at the right time with your business. So it's like, it's just cool to see that as a solo photographer, you didn't get burnt out and it felt calm, consistent scaling. And now you're hiring. And when that can sometimes bring chaos, but you've done that calmly, consistently while scaling. So it's just cool to see that way of doing this is possible when some people want a frantic business and attack it and go crazy and really like, let's go, and nothing wrong with that. And some people want that calm, consistent growth depending on where they're at. And it's just comforting to see that you've done so well with that, too. So I'm really glad that you brought that up. So very cool.
Thanks, Rod. Yeah.
You're welcome. When's the next event? You got to go to it, Darlene.
I was just thinking not to just keep putting out observations that aren't really a question, but it's like, you mentioned you had pretty consistent growth, right? It's like, it's been, there's times where it's flat and then it goes up a little bit. And I mentioned that's how my business was. And I think what we usually see is the people that have that really like fast growth, it's like nothing for a few months and then it just hits. Not that there's anything, frantic makes it seem negative, but I think there are people that are more like, kind of like they grow fast and it's wild. And for me, I don't like that. Some people love that. And I feel aligned with you in the sense that like, I kind of want to do it incrementally and thoughtfully. I don't want the chaos. And so I'm glad we have you on here because I think we overrepresent on the lives, the people that just slam it fast and it's just like wild. And I don't think that resonates with everybody. It makes me tired.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of people are sitting there going like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. No, that's where I'm at. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. And maybe that's right. I resonated to you all too, is because I see that in you kind of slow moving.
That's what you
moving up, but moving up too, which is
exactly. You said that too. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
You say you want to go faster because you had already started a little bit at the time we first spoke. And you say you want to play catch up. I want to go faster without burning out. Literally, you said without burning out.
There we go.
So it's just cool to see that you said you did what you said. That's pretty cool. That's cool to me.
That's cool for a second. It does freak you out. Like Eli was saying, it does freak you out when you see some of that. Sometimes I'm like, I want to go fast. Yeah, I do. I want to grow, but and then I'm like,
you're a future teller at this point. What do you want next? Apparently, it's just going to dang happen as long as I write it down in my secret little notebook.
Yeah, right.
That's the magic notebook.
Yeah.
No, well done.
I'm glad
That's
we
so
got to
cool.
talk a little bit about that, because a lot of times, and I know we have just a couple more minutes here, but I think that is important because we try to be thoughtful about who we invite on, because we don't want it to just be the same person over and over again, right? Because it's like, I think everybody needs to see someone that they resonate with, and I think it's hard because, I mean, I think you and I are alike in this way, Darlene. I never try to get myself on somebody's live Q&A. Like, that's just not the thing that I'm like trying to make happen. Some people have that as a goal. They're like, I'd love to, come be on the Q&A. I always saw those. But I think those are the people.
You guys asked me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the people that have the high energy and want to share. I love them. And there's a huge group of people that resonate with that. That's not always me. And so I'm glad we had you on for that reason too. Just like, some people want to hit it and just have this wild party. And I'm just like, I'll keep it a little slow, comfortable,
Yeah.
So I guess, for the people that are listening that want to start this business, and this is going to be a very broad question, take it any way you want, but like some thoughts for someone that really wants to make this business happen and just hasn't for whatever reason.
Some thoughts. What, like what I did, or what, like?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you think, everybody's going to resonate with almost anything you'd say. Somebody's going to get something from it. So
yeah, I think, get people in your corner. I mean, well, I have coaching, but I also have some that are just that I talk to on the side. Some are still in coaching, some are not in coaching. Other real estate photographers. But I feel like that is huge. Get people on your side, even friends and things like that. I have a few. I don't want to tear up, that have gone, like, they're proud of me,
Yeah.
That's cool. So keep those people around. And
is that the people you're meeting with up after this?
Actually, one.
Vacation?
Yeah. How cool is that?
Yeah, one. She's in that. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. And so let's see what else. Yeah, and again, the consistency. I'll just get that out there in client acquisition and don't feel like the no's, whatever. I heard somebody once say, like, for every 10 no's, you're going to get that one yes, or something like that. Keep that in mind. And just keep at it. And oh gosh, having slower thing. I actually just had a little bit slower month, but I had to keep putting my mind, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We had this and this going on, and so that's all. Just keep consistent, keep going, keep at it. As I'm kind of helping out, like, my daughter and her husband now too, who had just started in coaching also, and kind of tell them, don't go jumping, keep slow.
You gotta help with your consistency. It seems to be serving you very well. So
yeah. But anyways, that's about it. Yeah, I think that's about it. That's all I got to say. Rod, you say something.
No, that's well said. There's nothing to say after that. It's a wonderful.
Yeah, that's like, there's what can you?
I mean, that is quite the formula. That we'll see. It's just with what you've done, you had the vision, you stayed consistent, you stayed with the right community around you and leaned on them. And I can just want to take a moment to say thank you. I always like to look at everyone's circle score in our community, and you've had 571 comments.
Wow.
167 posts.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's activity and involvement, which that over the amount of time you've been in coaching makes sense too. So but that's very active, that's very involved, and I see you all the time commenting, whether it's on the Q&As or whether it's in our circle community, commenting other people's posts, and it's really you commenting wins. We love seeing those, but then you comment on other people's stuff. I see that too as well, like throughout the mix. So just I love at the end of these to be able to take a moment to thank you for obviously all that you've done for us in our community and in the Q&As and the comments and circle in the community and at our events, too as well. So it's like just really, really grateful that you've been part of this community, and really excited to see that you've achieved the things that you told me you wanted to achieve back in July 2024. So just really glad that you said yes to coming on to this today. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You take the community thing seriously too. I mean, you said that was something that helped you, and so it's cool to see like what
you used it for sure.
Yeah. Just being.
You got a lot of badges in there. You got the 8K a month badge, the 6K a month badge, 4K a month badge, 2K a month badge, 10K a month badge.
See, like the progression. We need
to.
You
know what? I believe it's something too, though. Here's one thing, that if you're joining something, like, get into it. Be a part of it. Yeah, if you don't, you gotta just get. Yeah, if you're gonna get in, and so I try. you know, I'm not
You
the
succeeded.
best.
Let's say that.
I tried.
It's really good advice, though. Yeah, especially we see that in our forward program where people join and they get kind of busy and they don't carve out the time to make it happen. It's like you'll get out of it what you put into it. And if you don't carve out the time, it's not like you're not going to get anything, but you just have all this stuff available to you. And the cool thing, you mentioned this, but the community that you meet inside of REPP, they stay your community.
Yeah.
You still get to know those people. And so I think really, like, you mentioned it already a couple of times, but investing in building those relationships in the community is what makes it pay off for the long term. And you always, those people are growing alongside you. They're going to grow, you're going to grow. And
Yeah. No, I love the community. Really love the community. Enjoyed coming seeing you guys in Vegas. Did a little Orlando trip. I mean, what the heck? You're doing what you love, and traveling around, seeing people are doing the same thing. So it's nice.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for your time. I know you have a trip coming up. We went 5 minutes over, so I appreciate you.
No, I want everyone to know what it is. You're celebrating your $10,000 month, and you got some friends coming into town. Y'all gonna go partying or something? Come on now.
Probably. Yeah. No, real quick. Yeah. $10,000 a month. I really never did the celebration thing. We all talk about that in the community and how we should do the celebrations. And I had a friend come up with this trip. It's a girls' trip, 10 of us. We're going to stay at a house for 3 days. Yes, we're going to do some partying. Yes, we're going to do some private dinner by a chef. Anyway, some fun things.
Wow, what a trip. That was amazing. Yeah.
Coming to the house. Anyway, so we're going to do all that, be by the beach. And I thought, you know what? This is kind of funny. I'm doing this live. And then I really never celebrated at 10K. So I think this
here's the time.
This is a good kickoff.
Right now, my bags are packed in the car. So
we're keeping you from it at this point. But no, this is a great kickoff into that. So have so much fun and celebrate that 10 grand month. You've worked so hard and consistently, and you've earned it. So it's like, oh, that's exciting. Just next time, invite me and Eli. Like, what the heck? You know what I'm saying? We're right in circle. We're sitting there. We're ready for messages.
You guys come out here anytime. It's a great area that I live in. So
it does look fun out there. I had to Google it earlier when you explained it, and I didn't know how to spell it remotely, and still don't know how to spell it or say it. But it does look nice.
Yeah, years ago, Oprah said it was the happiest city in America. So that's how I want it.
Interesting.
Well, it is data. That is what the data says.
Here, I'll help on Darlene's behalf. If you're in San Luis Obispo, don't join coaching because she's already
say
there.
Say it again. Say that word again.
No, I said it fast so I couldn't hear my pronunciation.
San
Luis,
a little competition. That's
yeah.
There you go.
Well, thank you, Darlene. I appreciate your time. Have a great trip, and appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much. We'll see you at the next event.
All right. Bye-bye, guys.
See you.
Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday.
Hello.
What's going on? We have a good one today, as you can see by the title. So first of all, Joe, thanks for being here, sir. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the invite, and I'm excited to share. So
yeah, we were having a good conversation before it started. I was like, dang, we should just go live right now. So we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to pretend like I heard you for the first time telling me what you
Just nod.
Yeah, just nod. Second reaction. So
well, anyway, put per the usual, before we jump in here with Joe, if you had something good happen in your business in the last week or last month, share it. We always like to start with some of those wins. I apologize if I have any background noise. I'm on vacation, but I'm here because I'm committed.
Nice.
So there's always that. Anyway, so post your wins there, and we'll get into it with Joe.
That is hilarious. It is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's the funniest.
Rod's definitely going to keep me this time. Anyway, Joe, let's jump in with you while we're waiting for those. So I guess, I mean, start wherever you want to start, but I know you've been in real estate media for quite a while now. You built a great business. You built an incredible business solo. It was just taking all of your time. So start wherever you want to start.
Yeah. So, I mean, basically, I've been in the business for about 14 years. Basically so long that I actually used to advertise on Craigslist. So it's been, quite the time. I originally started out doing photo and video and like everything. So it wasn't just real estate. It was, headshots, events, weddings, all that stuff. And actually, I think it was in 21. I opened up a studio, had the big 6,000 square foot warehouse. It was kind of like a fantasy factory, for like photographers, video people, and I was hoping to make it like a home for, you know, all things podcasting, videos, and photos. But that didn't work out. The overhead was too much, and my bread and butter was always real estate photography. And I, you know, in college, I actually worked for 2 agents, and that's where I started, you know, posting Craigslist ads. And I was like, oh, this is fun. This is easy. And we made some silly videos and stuff like that. I moved down to Florida, and actually I worked at the Bay County Association of Realtors, where I had access to thousands of agents. And I was just like, oh, this is great. So when I lived in Florida, I would do MLS work throughout the week. And then the weekends, I would go shoot condo units and stuff like that. But I decided to come back home to good old Alabama, and I started Pixel Joe's Photography and Video. And let's say there's a lot of good points there, but there was also a lot of mistakes that I made. But one of the good things is that I joined y'all's course back in 23. And it was funny because, like, as I was going through the videos and stuff, I was just like, yep, I made that mistake. Yep, I did that. Wish I would have seen these videos years ago. And, you know, so it was like a learning curve. And I was just like, oh, man, like, this guy's got everything right here for me. So I'll kind of tell everybody where we're at now. So the month of March, we hit $53,000 for the month of March. First time ever done. First time we've ever passed 40,000. So last year in 25, I did 36K. I think it was in April. It was our biggest month. And yeah, I basically shot about 9 to 10 houses a day.
And that was solo.
Yeah, solo.
Yeah.
So no photographers, no. Yeah. I mean, I was on my own. And funny enough, I actually had to get special shoes to wear throughout the week because I was just doing too much. My doctor was just like, dude, your feet are caked right now. So I saw a forward ad for coaching, and it was actually at the right time. I had lost one of my biggest clients, probably the biggest in Alabama. He had about 8 to 10 listings a week, and I had actually lost them to an ex-employee. So I wanted to learn more about, you know, employees and that side of the business versus, you know, just like doing photos and video and stuff like that. I was just like, how do I handle employees? Like, what do I pay? How do I keep them? How do I avoid, you know, losing clients to ex-employees? And I had saw that forward ad, and I was just like, okay, I'm going to do it. Because I mean, it was a pretty large loss of income. That client paid me around $60,000 a year, and I was devastated. So I joined Forward, and we kind of, you know, went back and forth through things. John was my coach. He's amazing, by the way. So shout out to John if you're watching. I don't know if you are.
I'll make sure he sees this at the very
We'll make him.
Yeah. So yeah, my goal was strictly $50,000. You know, and I was like, I want to be in the 50K club. It's the world to me. And I thought, like, it's got to just be implementing, you know, business strategies like cold calls and stuff like that. But what John taught me is that that's pretty much not the case. So, you know, he was just like, well, you're doing a lot of things that are taking way too much time. Back in 23, I started outsourcing my photos and video, but I was still doing, quality checks, stuff like that. I was also still doing like the branding on the video because I was like, I'd rather save $10. And John was like, no, like you're not saving $10. It's like basically you're paying like 40 or $50 because you're not using your time valuably. And so I finally talked my wife into actually shooting photos. That was probably the hardest thing. She was like, oh, no, like I'm good with nursing and stuff like that. And, but we had some things come up and finally, I was just like, just go to one shoot with me and let's see what happens. And the main reason I was just like, well, my wife won't, she won't quit her job and then go start another Pixel Joe's. Like, I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
So,
she could still, you never know.
Yeah, she could, if she wanted to. She shoots photos pretty much better than me now. So, so I finally got her about the same time I had got started the coaching. So it was really just good timing for everything. And John was like, I'm going to be honest, like you need more employees, you need more, cold calls, you need Facebook ads, you need this, you need that. And I think I let my fear kind of overcome me for many years of employees that I had hired in the past because I was just so afraid that they're going to take my clients, which they
did too. Yeah,
they did. And they took one of my biggest ones, but it actually ended up being a blessing because I was pushing out other clients to take, photos for that one specific client. And they had a lot of control over me. So I don't know if y'all ever experienced something like that. But it wasn't a good thing. I was booked out for like 2 or 3 weeks and I lost potential, like dozens of potential clients that could have booked with me. And so I hired a VA. That was my first thing. He was like, get a VA, just do that. It's easy. It's fantastic. Like ever since I got that VA, I'm like, let's hire more. I'm like, this is great. I'm like, you guys can do that. I'm like, that's awesome. So I kind of started creating a team. Then I hired Monique, one of our photographers, and she just went out there and started crushing it. And so then I had Stacy and Monique, and then so the next like hurdle that I have and kind of still dealing with it is the videos. Pretty much I'm the only one shooting videos right now. But I have a guy and he's getting really good and he's training and he's actually going to go shoot his first video this Friday. So
nice.
I'm stoked about that. But in reality, like I would not be anywhere near where I am today without my team. My team is what got me to the 50,000. I could never do that on my own. 36K. It almost, I don't know
how you did that, to be fair.
It almost killed me. Like
I gotta say something because I know you just from my end, I see all of the different media companies and doing 36K solo in Seattle with high AOV is hard enough. Yeah. Let alone doing it where you are, where the AOV is not that. And you were even telling me it wasn't with a lot of video. I mean, you're basically
a lot of photos.
Yeah, it was mainly photos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, working on the weekends, working every single day. And I was just, honestly, I was getting burnt out and I needed help. I knew I needed help, but I let that fear of hiring people just get to me. And John was just like, dude, stop being scared. He's like, who cares if they take your clients? He's like, it's going to be okay. He's just like, because you're going to have better things like more availability. You're going to have, higher quality services. You're going to be able to, take all this on versus the other person that's just starting their business. And, the only way that they're even getting those clients is by charging a lower price, So, but I guess I take a lot of pride in my work, and so it just, it hurts sometimes. But so I had a little one 2 years ago, and that was the main reason too why I kind of wanted to change things up. I was like, I want to get out of the field, and I want to build my business, and so 6 months in of coaching with John, we didn't hit where I wanted to hit. We got close. We did another like 37K. That
mostly
last month
flat,
of coaching,
right?
which was like, it was in February. And I was just like, hey, I was just like, we're getting there. I was just like, I know we're close and stuff like that. And then like halfway through March, I'm like watching it tick up, and I'm like, oh, come on. Like I'm watching the little dial, and finally we hit 40, and I made a big post on the group, and I was just like, I hit 40. I was like, yeah, we finally did it. And then by the end of the month, it was like about 4 days before March was ending, we were at like 48, and I was just like, come on, we can do this. And sure enough, I had bookings after bookings after bookings, and we hit 53,000, and I was just blown away. I was just like, we did it. It is possible. But it's not possible without a team. So that's one good thing I can give you advice on. You can't do it without a team and without quality.
It's fun to do it with, even if you could. It's like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when I was solo, and I was nowhere near 36K, and it was Aaron and I together, 19K about killed us.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking the same thing you're thinking, and our average order value was, like $100 something. It was terrible. But anyway, I remember thinking, we had the, in my head, 50K was a huge one too. Like I screenshotted that in Stripe. I literally printed it out when we first hit that. That was something I oriented around. And I remember thinking how much harder I thought it was going to be to get to 50. But it's like, it's actually easier because you're not doing it all yourself.
Yeah.
And that's just a big mental thing that took me a long time to get over.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I literally, I thought about printing it out, and putting it there. And then like, I'm going to have like a blank spot for the 100K month, and we're actually about to hire another person to start doing photos and stuff like that as well. And so I've got my mom. So we kind of do something a little different. I do have my mom. She actually hand measures houses for us.
Okay.
So that's kind of a plus that we have. So we've become like a one-stop shop, sort of thing. And then one of the other biggest things that I did, because I want to share with y'all like really how I got there. So build your team, but also cold calls is where it's at. And Facebook, like we do so I started doing the 50% off on, I think that was in y'all's coaching and stuff. And at first it wasn't a great turnout, but I actually found out something. We were getting a lot of spam calls on it. And so now there's a new button that you can click, and it will actually verify if they're a real person. And when we turned that on, it was a drastic change. And so I hired my sister to actually cold call on the weekends.
Like a whole family business.
Yeah.
That's
so,
cool.
She needed some side cash and stuff. And I was just like, hey, she actually works for a closing company. So I was just like, you talk to agents. I was just like, this is your job, So the cold calls has probably been the best thing that we have ever done.
Yeah.
I want to say that she started in like February-ish. we went up from like 6 to like 9 clients, like new clients from last year, to now having like we're having a solid about 30 to 45 clients a month. And she's worked it really well to where she'll actually upsell, and these clients will, so they'll get a free shoot, and then essentially she'll sell them on a video or a Zillow tour. And then the beauty of it is that the next time they book, they get both.
Every time.
Both. And so our average order value has gone, like, I want to say when I started, it was in the 300s, and now it's at like 450. So it's drastically increased.
Nice.
Just with those. And and if people ask for other free things, like if they're like, well, I'd rather have a video instead, we just do it.
I want to talk about that for a second, because I think a lot of businesses that start to get busier, they're solo, maybe they have a tiny team, they want to grow, they get this idea that they're kind of past that, where they're like, no, I don't need that. But what you said is the main thing that I always, argue for why you should, and why we still at Norman Young give away free stuff. Even on, a lot of times when a client will order, if they've been a client of ours for a while, we still throw on stuff, because just exposing them to that new product, like you said, makes them way more likely to order it in the future. And I guess, it's obviously we believe in free first shoots for people that are just getting started. It gets the needle moving, but it doesn't just stop. Like, we still want to get as much of the sample into people's hands as possible. And so I'm glad you brought that up, because it's just cool to hear someone else.
Versatile. Like you were like, hey, we want a video. Hey, we'll do that. Doing whatever it takes to get them in. And then they want those things in the future, like you said. So,
yeah. I mean, like, well, and, I kind of know and see who the heavy hitters are on, socials and stuff like that. And I'll message them, and I'll just be like, hey, I'll give you a free everything. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, I will go out there for a whole day and shoot, because I know if I get your business,
it's totally worth it.
Yeah. And almost always they book us, and then we also explain the referral program, and then we'll get like 2 or 3 referrals just out of that free shoot. So,
Rod, do you have that video? I just want to pin it, because I know that's what you're explaining. Joe, is a really good concept that I didn't understand for a while. Do you have that video about that, the conference speech I gave, talking about like AOV, or excuse me, like lifetime value and stuff? For anybody that's starting to,
I can find it.
That'd be great. For anybody that's starting to get some momentum, understanding deeply what Joe is saying will really help you make smart moves in your business. He's obviously talking about, it makes sense, you want to get those high producing agents, but once you get the number behind how much a client is worth, you start reorienting what you do in terms of what you're willing to do to get clients. So I'll drop this, or Mr. Rod, as he's finding it now, but it's a good video to watch to sort of see how much a client's worth and how to do that calculation. So anyway, sorry to cut you off, Joe, but.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
So, kind of where we're at now is that we are a growing team. And like, we've got a really good atmosphere. Another thing that I was kind of holding back from was like sharing, who our editors are and stuff like that, and other things. And John was like, no, like, I share everything with my team. I share, how much we make, how much, things like that. And I was kind of like, oh, like, do you really want to do that? But, growing that team has been the best thing for us. And, like, we even had a competition, which we're still in, because we had a 3-way tie. But I basically said, hey, I got a cash prize, and I sent my team some things on how to upsell Zillow tours. And, I just told them, even if they said they didn't want it, just shoot it anyways. If you got time, if you're free, I'll pay you for it, whatever. But we are upselling a lot of Zillow tours. And like, that has also been what has increased our average order value so much. And one of the smallest things is that somebody told me to stop calling it a Zillow tour and name it Zillow Boost Tour.
I'm gonna use that one. That's such a good idea.
It is the smallest thing, and I literally changed it last month. And this month we have gotten a Zillow tour probably on every other listing.
I'm literally messaging the Norman Young team right now. That is such a good idea. Can we?
Yeah, it's a small thing because Zillow actually boosts a listing with a Zillow tour by 50%. It's on their site, like it's clear as day. And not to get that confused with Showcase or anything. It's just a Zillow tour. It will give you a free boost. And yeah, we've been rapid, selling those like crazy. So
that was
that's
tip. I
mean, that's pretty much where we're at. I'm trying to read. So somebody said something about the Cubicasa measurements earlier and why. So my mom is actually a certified hand measurer, and the reason being is mainly because Cubicasa is not accurate.
Yeah.
It's close, but it's not dead on. And sometimes sellers or buyers want that. They want that specific number. So I was trying to read some of these other comments and stuff here.
Yeah, we'll pull up some towards the end. I have a couple questions I want to ask you if you don't mind, though. Just out of curiosity and what I think generally people will value. Why did you? So you'd obviously owned your business for a while. Yeah. Was it? And I know you were doing a ton of shoots. And so the question of why didn't you just stay solo sounds like an easy answer, right? Because it's like, well, I didn't want to keep doing 8 to 10 shoots a day. But like, why then did you decide to switch after doing it successfully for a long time? Why not just like raise your prices or just be comfortable making less? Like, what was the thought process there?
I was burned out. Like, it was just so much. And coming home, uploading the photos, I would go in and even for the video editors, like I would go in and rename all the video clips and like all these other little things and stuff. And I was going to bed still at like 12 o'clock at night. Even when I wasn't editing the photos, like it was all these like little busy tasks and stuff that I was trying to work on. And I mean, that's the, I was burnt out. I was too tired. I wanted to spend time with my family. My daughters too, and they grow so quick. And I was just like, I don't want to miss any of this. I was like, I want to be there for every moment. And I knew if I had a team that I could do that. And $36K a month is great, but it's so much work, and I want to spend my money, spending time with my family, rather than having lots of money. Like it's just
I mean, at a certain point, it's like, what's the, it's at the start, it's it creeps up on you too, where you're like, you start making more, and you're like, this is great, but then there's a point where it's like, what is the point? This is not it illustrates the point well when someone explained it to me. It was actually a client who was still doing this. It was a builder we worked with. And he had a nice place. He had a bunch of money, but he said something that just made me think, which was, and it's a silly example, but it really stuck with me. I made a comment about these jet skis that he had. And he was like, yeah, I have jet skis, but no time to use them. And again, I'm not saying jet skiing is the only way you can enjoy yourself. Concept stuck with me. I was like, dang, that's crazy. Because this guy was, doing really well, building a lot of homes, but he just didn't have any time to do anything. And, I like personally, I don't know about you, but I enjoy my business, but it doesn't mean it's the only thing that I want to do. And so whenever people would tell me, they would almost like lean too far the other way. Like, get this money so you can do all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, I like my business, right? But I think there is value in not having it be it's nice when you build a team because you get the choice now. It's like, do I want to go do this or do I want to do this? And in both cases, you're still going to have the money coming in, which is super cool.
And like, I was honestly like, we hardly ever took vacations. I was terrified to take vacations. I still am. I've got like PTSD, because I'm like, oh my gosh, they're going to go with somebody else and they're going to like them so much better. And I'm done for. I'm going to lose that client if I take a week break,
Yeah.
And, like this year for Thanksgiving, I was actually able to take off like the whole week. We went to good old Gatlinburg and like hang out, and we got a cabin, and I paid for the whole family to go. And that's what it's all about. Like, that's why I do everything that I do. And then on top of that, I mean, it feels great just having a team, knowing that you're helping other people out. I mean, it can get quite lonely being a solo shooter as well. Like, I had nobody else to complain to about, dirty homes when I show up. And now it was so funny because when my wife first started, it was like the second day and we were on our way to our last shoot. She passed out in the car and she said, I think I'm going to go back to nursing. She's like, it's much less stressful. And, I was just like, I told you. I was just like, see, this is what I've been going through. And she's like, I see it now. She's like, I understand, so that was quite funny.
I want to get, so we'll hit some of these questions in here. There was one around free shoots, and this is a very common question that comes up, and I appreciate you asking it, Tim. So I just want to get your take on it, Joe. How do you, when you do a free shoot, how do you know that they're just not going to take the free shoot, go back to whoever they used before?
So, I mean, really, you don't know. But the main thing that we do differently is feedback calls. We call, when we do our feedback call, that's when we talk about our referral program. That usually gets us a referral. We do $100 credit towards a referral. So gotcha. That's the main thing there. But just feedback calls and saying, hey, how did we do? How did you like our system? Do you have any questions? And we've got also, like, I use Loom all the time.
Yeah.
And so we show them how to use our system and stuff like that. We'll send them that stuff. I show them how to upload posts to Facebook. I tell them best times to post things and stuff like that. So during that feedback call, that's probably the most important thing.
You're cementing the relationship then too.
Yeah. And so the other thing is that, hold on, I lost train of thought. Basically, they could go back to their other photographer, but they at least know you.
Yeah.
Right. And so you made that introduction. And so when that photographer takes his vacation, that's when you can go and get them back. Okay.
Yeah. There's actually, I think, let's see, there was a comment that said exactly kind of our frame that we teach, especially with people just starting. This is a frame that someone in our group said, and we've taught it for a long time since then, because I really agree with it, which is basically the idea is to assume that every single person who is using you for the free shoot is trying to take advantage of you. So come from the position of they are only using me for the free, and then say, if that's the case, how could I deliver my service in such a way that even if they were trying to take advantage of me, they were then like, oh shoot, this person's great, and I'm actually going to switch. Right. And so it's exactly what Zahir is saying here. The idea is to be so valuable, they don't want to go back. And so what I always find is when people say, hey, the free didn't work for me, that is a really, really good indicator that you should look into your business and figure out what you can fix. Because if free doesn't work, it means that using you wasn't enough to convert them. And it's like, you could do more shoots. You could try to get paid clients, which absolutely works. It just really goes much slower. And so I would say that's a good indication that something in your business isn't perfectly optimized, and that's resulting in you not converting as much, right? So it's like an indicator. So when I hear someone say, hey, free doesn't work, it's like, man, look at your business and figure out why, because if you can fix that, it's like jet fuel if you can do free. And I think that's it's one of those like mental switches. It's like, oh, that's how I'm going to orient around, because you can, of course, build without doing free. It's just way slower usually. There's a couple other ones I want to ask you about.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the feedback call comes in,
Yes.
Because you don't know what you don't ask, right? So, and we even call we'll call new clients, but we'll even call like current clients, that have been with us for a long time, and we just get feedback. We're like, how are things? Because people, even if you did something wrong, sometimes it's a small thing and they won't say anything. But if you call and ask, and then you go in and just fix it, even if they tell you not to, they'll see it,
That's so good, especially when you offer free, right? Like if you offer a free shoot, they're way less likely to tell you if they didn't like something because you did it for free.
Yeah.
It's like no one wants to be that person. It's like, hey, thank you for holding the door for me, but if you could hold it open 2 seconds longer, that'd be ideal. It's like no one's going to give you that feedback. We call them like a post-shoot onboarding call, which is like the same kind of thing that you're saying. But one point I wanted to highlight as well is you mentioned you walk them through your system. And I know, you do this for a reason on your end, Joe, but I just want to say for the audience's sake, we found that if you have someone book online, their average order value is $100 on average higher per shoot because they see all of your other services. And so that's a really great tactic to get people to go, oh, I know how to order online. Let me just do that. And then they end up paying you more, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. We've even set up like looms, and I've put them in snippets. And I've even showed people simply just how to book and like what services mean what. And I mean, I will fully break it out for that client, and then I'll send it to them because our order values will skyrocket after those.
There, a question for you, I guess, Tim's question here. You mentioned 50% off. My guess is you're doing that with Facebook ads. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Facebook ads.
Yeah.
So kind of with the Facebook ads, if you don't call them like ASAP after they sign up, it's a waste. But the 50% off is actually working really, really well. And typically they'll book basically the free shoots as well as the 50% Facebook ads. They'll book something else that they would have normally only paid. They would have only gotten photos like our base media package. But normally they'll get a Zillow tour or they'll get a video. And, because of that discount. And those.
I want to like clarify here and tell me if you have any other thoughts on this, but I think that we align here is people are going kind of what like why free, why 50% off, what's the difference? So our recommendation, and I think this is basically what you're doing, Joe, but our recommendation is when you're running Facebook ads, 50% off works really well because Facebook's doing the legwork to find those people for you. You're paying Facebook to find those people. If you're doing it yourself and you're just sending Instagram messages or something along those lines, we recommend free because the money that you'd be trying to save by charging 50% doesn't equal out to the work you'd have to spend to get that client. So simply put, you will make more money if you offer free faster. It sounds crazy, but it's like, let's say you're sending Instagram messages and there's a video you send where you're like, hey, Sarah, I'd love to do you send a video and you send a message and in order to get a 50% one of those, you'd have to send 100 of those messages. But if you offer free, you'd only have to send 10 to get a client. It's like, yeah, you get less from that client up front, but it took you way less time to get that client. So you actually make money faster. So that's the difference generally is why we recommend like 50% off for Facebook ads and free for everything else. Just tends to be the most like high ROI. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And, like we only do free for the cold calls. And mainly I didn't want to post free on Facebook. I was just like, woo. I was like, that might be, like, we might get too many for that. But it kind of like limits the amount of customers that we have coming in. Yeah. It's also a good thing to kind of fall back to. And this is one thing that like you kind of hate giving it up because you could charge full price. Yeah. But when we get a new customer and they just solely reach out to us, if they ask about any discounts, I'm like, yeah, we have a 50% off discount right now. And we just go ahead and apply that automatically, even though I could just say, hey, no, we don't have anything. They didn't see the ad or whatnot, and just charge them full price. But to me, I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like, just give them the discount. And, you know, another thing too, if you're worried about customers, this is one thing I was kind of worried about at first. If you're worried about customers that have booked with you in the past and they say, hey, I didn't get 50% off, or I didn't get a free shoot, that's when we talk about our referral program and basically, you know, kind of feed that into them and say, hey, we'll, you know, we'll credit you $100 or whatever, or give you a free shoot, whatever it is, because a referral is definitely worth $100 or more.
Yeah, and it also, the nice thing too is it gets them thinking in the way you want them to think, which is like, I think sometimes people just don't, like, I don't think about another business wanting to get clients. I have my own stuff going on, right? So by planting the seed of like, I have this referral program, you're also telling people like, hey, I want more clients. And so they'll be more likely to connect those dots for you too, which is cool.
Yeah.
Different train of thought here, but just wanted to get this question in before we run out of time. What's kind of the future?
I have a question too.
Oh yeah,
so.
You go for it, Rod. I'll ask mine last. Mine's a good last question.
I was about to say, I knew you were about to go. I'm like, I can't ask mine after yours. I knew what you're about to ask.
It's unacceptable.
So,
honestly.
what I used to see, or what we'll see a lot, is people in your scenario right before they jump into coaching to get, you know, to hire and all those things, and ones who are solo photographers, very busy. The concern is time. Just like that, will you have enough time to actually go do all those things properly and actually have time for coaching and the calls and the groups and like to go through the checklist that we have, you know, for everybody. So can you just speak to a moment for that? Because I know it won't be a ton in here potentially, but there'll be a handful in here who are in that exact. I know Jeremy Jordan is someone I know for sure that is in this exact same spot. Probably, I know for sure is a $30,000 solo months type scenario. What was it like in the beginning? I imagine it was just like a chiseling away a little bit, getting a VA, chiseling away a little time, and then chiseling a little. Like, speak to that a little bit if you can.
Yeah. So, it's quite funny that you mentioned that, because like there was, you know, some weeks and you know, almost towards the end there was almost like an entire month where like I didn't get on with John. And it was mainly because I was implementing those things. I was hiring those people. I was training. I was working. I was making Loom videos. I was like, I didn't have Quo or Open Phone. I didn't have any of those systems. You know, I'm a big systems guy, but I knew that over this like next 6 months of training, if I just hashed it out, worked as hard as I could for that 6 months, I wouldn't have to do it again. You know, I was just like, I can build this up. Like, it's going to kill me at first for those. And it, you know, like training new photographers, waiting for that FAA license, those things, you know, getting the composition, the Pixel Joe way is what we call it. It's tough.
You have to you have to kind of like add one thing, take something off your plate, add one thing, take, because you were probably pretty maxed out already. I mean,
like, I mean, we were doing everything, but I'll say starting with the VA was the best option for me. Mainly just because we had so much, like I would get texts throughout the day, like, hey, this plat boundary's wrong, or hey, I didn't see the virtual twilight, or this or that, you know. And I was handling all these tasks and trying to, you know, put it all in my head while training other people and other things and stuff. So, I mean, really, yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time and some hard working hours. But when you start implementing the systems, you have more time to focus on other things. And like one of the, I've always wanted to join the Builders Association. If y'all haven't done that, I highly encourage it because realtors, builders, pool people, like all those, it's all real estate. Like they want pictures of their work. They want those things. And I actually joined just a month ago. And it, like I went to one of the builder meetings or whatever. I got 6 new clients just off of that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I offered them all a free shoot, and I was like, let's go. I got 6 new builders, and we went out, and we've already shot them and converted them as clients. So that's a big thing. Don't always just look for realtors. Look for builders. Look for anybody that's got a building or a house. You can photograph it. So, it just time is very valuable. And but now I've definitely got a lot more free time, and I'm definitely going to enjoy our vacation this year. So.
Well,
speaking of time.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say,
do you have 14? Do you have a little bit longer, Joe?
Yeah, I'm because I cleared the books. So
there's two questions in the chats, the chat that I want you to be able to answer, and then of course Eli's profound question he'll probably ask at the end that leaves everyone crying and stuff.
Rod's trying to test my memory to see if I can still remember it after 4 more questions.
No, and there's also bets in on if I'll make you stay later. So I just want to make sure that we can, make sure those bets go our way. But there's a really good question from Alex for Joe, if you don't mind, Joe. But
what do you recommend?
What do you recommend for going that extra mile to get free shoots to convert? How often do you follow up after free shoots to resell them, or is it typically inbound orders after the free shoot? But how do you wow them? I guess is the thing. Is your goal is to wow them and them to go, well, damn, I'll consider Joe in the future now. So how do you make that happen?
Mainly. It's with our package that we have. All of our packages include a floor plan as well as a virtual twilight, a plat boundary, and so we've set up our packages to basically sell houses, right? So a floor plan is actually proven by NAR that it is the second best thing to sell a house or help sell a house. So we started, including those in there. But really just with that feedback call, walking them through our system and showing them everything. Sometimes we'll throw in a free marketing kit with it too. And we're just like, hey, marketing kit's there. I'll even text them the property site. And I'm like, hey, built you the site, and they're just like, dude, they're like, my other guy doesn't even I have to text them for bookings. Or they'll be using Pixie Set or something.
Yeah.
And when they see that we have an app and our systems and everything are in place, and they just, one thing that I hired for is not creativity. I hire for personality. And that goes a much farther way. With customer service and stuff like that. So I think when we go out there, we wow them with our personality as well as the free shoot. The media is super high quality. And then they are blown away when they get feedback calls. They're like, guys.
Nobody does them. Nobody does them. Yeah.
One guy was just like, I was blown away. He was like, not to demote photographers or anything like that. He was just like, but I would have not expected a feedback call from a photography company. Yeah. He was just like, maybe from, some very, luxury company or whatever. But he said in 26 years that he's never gotten a feedback call like that.
Dang.
So
he was just waiting for you.
Yeah. I was just like, oh, let me send us 7 referrals.
Dang. Yeah. Very nice.
It's funny how every other business, that'd be a normal thing to do. Or maybe not normal, but a lot of them do it. In photography, it's so right. Yeah. And I think it kind of speaks to the bigger thing that we talk about a lot, which is there's a lot of it's I don't know if ego is the right word, but generally the photography community feels like they're at war with their clients, where they're pushing to get stuff. And so the last thing they're going to ask for is feedback, because they're like, I'm the photographer, I know best. There's a lot of that attitude, which is great. I like that. And I make the joke a lot, again, not to bash on photographers too much. But it's if you could pick a category of people to compete against in business, you'd probably pick photographers, right? It'd be an NBA player going to compete against 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's your chance of winning is pretty high. And I mean that with all the respect in the world. I love photographers. I own a photography business, right? But I just think it's so nice for those of us that are more business oriented, where we can be okay, let's put everything aside about how it's supposed to be. What would the client enjoy the most? What are they going to care about? And like you said, you hire people not for the photography skills, but for the the personality they bring. And it's like, hey, what is that showing? Well, we care about customer service. A lot of photographers don't value that as much, right? And so I appreciate that you said that, because I just see that as a common theme of businesses that do really well.
Well, and normally during that feedback call, when we call, they're like, oh, and I got another listing coming up. And I'm like, great, let me book you right now.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the wow factor, you know, is really just those feedback calls.
Very nice.
They're not hard to do. I am impressed, I will say, not that you need a compliment, but I'm impressed that you do those despite the busy time that you were in and are in now.
Yeah.
That's a, you know, transparently a big thing that I have to like push people on a lot inside of coaching, is doing those onboarding calls.
Yeah.
Because it's like the last thing you actually want to do, but they're so effective and important. So I think that's why.
Yeah. I mean, I hired my sister for that. She does all the cold calls, feedback calls, and then Facebook calls.
Yeah.
So having a dedicated person for that, and she just works on the weekends. That's, you know, so having somebody that is comfortable and good on the phone and can take feedback. Yeah. And then, you know, if we got anything negative back, we'll fix it right then and there. And, you know, but again, if you don't ask, you won't know. And they might be like, these photos are terrible. And it could be, they might have not unzipped the zip folder and done something like that. Could be the smallest thing that deters them away from you. So
yeah, we had a client one time
and they're
to give feedback, and she very not happy with us in the communication. She was upfront about it, I'll give her that, but we called, and the issue was she was like, I never want to see a laundry room in my photos. And I'm like, that's the issue you had.
Yeah.
And it's funny how you said this already, but it's funny how small of a thing they'll fixate on them, and it's a normal human thing to do, and they'll just not use you again because it's something you so easily could have fixed, and you just don't get that without the feedback call.
Yeah. So I think you were going to ask something about the future of Pixel.
Something profound and something great and profound.
Yeah, no, it's not that profound, but it is exciting. What's kind of your goal for the future? Where do you like in a year? Where do you want to be?
So really, with my business, I want to be the face of the company. I want to be out at like builders events. I want to be talking with people. I want to be talking with my clients. I love talking, you know, my clients more so become friends. And, you know, I want a team of, you know, 10, 15, 20, I don't know. My goal is to slowly start training photographers that are farther out, and then get those photographers to train other photographers that are farther out. And then it's
just world domination.
Slowly take over all of North Alabama, and you'll just, you know, it'll just be called Pixel Joe, and you know, we'll just have that across the board. But yeah, that's kind of where I see myself. And I am working on an app to actually help with a lot of these things. It's not been released or anything like that yet, but be on the lookout for that.
Pretty cool.
Because the main thing that I want to give back to other photographers as well as myself is time. And I want everybody to have family time and also make a lot of money. So
speaking of that, do you have more time for the little one, your 2-year-old daughter?
Oh yeah.
What's that like?
I think they're out at the playground right now, but you know, just watching her grow up and just, you know,
she picked up a camera yet? Take pictures of any rooms yet? Anything like that?
I went and bought her one of those little VTech things. She doesn't know how to use it, but she will put it up on her sleeve and she'll carry it around. And I'm like, yeah, she's going to be a photographer.
It's the family business theme.
Very
with
nice.
Mom and your sister and the wife, everybody.
She'll be your 45th photographer when you've taken over all of Alabama.
Yeah. So
my daughter once picked up a camera and went kitchen. I have a 2-year-old daughter as well, so I'm right there with you, sir.
Yeah.
But she took a picture of a kitchen with a little play camera and went kitchen. I got a video of it, so I'll cherish that. So Eli always says people aren't born wanting to be real estate photographers, but hell, that might be changing soon. You know.
Well, and what's funny is I got her this other toy. It's a little like rubber ducky that's a light, and when you touch it, the light turns on. And the attachment that the ducky had was a little camera, and it's by far her favorite toy.
Oh, there you go.
She sleeps with it at night, and
Oh.
she'll put the little camera up on her arm, and she'll just pass out.
Joe's working it. He's gonna start just putting cameras around her.
Subconscious plugs for a future real estate photographer.
I'm
there
like,
we go.
You are gonna take over this business one day.
That's incredible. Well, just jokes aside, the fact that you gathered back time for her, that's a big deal, and she's gonna know that and feel that, and that's I'm sure when you think about that hits you, because that's a big deal to be able to get back time for now and forever, and the moments that she'll remember and will. And how she remembers old Pixel Joe, So this is really cool to see, man.
Yeah, it's always about time and family. So that's what we do this for, So
thank you, Joe. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you staying a little bit longer as well. And
we usually only make y'all only stay 30 minutes, FYI, but this hour has gone by quick, man. So this was fun.
Yeah. So real quick, if you are debating on joining Forward, I would definitely recommend it. It's an investment. Do it. Don't be afraid. Stop letting fears get in your way of your business. Don't be scared about losing clients. Don't be scared about hiring people. Just get out there and do it and conquer your fears. And having a coach was the best thing that I could have ever done. So, John, I hope you see this later. So,
he's gonna see it. Trust me.
when coaching ended, like I was like crying on the Zoom with him. I was just like, "I love you, dude." I was just like, I would not be here. And
he's in Alabama too, isn't he?
Like, yes, he is. Yeah,
he's around the corner from me. I'm in Pensacola.
He's on the other side, though.
They have an agreement. They won't take each other.
Exactly.
Yeah. So he'll take over that half. I'll do this half.
There you go. That's
then the real fight will begin. Once
I'm all for when that clash happens. I can't wait.
We're gonna have like a demilitarized zone along the middle of.
We'll have a line.
A line.
Be like, well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate you, and we'll have you back on when you hit 100K in like 8 months. How about that?
Hopefully. Well, actually, so to speak on that, we are probably closer to 70K this month.
Oh, dang. So 2 or 3 months.
I think we are going to hit it very soon with the systems that I've got in place, and those cold calls and those Facebook ads and my team. I very strongly believe that we'll hit 100K at least before the end of the year.
Wow.
Very cool.
Well, I mean, if you're willing, we'd love to have you on at that point again. So
when you hit it, like reach out immediately and go, I hit it. Okay, when am I on? Just assume that you'll be on the moment.
Be a little grayer, but I definitely think that we can do it. So,
definitely believe that too.
Go make it happen, and we'll see you very soon, Joe.
All right,
appreciate your time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Rod, you and David took a drink of your water at identical times, like right before the countdown ended. It was like this, and then you locked in. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. Yes. What's going on? As you can tell, we have, I guess the title probably slightly gave it away too. We have David and Melissa in here. So we're excited to do a Q&A today. First of all, David and Melissa, thank you as always for joining.
Thank you for having us. Always a pleasure.
We get to, first of all, let me back up a little bit. So Rod and I were chatting, and our goal for this coming year is that we're going to try to have a guest on every single Q&A. And so you guys are like the first of that commitment on our end. So thank you for helping us with that. And so for everybody listening, today is going to be just mostly Q&A. We'll jump into a little bit of David and Melissa's story just for background while we're waiting on questions here. We've had them on many different lives at this point. So I think they're probably known by most of you at this point, but they built a great business. And then we'll get into some Q&A. So drop your questions in the chat if you have one already. David and Melissa, can you give me like the 1 minute catch up on your business?
1 minute?
You have just limited
pressure.
You got to go for it. So anyway, go for it.
We decided we were going to do real estate photography, and we did it, and we crushed it, and now we're here.
It's the full story.
I didn't think it could be done, but it was. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about the other 55 seconds. No, we started like we're coming up on our 2-year mark.
Yep.
We built a team from there, from just me and my wife here. We now have 4 photographers, 5 VAs. We've done 50K this year as far as having a 50K month. Lofty goals. Eli's going to help us get to 150K in 2026. This is his first time hearing about it, but we're going to get there next year. Easy. So yeah, that's kind of the SparkNote version of where we're at.
Yep.
Yeah, the 50K in 2 years thing. It says so much without needing to say that much, because there's a lot of things, truthfully, that you've had to do right over that period of time. And so,
and just to emphasize that, y'all went from 7K a month earlier this year to 50K in a month, 11 months later, 12 months later. So it's like, that's quite a jump in 1 year as far as growth in your business too, which is cool to see. So
yeah, I think it was like 4 months later. We did like 7 in January, and it was June we did 50. It was like in 4 months.
Really?
It can be done.
Dang. I thought 11 was crazy. I need to take it down to 4, I guess. All right. 4,
for everybody listening,
that's wild. Okay.
For everybody listening, this is just an average everyday growth story, by the way.
Everybody does that, right? Yeah.
Results very typical. Everyone does this.
On a serious note, though, I think one of the things I did not very well my first 5 years or so of running a business, and I've tried to do much better since then, is tried to learn from other people who've done what I'm trying to do, or what I want to do successfully. And so for everybody listening, this is a great couple to ask questions to, because not only have they built a great business, they did it way faster than I did it. And so I guess let's jump into the first question from Stan, who, speaking of great business, also has a great business. Any thoughts for you guys on your secret sauce? Like, how'd you make that happen so fast?
I think the big answer is there's no one thing. There's a lot of things that we did, and we just did it consistently. You want to jump in, because I have something to add, but I'll let you add something too.
I was gonna say customer service.
Customer service has always been our North Star.
Customer service. The photographers that we hire are for personality. We notice that even during group meetings, like if we badmouth a client, like it seeped into the culture of the business, and like literally one meeting we're not doing that anymore. Like, we want everybody to love everybody, like that whole thing. Like,
how true is that? I'm smiling because we had that exact same meeting at Norman and Young, because we'd always be like, just the Aaron and I, or Jared and I would always be like, this person's gonna, and then like we would never communicate that to the client. Like, then the phone rings and we're like, hey Sherry, how's it going? It's like, but then not everybody on our team would see that same like line between it. And so I just thought that was a funny thing to point out. So if you have a team, on a real note, be thoughtful about the way you communicate with clients. Even if it's just like blowing off steam, it doesn't, like, they won't necessarily feel like it's that way.
100%. It's like having kids. Like, we have 3 kids, but our middle child's 3 years old, and like his shoes made him mad. And he goes, stupid shoe. Like, that's what I do. I'll do something instead of like swearing something like stupid TV, stupid this, stupid that. So he's like, and I'm like, so your employees are very much like your children. They're watching what you're doing. They're emulating what you're doing. And your first hire is almost like your first kid. Everybody knows you mess up the worst on your first kid. And yeah, I was complaining about stuff. I was complaining about this. I was complaining about that. And like, he started getting into that complaining mode. And I was like, dude, what's going on? I was like, you good? He's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like,
just literally emulating it.
It's just, and then I stopped and I rolled it back. I was like, all right, you have to be the boss here. Like, and then he like slowly stopped doing that. And I'm like, oh, yeah. So we caught it fairly early.
That's a very, it's a funny thing that I would never think to bring up on a Q&A, but that's like a very good thing to watch out for as you grow your team. Melissa, you immediately said customer service, basically. What is that? Generally what we find is that there's people who just like understand what that means, and it's just part of them, and they just do it, which is my take on you two. Now, maybe some of it's conscious, right? Like, you're doing stuff on purpose, but like, it's kind of who you are. And there's some people that say they have good customer service, and like, you don't have the chance to hear what that looks like or see messages they sent. And I'm like, so when you say that, what do you mean? Like, what does that look like to your clients?
I think it's being personable. It's being excited for people. It's having that energy. It's, I worked at a clothing store for a while. And when we got a new manager, within like 2 days of seeing me work, she said I was going to get fired. She thought I was so bad. And
you were too low energy, right?
She started calling me Eeyore, and I'm traumatized. This was like 10 years ago. And so from there, like, David and I can emulate each other through text message. We know, like, we stay high energy. The first text message or the first sentence is like an exclamation mark. You always say, like, congratulations on that listing. Like, if they're like, hey, I have a listing, can I book? It's always congratulations on that listing. This is how we're going to book you.
Number one emoji is always like the high five emoji.
Yeah.
It's coming in with energy and being excited. That's what we do during our interviews, is tell people, like, we can teach anyone to do photos. Like, you need to be so excited for this person. I don't care what kind of house you go into. Like, I don't care if you think the house isn't ready or it's dirty or it's outdated. It's somebody.
There can be dog poop on the floor, and you're like, that is a nice piece of dog poop.
Like, yeah, you just come in. How we treat our employees and then how our employees treat the realtors is like, you're always positive. You don't say anything negative. Like, if you said something like, ooh, like, I'm sorry you got this listing, this isn't going to move. Like, you don't say that, because this person, this client of yours, who's the realtor, could be like, this is my family's house, or this is the only listing I got, and now they're making me feel bad about it. Like, it's just very, like, upbeat, positive, energetic. If we feel
accommodating is kind of what always comes to mind for me.
We don't charge like reschedule fees. We were realtors for a while, so we know, like, that, like, as a realtor, you just want to get the house on the market. You're pissed essentially every time they get rescheduled. So
don't drive into the pain and double down on the pain as the photographer by charging them.
Basically,
they're getting punished by not going on the market, and then they're getting double punished by you by charging them for not being ready. And if it was up to them, the house would have been ready. Like,
you know what's interesting? So something we always talk about is literally just, when you're thinking about anything in your business, it could be, how do I respond to this real estate agent? It could be, is this the person I want to hire? Like, big or small decision, it always is made. It's always a more effective choice when you just literally try to position yourself in the agent's shoes. And so you said that, like, because you were an agent, you understood that, right? And so for everybody listening too, it's just like, literally think about, hey, if I was the agent, what's going to make me happy in this scenario? Okay. When it's hiring a photographer, it's like, well, is this the person, if I was a real estate agent, I would want showing up when I hired a photographer? Do they have the personality that I would want them to have in front of my clients? Like, if I have to, we talked about rescheduling a shoot, but in a million other scenarios, right? Hey, are you able to, touch this up on the property? Like, how do I want, if I'm a real estate agent, how do I want the photographer to reply? I probably already feel a little bit like kind of bad having to ask them to do something. And so if they're kind of like, yeah, sure, it's like that weird dynamic versus if I say, absolutely, exclamation point, to say what Melissa was saying. And then I go into the sentence, happy to get that done. It communicates a much different thing. And I think there's, like, if there's one thing with people who struggle with customer service, the word I just go back to always is just be as accommodating as possible. Like, how can I make this the easiest, give you the most happy feeling possible? And the cool thing about this business, and this is not like a new thing that we haven't talked about a bunch, but it's so true, is like, if you literally just take care of your clients, you don't have to do anything else business-wise. Like, you could be a pretty bad photographer, not saying you should be. You could be a pretty bad photographer. You could probably show up late to most shoots, and you'd still have your clients referring you if you just nail that piece of, like, hey, I always want to work with this person. And I think a lot of people get so caught up in, like, the business stuff. They're like thinking about, pricing and everything they offer and how they do the shoot and their gear. And it's like, that is 4%, literally scientific number of what real estate agents care about. The other 96% is it's a service business, right? Like, we don't sell photos. It on the surface looks like we do, but how do you guys think about that? Like, I would imagine you think of yourself as a service business more than like a media company.
Yeah, service business. I think of like a client we helped a couple weeks ago. She, David shot this house back in like maybe the spring or something.
Yeah, it was right when we were growing our team. There was only me and one other photographer. So yeah, I had shot it.
Yeah, so he shot the house. This agent has used us for several listings. She's generally like pretty easy. But she keeps coming back about this house that she's like, hey, this
it's not selling.
This video, can you change the song? And then we change it to the song. And then she goes, they actually don't like that song. And it's like, we just requested that song.
We put the same,
like,
yeah.
And we go, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, we tried to do, And so she just messaged us in the last like month and said, hey, we don't like the pictures at all. Can we, like, they want you to come back out. And we were like, you know what? Like,
she even said, she's like, charge me whatever you need to charge me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. And so we were like, we gave her half off.
Yeah.
Didn't have to, but we were like, I
said, like, I said something along the lines of like, we're in this together. Like, I don't want you the full cost. I was like, I look at us as a team. Let's just split it 50-50. So I'll just charge you half off. I'll charge you 50%. She loved that answer.
Yeah. It's like, that's an example of what really matters in this business, which is not thinking about the money you're making right now, but thinking about doing whatever it takes to preserve the long-term relationship. Because it's such a, that's like, you know, we talk about the 3 R's and the things that make real estate media awesome. And it you know, one of them is repeat business, right? And also referral growth. These are both kind of, you know, accomplished in the same way. But it's like, I would, you know, give a shoot for free, right? We'd use that as a front end thing. In your case, you get it half off later down the line. You didn't have to do that, but it's like you're thinking, how can I preserve this relationship? Because it's just so not about this shoot. It's like the shoot that's happening today is the past. It's like if that was the last shoot you ever did, it would be like maybe, but it's not the last shoot you're ever going to do. And it's funny because you can make it the last shoot you ever do for someone by like treating him wrong at it.
To make an extra $50, $100,
yeah, it's like
$250. If that client is worth $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 a year, like why would you kill that golden goose over $200 or whatever? And it's pride. That's what a lot of it comes down. Well, you know, this seems right and that seems right. And at the end of the day, our clients and our employees are here and the business is underneath. We're always going to do what's right by our clients and our employees, and the business is going to eat it. But by the business eat it, the business has just grown.
It's like
it's wild.
It's just investing the money is really what it is when you say eat it. It's like you're investing in that relationship to continue it. There's I don't know whose phrase this is, but I like it. It's kind of like a little salt when you first hear it, but it's like you can either be right or you can be rich. And I think about that a lot when I'm like, when someone's doing something and I'm just like, all right, like just think about that phrase, invest whatever you need to make it, you know, be the proper solution. And it's so interesting because I think generally if like the split from between people who do really well in this business and the people who don't do very well is this what we're talking about. It's like how thoughtful they can be about like maximizing each of those relationships, not at today's benefit, like at today's expense and long-term benefit. And it's like you do that enough. It's just like investing in anything, right? You put enough money and all of a sudden it's huge. You're like, where did this come from? And it's like, well, you planted the seeds and you did the thing that most people wouldn't do. What's the biggest mistake you guys think you've made? Maybe like client mistake or like in the business? I know it's kind of a hard one, but
oh man, we've made so many. I will say we've made less being in rep, and I say this all the time. Like, you'll never get rid of me because all the mistakes I haven't made that you guys saved me from is worth like more. Biggest mistake is probably when we first, like at the beginning of the year, you told us to hire 2 photographers and we're like, oh, let's hire 1. And then immediately a month later, we ended up hiring another one because like we were just busy. So we didn't ramp as hard as we could. I would actually say probably our biggest mistake happened in the first year of business. In our first year of business, we didn't join coaching for the first few months because we're like, well, let's see how much money we can make. And then our first round of coaching, we weren't jumping on the group calls. We were watching the lives, but we weren't getting there like together. We're doing a terrible job about talking to our coach. And I think that's why in our first year of business, the biggest month we had was like 12K. And it's because we weren't utilizing the resources around us at all. And it was January of this year. So it's December of last year. So about a year ago now, they're like, January, we're getting serious. We're not messing around. We're doing this right. And we're going all in. And then we saw this massive growth. And I know a lot of just kind of pivoting a little bit. People are talking about the slow season right now. Well, it's slow. It's slow. It's slow. That is building up momentum. Like you are Goku with his hands in the air, building that spirit bomb, right? Actually, come spring, it's going to be big enough. My nerds will get that reference. It's going to be so big that all that prospecting and all that work you did just now is going to come to fruition. That's why we went from 7K in January to 50K in June, because we were just building that foundation like crazy. And all those people that said, my next listing, I'm going to use you, they did. But some of them took 2 weeks, some of them took 2 months, some of them took 6 months. So it will stay top of mind. It will come back to you. I want to do a pro tip before we transition away from the whole customer service friendly thing. This is crazy, right? But it works. In sales, they say when you're on the phone, smile, even if nobody's in the room. By smiling, that fixes your tonality so that you come off as more friendly. I can add on to that, and this makes you even more of a psychopath, but it works. I do it when I'm texting all the time. Who are you talking to?
I was just thinking that. I'll see him on his phone. He smiles, and I'm like, "What good news do we have?" Like smiling, and he's like, "Nah, I'm just responding."
He finishes the text, and he's like,
and then I go,
default face right away.
Oh, that bad? It's like, no, like if I smile, some chemical in my brain releases where I write out a much nicer, friendly message than if I just had my.
As funny as it is, that's serious.
It's real.
Yeah, it's not a, it's funny, but it works.
You look like a crazy person, but it works.
I guess, do you want to look crazy, or do you want to be rich? We can alter the statement a little bit.
So many ways to do it, right?
Yeah. All right, let's find some questions in here. I was like, oh, I'm not going to interview them. Then I just rapid fired my own questions instead of actually getting to the audience. Rod was probably sitting there like, Eli, what are you doing? Rod, you get to pick the question.
Well, Stan had a good follow-up question to that as far as like specifics of, volume of outreach. Because I know you guys do in-person, you do Instagram method, cold calling too. It's like you do probably more than that too, I imagine. So was it like just a major increase in volume type thing to get to a $50,000 month? I imagine Stan is asking. But yeah, like what was the type of volume you were doing and the different types of client acquisition tactics y'all are doing to get to a 50 grand month?
Yeah, so we did. I feel like we did a little bit of everything, right? I can't say cold calls are like what got us there, but we did do a bit of cold calling and we did get a bit of clients from it. But that's far. We should have done it a lot more, to be fair. We should just hire Rep Engine because we're so busy. But,
Paid him to say that.
Email blasts
brought to you by Engine.
Yeah,
exactly. We use email blasts through MailChimp. We do in-person events. I would say is other than Instagram and in-person events is probably our two biggest. If there's two things, somebody's like who doesn't like cold calling. Cold calling by far is the best way to get the clients, but it's also like the most uncomfortable to do. And if you know yourself and you're like, I'm going to procrastinate the crap out of this. I'm going to tell myself I'm going to cold call and I'm not going to do it. The two other things you could do that we do, Instagram, big time. Shout out to Melissa, because that's all her, not me. We do in-person events. And so what's great about those in-person events, they're always realtor events. I'm not shooting like somebody's birthday party or anything, right? And the best way to figure out which events to go to is just talk to your local MLS and say, hey, what realtor events are coming up that I could shoot and get in contact with?
That's a good idea to find those, because that can be a challenge, is just finding them in the first place.
Oh yeah, and the MLS knows them all. They usually partner with most of those organizations when it comes to like scheduling stuff. So they don't want to schedule a big event over each other because then they split their base.
So with that, because I know he was like asking for specific numbers, we're not super specific with those numbers. Like I feel like I'm a data person, but
how many messages did you send April 7th through April 14th is what?
Yeah.
It sounds like you did a mix of everything consistently, not like a crazy amount, but just a good amount consistently. And then you just slammed them with good customer service. So they kept coming back and referring you.
What are you doing with the events? I know we're going to get a lot of questions about the events. Like I know you said you went and shot that, but like what was the, like, you show up with your camera. Some of these you're going to offer to shoot. Some I imagine you're just attending. Like how did that become clients?
Yeah. So for the events, what we kind of did is we were introduced to the WCR first. And then we wanted to be a strategic partner with them. And they were like, hey, actually, we're looking for a photographer. Can you just come and do all of our photos? So they let us in for free. We trade photos. And now what we do is we will give free photos for three things. We want free tickets in. We want a shout out at the event. Like we want to go up and speak for like 30 seconds to a minute. Just say, hey, this is who we are. We offer 50% off. You know, if you use us, give us, refer us out, it's $100 credit, blah, blah, blah. Yep. And then we leave.
Value prop.
And then when you post the social media or post to social media for the photos or video, whatever, just tag us. Cause I want that extra, like, they're like, oh yeah. Or if somebody takes the photos and shares them, like, you know what I mean? So those three things, and we'll just do the event for free. But the events that we'll do, I kind of judge it, or we judge it based on like if there's title people and lenders. Yeah. If they're there, you're like, oh, I should be here.
Yes.
But if you're going and you're like, there's maybe one or two realtors, there's no title people, then I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna come to this again.
The title people, like if they find a reason to be there, you're gonna find a reason to be there.
100%. And ask those title people, get in tight with some of them. That's their job, is to go to these events and get in front of realtors. They're doing pretty much the same job we are, but selling a different product. Like They know the events to go to. They know the open houses that are worth hitting. They know the agents to talk to. And don't throw them under the bus. I won't say any names. If you need a client list of like agents in town or like top producers, they have that juice. Like, and if you're friends with them, they'll probably just give it to you.
Yeah, and it's like you said, they're doing the same thing you're doing, just selling a different product. But a lot of times they've probably been doing it a lot longer than you, and they're probably a lot more well connected to the community. So it's like, if you can, and you objectively, you have something to offer them too, right? I mean, there's plenty of help you can do sending business their way and just having that partnership, tagging them on social, like same thing. They're running a business too, but you probably have more to gain from them than them from you. And so taking advantage is never a bad idea.
We've actually shot for a few. We charged them, right? But they're like, hey, we want to do like our office photos with our team and stuff. And that's a great way. And we don't charge a lot for it, pretty much just cover costs, that kind of thing. But we'll go in and we'll shoot their office and shoot their team and do some headshots and talk about building goodwill. Like, there's been 3 that we've done, I think, something like that. It's just this year. So it's building that relationship is huge.
Again, I'm just asking questions, but I'm genuinely curious. So first of all, what is your Instagram handle again? We got to put that in the chat. I forgot last time you were on. I tried to do it after. It didn't work.
Tyler put it up in the chat. Actually.
Here, I'm going to pin it. So
thank you.
This is a shout out in exchange for some sauce. All right. So first of all,
it's one of the 3 things, one of the 3 demands.
Yeah. Follow them, everybody, first of all. But it kind of goes perfectly into my question, which is, and you're going to see this when you follow them. You guys just do a great job on social. I know that's you, Melissa, from my understanding. How do you do you just sit down and go, I'm going to make a post, or what's your process? Because I feel like your content is always so personable that the content itself would get you clients. Tell me how you're doing it, I guess. What is your iteration?
So I think I can pull it up fairly quickly, but essentially I'm kind of like a data person. I like to be a little bit organized, but essentially I have a calendar. Let's see here. I don't know if you can see all this. You don't have to read it, but each column is a link to an Instagram thing that inspired me, and I'm going to recreate it later. So right now what we're kind of doing is we're doing 1 post a day, and I'll just kind of be like, I follow lenders and title people, different realtors, different photography companies, all of it. And then if I'm like, ooh, I like that, I can just twist the words a little bit and have content. Then I just put it into a calendar, do all the things. And so then I have a Google sheet that's all inspiration. And so for 2026, I'm going to try to do 2 posts a day, and I'm going to try to plan out the content a month in advance. And then what we do for the content,
effort into this,
it's a lot. Yeah. And then we just posted one yesterday of me and our photographer Stutes. That David was like, I like this.
I loved it. I'm so uninvolved. I'll see our post and be like, dang, that's good. I like that.
He was literally there that day, but essentially the WCR was like, hey, can you do branding photos for us? And we were like, yeah, sure. So the 3 of us went, and David was like, I don't people as much anymore. He's like, I'm out. 2 hours in?
You never know it. I seem like an extrovert. I'm such an introvert. My tank was empty. I'm like, hey, if anybody asks, tell them I had a phone call. I'm just going to go sit in the truck and not be around people for 10 minutes.
He left me. So I was like, Stutes, we got 15 minutes, because we're here till 2. Nobody else is coming through the door. WCR was like, we're going to have our planning meeting. They rented out this big Airbnb, and it was gorgeous. And I was like, do you want to go out on the patio and we'll just take some content? The views are great. And so I took a couple clips of him just drinking his pop, looking out. And then I was like, oh, we can do this funny thing. And then he was like, oh, can you shuffle like this? And I was like, no. And so we were trying to do different dances, and he's doing all kinds of stuff.
He's doing the moonwalk.
Yeah. So I thought it was good, and we were like, okay, that's pretty funny.
It's being goofy and silly.
But it's just, and I think that
connects well for sure.
Yeah, I think it just comes back to one of my not content pillars, but one post I want to make at least a month is about customer service and an energy, a vibe. I want to take a bunch of content of us laughing and high-fiving clients, and we're like, oh, if you want this experience,
build that FOMO where you look at them, you're like, I really like everybody think about Eli, right? When you just watch the Eli videos and you never get to interact with him, you're like, dude, I want to interact with this guy. I feel like I know him, I like him. And that's what you should be doing on your social content, is people should see that and be like, I really want to meet these people, get that kind of FOMO if they're not working with you.
And feel like they have met you is kind of what comes across in your socials as well. As they're not, it's more of like a, when am I going to use them? Not if am I going to use them, right? And so a lot of agents probably are seeing this. They don't have a listing yet. A listing comes to mind, you guys are top of mind. Or a listing comes up, you guys are top of mind. It brings up a question which a lot of people ask, just because like when you're first starting, you have a million things you should be doing, and not a million things worth of time. So like, I guess, do you look at social media differently now that you've scaled more? Like, would you recommend as much effort to someone just starting, or like, how do you think about that?
Well, I think we do hire a VA that does help me do all this stuff. So she, like, I kind of say, this is my inspo, this is what I want the caption, blah, blah, blah to be. And then I'll be like, here's a Dropbox folder. I just dumped a bunch of stuff in there, like pick and choose what you want.
Like photos or videos when we go do events and we get behind the scenes. Yeah. Content for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she does help a lot with all of that. And then she just like tags me so I can like review it and approve it, and then she'll post it later.
So like she'll make the post, and then Melissa will get in there and be like, I don't like this, I don't like this, let's change this. So she'll the VA will get it 60 to 75% of the way there, and then Melissa goes and personalizes it. And I think that saves you a ton of time.
It saves me a lot of time, because we, being realtors, I knew that I should be posting on Instagram, and it took a lot of time.
Yeah, it's like a full-time job.
Yeah,
really. Yeah, to get the content and then come up with ideas and post it, and the whole thing just takes so long. But I know, like, in our market, nobody's being as personal, as this. And so I felt like there was kind of a hole in the market for that, at least, that I was like, maybe we don't take the best photos or the best video or the best prices, it's not the lowest or whatever, but that we can be like, okay, but someone's not doing this, so we'll just be middle of the road for everything, but we're funny.
Yeah.
Well, and that's like a bigger point too. Middle of the road, but we're funny. I like that. Well, funny goes a long way. It really does.
That's a good slogan.
Yeah. That's why Melissa married me.
Middle of the road, but funny.
The thing I think that we could like pull out of that too is everybody's gonna have a different skill set. So like, Melissa, you obviously like social media at least enough to do it, and I think you're good at it. And so you're like, okay, there's not this there, I'm going to do that. Everybody gets to pick their thing. So if you're listening and you're like, I can't, like, as crazy as this sounds, if I sit down and try to come up with a social media post, it's like hours. I'm just complete, like, can't think about it, despite how much content I post. And so for me, it's like, okay, the type of content I post is just really simple, easy stuff. I do the same thing over and over. I'm not super creative with it. So you don't have to, you don't even have to post on social to build a real estate media business. That's the best part about this. But you have to do something, and you have to, figure out that something, hopefully oriented around what you like doing. So if you like doing social, you do more of that. If you love in person, you do that. If you're one of those 2% of people that likes making cold calls, that's an asset that's going to serve you. Might as well do some more cold calls. And so what I don't want anybody to think is that you have to do everything like a $50K a month business from day one. You just got to do something. And whatever most naturally comes to you, I'd say is probably the best thing, because you're going to procrastinate less. Like you were saying with the cold calls, David, if you know yourself and you're going to so I basically started doing the Instagram method for Norman and Young before we called it the Instagram method, because of my unwillingness to do cold calls. Like I was like, I'm either going to not have a business, or I'm going to do there has to be another way, Mm-hmm. And so I figured that out for me. Now, eventually I push myself into doing cold calls. I push everybody that I can get my hands on into doing cold calls, because it's so productive. But you do have to think about what is realistic for me. Because you're just not going to move a mountain, so to speak. You're not going to want to every day, at least. And so finding something that's easier for you to do it, I think is a, probably an underused thing.
I agree. You're going to hate life if all you're doing is constantly just eating that broccoli day in and day out. You have to, if you enjoy it, it doesn't seem like as much work. You can put it in a 10-hour day and it doesn't seem so bad. So find something you like. Ideally, find 2 or 3 things you like doing, and just don't even worry that somebody else is crushing it doing something else. You can always work your way into that at some point, or hire it out. Like grow your business big enough where I don't even know if this is true, right? But they say on Andrew Carnegie, who was multi-millionaire, probably billionaire in today's status, on his gravestone, it says, "Here lies a man who knew how to surround himself with better men." right? So if there's stuff you don't know how to do, just build your business up to where you can find people who can do those things. I think Todd is a shining example. I'm not saying Todd's like not smart. Todd's a brilliant guy. But he hired people who like could arguably do those things better than he could. So hashtag goals.
You with the broccoli, you said what I was trying to say so much more eloquently. I struggled for like 3 minutes to get out what I was trying to say, and you're like, you have to eat broccoli every day. You're not going to like it. You know? But it's
those 2% weirdos who like broccoli.
Yeah, fair enough to them. But it really is true. I think like a lot of people spend time trying to like, you know, live hard, so to speak, and which is good. I think you should push yourself to do that. But I also think there's a lot to like. There's this I'm not sure the context of what it's normally explained, but it's basically the logical versus the psychological solution. And I think about that one a lot. So I think you guys have definitely heard the story, but there was this race for all the elevator companies in New York City to like become the one that they wanted to use in all the new buildings, right? And so I think it was Otis Elevator Company. Like you've probably seen it in an elevator. Like I don't know if that rings a bell for anybody here, but basically all these other elevator companies try to spend all of this money trying to make faster elevators. And that's a hard thing to do. That's the logical solution. Like, how do we win more jobs? Well, we have the fastest elevator. People don't complain about how long it takes. These tall buildings, right? So they spent, however much money trying to make faster elevators. And Otis just figured out if they put mirrors in the elevators, people forgot how long it took. And so, like, they just sat there looking at themselves, which is funny because you think about all the mirrors and elevators, and you're like, all right.
You say that, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
And it illustrates what's supposed to be like sometimes the best solution is the psychological one, not the logical one. So like the logical one is just like get up and do more cold calls. Is that going to happen? Maybe, but there's a lot of effort required versus like the logical solution is find something that makes you forget you're doing marketing, forget you're doing something that you maybe not want to do. And I try to think about that a lot because like the follow up to that story and the way it's told usually is like everybody tries to do the logical solution. And so not only is there a lot of competition doing the logical solution, it's usually just harder. And so I think about like, what's the logical solution to a lot of things we're trying to do? Because sometimes, or the psychological, because that's like the easier one usually. Rod, could you pick us a question?
Oh man, I don't know. There's so many good ones. I mean,
my favorite thing is to tell Rod we only have one question left and then watch him try to like
panic.
try to select.
One person did ask if this is probably a quick, easy one. If you did free shoots when
what do you guys do?
Do you guys do free shoots?
So yeah, we use
free first shoots, not free shoots forever and ever, but free first shoot to get a new client. Do you use that?
Yeah, we tried. We still do offer free shoots, but that's more, I call it shotgun or sniper approach. Yeah. Anybody and everybody, or are you targeting one person? Our 50% off is the anybody and everybody. Though big fish or like people we really want to work with, I call the sniper approach. Those we offer for free. And why we do that is when we first started doing the rep thing, Eli is a big, says do free shoots. And I agree. I think that works for most people. I think our market's weird because we're offering the free shoots and people weren't taking us up on it. We have some friends who are also realtors, and that's how we got to know each other. They're still realtors, high producing realtors. I was talking to them about it and they're like, well, I just don't like the free. They're like, yeah, it sounds like you're just trying to practice on my listing. And I really don't want to, ruin this is worth $20,000 to me. I don't want to give you a chance. And I think it was their idea of like, oh, but 50% off, that sounds like you're just getting a really good deal. And I was like, okay, well, it can't hurt to try. So we tried it. And then we noticed people were taking us up on the 50%.
Very interesting.
1% than the free.
Yeah.
A couple things with that. First, the half off, whatever when we say half off, we do anything is half off. You can get our Lux biggest $12 bundle. It's half off. That's fine. Totally. Go for it.
Yes.
The second thing is we're realtors and we were like, we got the cheat code. We know so many realtors. We're friends with realtors. We've worked with so many realtors. He was a high producing agent. He was like talking to all these people. We're like shooing all this business.
Yeah, we're going to just
easy.
All of our friends. And we're like, hey, we started this business. Use us, please. And they go, no.
Like, no, we really like our photographer. And I'm like,
hardest people to convince. And I was like,
most of them to this day don't use us.
Yeah.
I'm like, I used to be salty about it. Now I'm like, we've built it big enough. I'm like, whatever. But
I was just like, because you were like, oh, they gave us this advice. And I was like,
here's the advice. They did not give us any business though. Like that was their advice. And then they didn't take us up on it.
Yeah. It is funny. So it works both ways, right? Like if you do the free, if you position the offer well, they see it as, oh, they're so confident that they're going to do it for free to earn my future business. But you have to orient it to like, you have to give them, at least from our side of seeing things, it can't just be like a free shoot, because they're going to think exactly what you're thinking in that scenario, which is they want a demo on my listing or what they said. It has to be like, I'm doing a free shoot because I want to earn your business. I want to show you what it's like to work with me. But it is interesting. Like you brought up a good point. Every market is a little bit different. And the most important thing that you can do is test, small batch test. So like if you're going to commit to it, maybe you want to do 50% off, maybe you want to do free, maybe you want to have, the base shoot is free and all add-ons are full, whatever. You're going to come up with some like bait type offer. It's a really good idea to just test it in small batches and don't let, what you believe impact it, right? So it's like, okay, I'm going to do 15 of these and 15 of these, whatever the math says I'm rolling with. And that's the cool thing is like, you can test this. Generally, people get more with free, but like you guys said, it worked with 50% off. And like, if you can get it with 50% off, so be it. Because then you get 50% of the money,
Yeah, and
so
cover our costs at least. So
there's no like right answers in business. There's like, you test, you learn, and then you take what you learn and you put it into practice. Where you really get messed up is, what's the saying on this? It's like the things that you know that just aren't so. That's where you really get messed up, is like something that you just believe without knowing why you believe it, or like because someone told you and you just do it. We hear that a lot, right? Like we'll hear, here's a good example of one. Someone will say like, I was going to start this business, but I talked to a realtor and they said it's really competitive. And it's like, how does a realtor know that? First of all, like,
right.
Or my favorite one that we get all the time is, I talked to an agent and they said the market isn't good right now. And it's like, as an agent, I will agree with that. It may be terrible, right? You could be a terrible agent. It could be a terrible market. It could be both. It could be neither. But it's so interesting because like people give you advice. It's like, wow, they believe it for you, but it doesn't. It's just not based in reality, right? It's like, maybe as a real estate agent, homes are taking longer to sell. It doesn't matter to me as a photographer. If anything, it helps because they're spending more because they're really trying to like make it stand out, because otherwise it's sitting 180 days, And so I just like that quote, because there's a lot of things I used to believe that just weren't so.
Yeah, I think those are called limiting beliefs.
Yeah, exactly.
Full of them. You said something huge there, though, Eli. Those like testing things, we call them A/B testing.
Yep.
Like you should do that for more than just the 50% off for free. Everything in your business, if you're torn between it, do an A/B test. If you're like, oh, should I do this or this? Do them both. Like set some metrics, have a common denominator, and see which one outperforms. And just have no ego with it. And even if the one you wanted to win doesn't win, go with the other one, because the other one has already proven to work.
It's usually the one you didn't want to win, in my experience. I don't know why that is, but it goes back to
it's always harder, right? Harder usually yields better results.
It's harder, or just like you can't. It's the psychological versus logical. I would have never thought, like, if I had to bet, that mirrors would be the thing that made that elevator company super successful. I'd have been like, oh, faster elevator. I want to sit in there and, look at myself, but the humans do.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I would have tanked that elevator business. I'm like, all right, we got to put a bowl of candy in every elevator. I wouldn't.
I keep looking for everybody wondering what I'm looking at over there. So I'm in a WeWork right now because I'm in Florida. I'm traveling. And I had to leave my phone in like another little office and charge. And so every time someone walks by, I make sure they didn't take my phone on the way. So just, I'm not going crazy if y'all are wondering. All right, let's do, we have 7 more minutes, Rod. So you get to pick another question, maybe 2, depending on.
And we'll try to answer fast.
Owen's got a good question. So he says, I'm very customer service focused, but I've noticed free reshoots can train clients to prep less, and assume I'll come back if something isn't ready. How do you prevent that while giving great service? Which is a great question. Like, how would you deal with that? Or do you notice that sometimes great customer service can equal them kind of leaning too far into your good customer service? Do you ever notice that with agents, to add on to Owen's question?
Yeah, to answer it quickly, there's always, our rules are never set 100% of the time. Like there's always outliers. If you have that agent, and track those things. If you have that agent that you're constantly have to go do reshoots for, have that conversation. Be like, hey, I really don't want to, but we have to keep coming back. Like we got to make sure like this, or I'm going to have to start charging this, right? Or take it upon yourself and be like, they're never ready for the shoot. you need to take it upon yourself, or we do take it upon ourselves to call them the day before, be like, hey, you just want to check, make sure it's ready. And they're like, yeah, it's ready. Be like, did you check with the sellers and make sure? Like, I really want to, and just like take the ownership of that to make sure that they're doing the thing they need to. And now you stress them enough about it. You're going to train them to be like, okay, I really don't want Eli to keep calling and asking me. Like, I have to be on top of my game. So I wouldn't change my systems and processes for one-off. And obviously there's more than one. We have a few people like that, but we just call them the day before. And there's been people we have to have conversation like, hey, like, we'll do it again this time. But like, if this kind of becomes a thing, we might have to start charging X dollars, for coming back out. But people who never do it, like they
don't need that.
They don't need that. Yeah.
That's a really good framework just to keep in mind constantly as you're building the business too, right? It's like so easy to want to go, we always say, don't make a 99% policy for a 1% person. And it's like, it's so easy to let the loudest clients impact how you think you should run your business, or the most annoying, or the whatever. And I found myself doing it all the time. It'd be like, that we have Melissa, unfortunately is her name, different Melissa, obviously. One of the hardest clients we've ever dealt with. I mean, just every time it's like she messes it up, blames it on it's a whole thing, right? And there were definitely times where I messaged our entire group of photographers and been like, we have to stop doing this at listings. It literally wasn't getting out of control. It was like her. And then I blasted it. And then our team is like, I got to start watching this at every listing. And it's like, it wasn't a problem. And I just got a bunch of photographers to do something differently over someone. And you see that happening a lot in the business if you're not careful. Because it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, right? Is the saying. And it's unfortunate when that's how people get stuck at 15 or 20K a month. And they're like, I can't scale. I don't have the profit and it's taking too much time. It's like, because you layered so much stuff onto every shoot that doesn't need to happen. And the reason it's there is because one client one time said something and you changed it for everybody. And it's a hard thing to do because they're squeaky wheel, right?
Yep.
So I'm glad you.
I will say too.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Eli, you said to do the customer experience.
That's what I was gonna bring up.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's what we tracked. You told us to do at the beginning of the year, so we track that, and so that way we can be like, okay, we can see it's not just in our heads who's getting the most complaints, like as a photographer, who's getting the most reshoots as a photographer, like, and we can see where the issues are and
briefly explain what that sheet is, how it works, who does it.
Yeah, so I say the address, the agent who complained, the photographer who was on there, and then like what the complaint like category was, like maybe whose fault it was, like was it the photographer, the editor, whatever, and then a little note.
And we've trained us and our VAs and anybody who's dealing with the back end to fill out this report. It's not just us. Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically it. So just to make sure that if we're like, okay, this person is a problem, this person keeps asking for reshoots, like then we know. And it's not just in our heads, because sometimes somebody rubs you the wrong way. Because like, for example, real fast, David was in real estate, right? He did a deal with a lady that we were like, she's a turd. And so then she came to us as a client and we were like, oh, and so we were like, anytime she said anything, we were just like, she's so annoying.
Like, I hate her.
And our admin was like, I talk to her all the time. She's fine.
She's amazing. That is that relationship in my other career with her.
And she was fine. Yeah.
But yeah,
it's so real too. And the data is the thing that stopped. Like just having numbers, it snaps you out of it. You just like, no. So I have to make a quick point. And this is going to sound like a self-serving point a little bit because it's a compliment that compliments you while complimenting me at the same time. I think a big part of the reason you guys grew so fast is because you just like when you'd ask something and I would say like, do it this way and why, you would just do it like the client experience log. I've been saying that forever. So few people do that. And I'll be like, do you have that? And they're like, no. I'm like, well, I can't really give you a good answer. And so I'm saying that not because everything we come up with is good. It's just because I did it for the audience more so than you guys. I know we've had these conversations, but I just did everything wrong, right? And so when someone asks something and it reminds me of a pattern I did wrong and then fixed, it's like, that's where my advice is coming from. And I think fast growth comes with compressing the trial and error. And so I just think that's cool. You guys did that. Like I've been saying, I bet you 10% of the people that I ask to do, or tell, I should say, that I tell to do the client experience log, don't do it. Don't do it. You know, like 90% don't do it, 10 do it. And you just get a lot of benefit. You guys were able to just talk right then about like, oh, we can know. And it's nice because like, I don't want to have to be and I don't want to put words in y'all's mouth, but like, I don't want to have to be the smartest person to be successful in my business. Like, I don't want to have to make a decision out of thin air. Like, I want to be able to say like, hey, which person got more complaints? This one. And I know that because there's data, and I don't have to like think about it. So the more tools you give yourself, for everybody that's new to business, you don't have to be like this, business savant from day one. It's just like you give yourself good info and you make a good decision, and that's what it takes to build a business. So that was a massive tangent. But
no,
anyway.
I have a small tangent myself. Going back to the first question, what's the biggest thing we did? It's going to seem like I'm plugging Rep, but I absolutely 100% believe it and feel it. That was our biggest thing, is joining Rep, having these talented people who have these businesses that were so astronomically bigger than us, right? Inspiring.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, how do I get 35 new clients a month? I'm like, dude, we're getting like 6. How? What? Like, that's not possible. And Eli answering these questions. And then that's one thing we decided at the beginning of this year. We're going to take our pride. We're going to set it to the side. And whatever Eli tells us to do, that's what we're going to do. And like, literally just following your advice has got us to where we're at. Even if and I'll be completely honest, some of your answers I didn't like. I didn't want to do. Like, it sucks. But that's what got us to where we are. And I would say that was our number one unlock, is not have to, because we only have so much brain power to give, to not, like you said, try to create something new, but just to take something somebody's already done and implemented it is so much easier. So thank you, Eli.
Thank you for saying that, first of all. But it does just compress the time, It's like everybody will figure it out. It's just, how long do you want to spend 10 minutes figuring it out, or a decade, and then be like, Genuinely, I think you guys grew in 2 years what took me, let's see. I mean, at least five, if not longer. No, way longer than 5, like 7. And it's just interesting. It's just
50.
Hit 50K in a month. Yeah, it's crazy.
We're hiring you if you want to join.
Yeah,
we're running up out of time here.
You got to run, sir.
As always, thank you very much. It flew by. Hopefully everybody here got some value. I had fun, so I don't know if that's what counts, but
I think that's the metric we go off of. Yes.
The fun meter.
Well, thank you both, and have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, we'll see you both on the same time next week.
That's a good recurring commitment. See you guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Bye, y'all. Thank you.